All right, let's see if this is working. Okay, it should be working. It's raining like shit out here, so we're just gonna chill for a little bit. Um, I got some work to do in a little bit, but said let me do a quick phone show. You guys can call in if you like, and yeah, we going vertical on today's show. On today's show, we're gonna do a little bit of verticalism on today's show. So put a one in the chat if you guys are here. I'm gonna wait till people come in. Um, and let me do this. Let me probably drop the link in the chat. What's going on, Lolita? How are you? I hope you're doing okay. Yeah, we're gonna do a little quick little show, y'all. You know, hopefully this thing doesn't glitch out because it is thunderstorming out here. But let me get y'all thoughts. Shout outs to Link. Link said that Kamala Harris and Donald Trump are going to debate. So I definitely would like to get y'all thoughts on that also. You know, y'all hit the like button, support the show. I don't think I'll be able to see who's. Well, I think I got my other phone somewhere here, so I probably I'll be able to see who hit the like and support. But I definitely want to get y'all thoughts on Kamala versus Trump. I'm just gonna kind of use today's show to talk about a bunch of different stuff. What's going on, Tampa? Shout outs to everybody here. Yeah, man. Y'all hit the like button on the way in. Just doing a little quick show, going vertical on today's show just cause, you know, start using this feature. I'm gonna start doing more shows like this. You said what's my opinion nowadays? There's way too many apps. What is the bingo app? What is it supposed to do? There's too many apps nowadays. Um, Especially dating apps and stuff. I gave y'all the game millions of time too. On these dating apps, and I encourage every man to do his homework and his research on any type of dating app or any app that's designated or designed for dating, because men get a completely different app than what women get. See, I remember, and this is gonna make me sound old. Back in the day, uh, you know, okay, cool. We're gonna talk a little bit about dating apps though, because I remember, like I said, back in the day, I used to when I used to man, look, I used to get like when I was super active, I got like a lot of women. And one thing I've noticed with them was that they wanted, oh, download this app, download this app, download this app. And I'm like, yeah, cold approaching is way better than dating apps, you know? No, but they'd be like, download this app. And I'm like, why? It's like, because apps were the thing back in the day. It was app mania, you know? And I was wondering, I was like, why am I downloading all of these apps just to talk to the same person, you know? And I understood what it was for. Because when I was doing, like back in the day when I was doing like pickup, right? Um, it was when women actually preferred uh in real life, hookups, when it comes down to dating. And that, I mean, that's really what it is, you know. One of the worst things you can do is try to use a app to enhance your real life. You know, I used to wonder why they would want me to download all of these apps just to talk to them. It's like, girl, I got your real number, you know. But nowadays, I'm not even gonna lie, it's better for you guys to even to get a dating app, not a dating app, but like certain apps, like if you approach somebody, what's going on, Chris G? If you approach somebody, is you know is you're better off getting, you know, what's going on, cynical? You're better off just getting a their Instagram, you know, because the Instagram has literally became the shotgun opener of I mean, period, you know. But a lot of guys don't want the Instagram, you know. Thank you, Loli. I appreciate you, love. I really do. Yeah, but you know, what's going on? What's going on, Marco? You said, have you ever played it the Super Simp song? Nah, man. I can't play anything now. My bad, y'all. I'm on my phone now. But we can just do panels and discussions at the moment, because I'm you know, I'm on my phone right now, just doing a quick vertical show, you know. So my bad, y'all. I'm gonna definitely do another show. My screen is fucked up. You say you never played it? Which one? The Super Simp song? Which one? The last one from the last show? Yeah, I'm gonna do a whole show. I'm gonna definitely play that song. I'm gonna do a whole bunch of old school songs from the '80s and stuff like that. We were wrong, Marco, and I think we both. I think you know exactly what I'm talking about. So a minute ago, I don't know if you remember this conversation, right? Where we were talking about all the simp songs from the yeah, UNV, something's going on. Yeah, yeah. I downloaded it. Yeah. I'm gonna play it on the next show. I gotta figure out how to get it here. What's going on, Dollar Washer? I did not know that Ringo fell out with that with his friend. Something's going on. Yeah. Absolutely. I downloaded it. I need to upload it to my account so I can be able to play it. Yeah, but nah, man, Marco, I don't know if you remember the conversation that we had a minute ago, because we were wrong, because we were saying that only black people had like the craziest simp era in the 90s, but that's not true. The 80s music was a simp era. What's going on, AB? No, I can't play the video because I'm on my phone. Unless if you come up, you can share it. That's kind of like the only way I can really play it, because I'm on my phone at the moment. And you know, the phone don't really have features. I try to get around the phone features, man. Like I tried to use like Google, like the Google desktop app, and run StreamYards from there to see if I can actually share stuff, but I can't. And then it's like too much for a phone at this point. But definitely on the next show, I got it. Yeah, because I downloaded the song. I just need to upload it. You know, I didn't even know it goes all the way back to the '60s. What's going on, Misha? What's going on, Andre? And the '50s. Yeah. No, there was like, all right. How I'm looking at it, right? There was always a bunch of simp tunes. You know, even the Beach Boys had a couple of simp tunes. But we were talking about how like the biggest simp era was like the '90s. You know, you had a lot of, you had, what's going on? What's going on, Brenda? You had a lot of like, you had your R. Kellys, you had your Keith Sweats, and stuff like that. But man, the you would call them, well, yeah, they were cucks. Yeah. No, because look, all right, in that era, I would say, because Marco's a natural, so Marco would know what I'm talking about. Marco's absolutely a natural, so Marco would know what I'm talking about. In that era, you had justified simping. You had some justified simping. You know, because it was cool to get your big car or your motorcycle, or whatever vehicle, and you could reasonably simp. It's like you had women that you could say, you know what, I could make something with you. But now, oh my God, now if you play that shit, oh Lord, you know what's funny, Marco? You know what's funny about this conversation? Look at the zillennials. Look at the zillennials. If you paid if you I said paid if you played any of that music for, like, let's say the young women of today, they wouldn't know how to accept it. They wouldn't know how to accept it. Even they would look at you as a simp, which is fucked up. Like, think about it. If a nigga did all of this shit, right? Y'all had a good date out, y'all had a nice night out, and you're a young dude, so you probably, you know, sneaking little broads in your house, or not even doing all of that. You went to some backseat action, you know, because, like, even look, like, damn, you can't do shit nowadays. Because, like, we were talking about cars. Now looking up all the old school Cadillacs and all that other stuff, right? And even the cars were set up for that type of shit. Like, you can't do no goddamn backseat action in a Chevy Bolt, or no. I guess you could probably get away with a Honda Accord or maybe a Civic nowadays. But them cars ain't even set up. All right, yeah, it went out for a second. My bad, y'all. What's going on, Gail? Shout outs to Gail in the building. Yeah, y'all hit the like button. Yeah, they were talking about how Jay-Z's trash. They don't know what the fuck they talking about. But no, put a one in the chat if you guys can hear me now. I came back in. That's the fucked up part about streaming on them. Like I said, Gen Z nowadays, they're trying to rebuild their lives from things that they saw on TikTok. You know what I'm saying? They're trying to recreate TikTok skits that came from, what's going on, Joe? They're trying to recreate TikTok skits that came from real life. It's like they're looking at something and listening to something that somebody made a skit from in real life, and then they go to the internet and really try to rehash it. What's going on, Kane? All the good players in the building today. You did? My bad, y'all. It's thunderstorming out here, so periodically I might have to go out and come in and stuff. But the link is dropped if you guys want to join the stream. But back in the days, there was a such thing as chivalry, and people knew what chivalry was. They knew why they're doing things and stuff like that. The seats in the back, especially in America, them Cadillac seats, those were some big seats, man. Those were some huge seats. Hey, look, you could do a lot if you had even if you had an Eldorado, if you had a You know, you had a caddy back in the day and stuff. You know, yeah, man. Yeah, nice little beer and cigar. Yeah, man. I mean, you know, back in the day, like I said, you know, that music actually really meant something. You know, you had the little music down low. You know, you and your little date or whatever, y'all chilling in the back seat. You know, y'all probably ran and got some drinks, uh, fast food. You know, let's talk about it. Was the early 90s, let's say, was the 60s to the early 90s a better time for dating and relationships? Was that a better time? Was the 60s all the way to the 90s, was that a better time? I mean, because you had drive-in movie theaters, the cars were bigger, the music was more meaningful. You can kick it in the back seat, and it wasn't nothing wrong. I mean, there was nothing wrong with saying, "Hey, I ain't really got a spot, but like, look, we got the back seat, which is basically a fucking lounge. You know, we got some smoothies. We had a little bit of food. Got a nice little movie. We can cuddle in the car. You can't cuddle in cars nowadays. That shit'll tell on you. Fucking OnStar listening to y'all and shit. You can't do shit nowadays. You know? Shout outs to Gil. You said, yeah, they got some cushion and bed thing. Yo, man, you know what? I didn't know. Them 40 Econo vans, I didn't know they had full-fledged beds in the back seat. I thought those were soccer dad trucks. I didn't know them joints had full-fledged beds in the back seat, you know? And then like in the 60s and 70s and 80s, that was the VW. You know those little VW buses from like that 70s show? The VW used to make those mini buses. I was gonna buy one time, man. Them things had bunk beds, man. You know, it was just a better time, and you can simp in peace. You know, I remember like 4 or 5 years ago, I was helping out a brother. He was going through something in his marriage, and he asked me a question, and I'm like, bro, like what? He was like, yo, Kuda, Valentine's Day is coming up, and I want to do something nice for my wife and stuff like that. But is that simping? And I'm like, bro, that's your wife. You know, if you simp for anybody in life, it should be her. You know, but the thing is, y'all, you have to reasonably simp. You know, there's nothing wrong with wanting to be blue pill and stuff like that. But even with the woman that you're with, you have to reasonably simp. You know, and it's sad sometimes too. I gotta tell guys, like, you can't be fully, because even she has to know this about you, that you're not being fully with her because of these reasons. You can't be fully open with your lady or fully transparent with your wife, because even they will hold it against you. Depending on the type of relationship you have, and if you understand the lady that you're with, and you have somewhat of an understanding of her understanding of you. You know what I'm saying? Because if you full on simp, that attraction level, bro, you can not you can disattract your wife. It will go down, you know. So you got to have communication with your wife and your girl. Honestly, this is things that she should know before she even becomes your wife. But reasonably, you got to pull back on certain things too when she does become your wife, just to keep her around and to keep her interested and stuff like that. Because I'm not gonna lie, man, not too many wives will stick around seeing they man at they low or at a low. You know, you did, and it was just more simpler times. You know, I'm not telling y'all to indulge in struggle love, but shit, struggle love was a little bit more reasonable. You know, not everything is the same. You know, you have different archetypes of love, and you got different archetypes of, you know what I'm saying, of of relationships. You know, and then the longer y'all are together, you grow into a specific type archetype. You know, which you want something to flourish into something that you can grow into and enjoy. Not nothing bad. You said they got some cushion bed things that you can put on the back seat now. Yeah, man. You said you gotta do a drive-in movie. Yeah, it was on. Yeah, man. Absolutely. Yeah, it was a better time for everything, man. I remember I was watching it was well it's this channel on Instagram, and they share like nostalgic stuff. And nostalgia is a crazy thing because you didn't necessarily have to be there to understand. But they were playing this music, and they were playing Phil Collins. The think twice. It's just another day for you, me in paradise. Oh, think twice. It's just another day for you. You, me in paradise. Think about, man. I'm like, man, you play that shit for a woman now, she don't even know what the fuck is going on. He can rap. He not rapping, baby. She don't know nothing but no goddamn Phil Collins and Genesis. Man, come on, man. I'm not gonna lie, man. Going forward, I need, I'm telling you, man. It's either you gonna need a girl with the old soul, or just a woman that is just straight up amused with you. Going forward, man. You can do nothing wrong. Shout outs to Gail. She said, I'm on call. I have the stream on mute. If you need me, tag me. Thank you, Gail. Thank you, everybody that's in the building, for hitting the like button, man. Hopefully you guys hit the like button. Hey, man, dudes do want to cuddle. All right, so let me tell y'all about that reasonably simping stuff and romance and stuff. When you buy a steak, you want the sizzle. If you listen, let's say if you a gushy, gushy, mushy, mushy type guy, you want a woman you can be gushy, gushy, and mushy, mushy with. Nothing wrong with that. Shit. Even Steve Urkel had Myra. And I'm going to tell you the truth. Myra was better than Laura. Oh, nigga, let me had been Urkel. Nigga, me and Myra going to have big fun. Nigga, we wouldn't even make an appearance on the show. That's how much fun we'd be having. You did? Big spoon stroke is how it used to happen. Yeah. Hopefully the VW bus is coming back. You know what's up. You said free pussy back then. You said I seen a dude in the space who thought opening doors for women is simping. Yeah, man. You know what a lot of these dudes are? They're uninformed. They don't have no type of game whatsoever. And they're obsessed with tricking or being looked at as a trick. And both at the same time. You will get the same behavior from the same guy. You know? You said it wasn't even struggle love back then. It was just life. It didn't turn to struggle until after 9/11. That's interesting. That's very interesting. I wonder why after 9/11. I wonder why. If you can throw some context in the chat, Vader, I'd like to hear that. That's interesting. You know. You know. And what is struggle love? I mean, nowadays, like I said, in America, after the millennial age, everybody, even millennials, everybody wants a prepackaged relationship. Everybody wants everything just given to them and done. And then the thing is that when it comes down to something like relationships, like people aren't even satisfied with the prepackaged relationships that they ask for. You know what I'm saying? Wholesome, hearty grits are supposed to take about 30 to 50, 30, not let's say 30 minutes to cook, because it's wholesome, it's hearty. But people want the genetic stuff that you just pop in the microwave and then it's done in 3 minutes. And we're moving so fast in today's day and age that we're in a rush to do nothing. People get in car accidents to go drive home and do nothing. Oh, I want to drive home and get home so quick from work to just doom scroll on my phone. People are in a rush to do nothing. And it's is sad, it's very much sad. So in the dating game, back in the day, you would really have to be talking to a woman for like 3 months before you like, yo, I met somebody, and let's say like back in the day, right? You were talking to somebody and other people were trying to holler at you. Remember when you used to go holler at somebody and they would be respectful and communicate to you their situation, letting you know what's going on, and they'll be like, you know, um, I'm not in a relationship, but I am seeing someone. You would, if you were talking to somebody that was really reasonably telling you the truth, that would be people that would be literally not single. I mean, they're single, but they're seeing someone. It's like, listen, I'm in the stage of talking to somebody, but I can definitely, talk to you for a little bit. But I want to let you know that I am talking to someone. Dudes were aware of the competition that they were in for. If that was the case, now it's just that you got to assume that, oh well, she got a social media, she's talking to everyone. You know what I'm saying? A guy would somewhat reasonably know that a woman was talking to somebody, and even if she entertained him, one person probably would be, usually with one person, that would kind of be your competition if you were competing with somebody else. But around 3 months, y'all, 3 months, especially if you're enjoying the relationship and the talking phase, because the talking phase was an essential thing, and courtship and things like that, even if y'all were fucking and shit like that. But what I'm saying is that 3 months would literally be like the the that would be like the stages of puppy love, you know and people will go through this stage of puppy love. People are getting married now in the stage of puppy love. Puppy love is like 2-3 weeks. People are like, oh man, it's legit. And it's like, nigga, you only been talking to her for 3 weeks. This is how instant relationships are. You know what I'm saying? This is how instant relationships are nowadays. You don't even really go through a puppy love phase. A puppy love, people are getting into full-fledged relationships through a puppy love phase. This is why relationships are lasting around a month and a half, less than 2 months and 3 months. Around 3 months of, I'm talking about talking to somebody almost every day. Reasonably giving you both of you guys time to breathe. Around 3 months was the puppy love phase, and people wasn't still getting married and stuff and hooking up like that in the puppy love phase. Now, if you guys hit it off, really quickly and stuff like that, yeah, you had other relationships where people was like, man, we just clicked and then we got married. Those were people that were talking about, you know, um, getting together in the puppy love phase. You know what I'm saying? Because it's the same thing too. Like once you're married, you have that honeymoon phase. What's going on, LaShawn? Oh man, you got kicked off the panel because facts. Are you sure it was facts, man? Yeah, Myra was super itty, man. Yeah, the economic downturn. Okay. I kind of figured that's where you were going with it. Yeah, I kind of felt that too. But I was a young man when 9/11 happened. I remember coming to school, and they wheeled out the fucking, the little televisions and shit was, on the rack and shit like that. And like when they cut that shit on, nigga, them towers was smoking. One of them was smoking, and I was like, God damn. I was happy I got to go home early, but it was a dark day for America. And then the Pentagon got hit too. You did. Drop the StreamYard link again. Okay. You said I tried the Mac Daddy stuff, but it didn't really work for me. Man, back in the day it was just more pure. Cause like I said, like I remember when cell phones, with the picture messages and stuff like that. And one of the big things was texting, text game. That was covered in the early stages of the PUA stuff. Text game was a big thing because women They wanted more in-person interactions. Women wanted to feel you. You know, they women at the time, they didn't know they didn't know how to um how to receive text messages. And when I mean how to receive text messages, they didn't there was no online dating for real, other than Black Planet, and what was the Latino version? Was it Latin Planet? But other than Black Planet, I mean, man, these people, they didn't know how to. These women didn't know what they were like. I want a man to talk to me in person. We were still using the party line. You know, the party line was kind of like a one-way thing where women can hear your voice, the tonality and things in your voice and stuff like that, and they could kind of feel you out and hear how you talk and stuff like that. And then when they met you in person, it was, you know, because dudes dressed to impress and stuff like that. It was a big thing. Now, men, on the other hand, we were kind of cut off. Women had an advantage those days. We was kind of cut off. It's like we could hear her and you couldn't see her, and you'll be surprised how much big girls got little baby girl voices and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? So dudes are just getting catfished, but women, at that time, the only social media they were using and leveraging to their advantage was the party line. You did. And then later on came like Uvu and Tiny Chat and Periscope and all of that other shit. But man, they were getting niggas on the fucking party line, yo. You know, they were getting niggas on the party line. All right, let me catch up real quick. You said I try to holler at chicks. I try to holler at chicks. But chicks put their phone up on like, and the phone try to avoid me. What do you mean, Chris G? So the thing was too. The thing was too with the party line. It's like you had to be rapping on. That's why it was lit after like 9 p.m., 8 p.m., 9 p.m. because of the phone plans and stuff like that. And it's like, bro, you had to be rapping to a girl for like a full fucking week on the party line before y'all really start meeting up and stuff like that. And dudes had questions to ask. The dating questions back in the day was a lot different. It was like, well, in your own words, describe yourself. Oh, well, I got, milk chocolate skin, and I'm 5 foot something, and I describe herself and stuff. All right, we back. All right, damn, it really resetted everything. What's going on, Bronze Flat Power God? Hold on, let me catch up. Let me catch up. Um, yeah, sophomore in high school, it was crazy. Yeah, absolutely. You did. Shout outs to Raven Knight in the building, man. Y'all hit the like button, support the show on the way in. Hit the Cash App. He said fat fished especially. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Dudes were going through it back in the day. You dig? Shout outs to Bronze Flat Power God, the party line. Yeah, there was the party line. It was the chat line. It was just so many different things for the same thing. Let me drop this link real quick before this internet thing start messing up. Shout outs to Loli. You dig? But yeah, man, y'all can definitely chime in. Y'all hit the like button, support the show. You said, cool, the chicks put their cell phone by their ear when they were talking to someone to avoid talking to me. That's what I mean. Well, listen, man, I'm gonna tell you the truth, man. A lot of guys, they were getting women also, but it was really, based on your conversation. You definitely had to have conversation. Women were asking for conversationalists. Like I said, um, back in the day, you know, women like a guy that can actually speak, that can actually, that guys that can actually talk, guys that can actually hold a conversation and things like that. So a lot of times, women got a feel for a guy that she liked because it's like, okay, I like talking to this guy. We've been talking for a long time. He knows how to speak. He knows how to communicate and stuff like that. Essentially, kind of what was going on the party line and stuff was, guys were courting. You were kind of basically, women can get the courtship, back in the day. They'll get that courtship and stuff like that, and then when they meet up with you, then you guys can fill in the gaps, and it made relationships fun and stuff. What's going on, Lolita? How are you? What you got going on today? Hopefully you're
I'm
feeling
good.
better.
How are you? I wanted
Good.
to
Oh
say
my, oh my God, my girl got her voice back. Yes, let's go. What's going on? How are you?
I'm good. Yeah, I wanted to say in regards to Kamala debating Trump, I don't think
Hmm.
she will because I think
Oh,
she's
you think
afraid of
you think
debating Trump.
Kamala's gonna back out?
Yeah, she already
Okay,
backed
what's going
out
on? I'm
once.
excited. Oh, she did she? What? Okay, so with that debate that he had with those young ladies and stuff like that, they said that they had her on Zoom, and Trump was saying that they couldn't get him on Zoom. That's why he had to come down there. But he was saying that ladies was late and they were unprofessional and stuff like that. So
Yeah,
she was
they
supposed to
were.
talk to
They
him on
were.
Zoom that same time, but she backed out.
Yeah, she's afraid of debating Trump.
Mm,
And those ladies were very
okay.
unprofessional. They were late to start the
Uh-oh.
show, and that lady was rude.
Okay, I can hear you now.
That one
Mhm.
lady.
Yeah, yeah, they definitely was. So what do you, I mean, like, what do you think they're gonna talk about? And like, do you think she's gonna take low blows at him because it's like he's already setting, he already seeded it and set up the parameters and saying that okay, she's being black when it's convenient, and that is true, but then again, she might point out, oh well, he's a felon and all this other stuff and going back and forth from court. What do you think is gonna happen?
Um, if she doesn't back out, she will bring up, him being a felon, and she
Mm-hmm.
claims that doesn't only won't only work for black people, but that's I'm saying it wrong. She claims that she won't that oh man, I'm losing my train of thought, Kuda. I'm
No, it's
sorry.
okay. You're fine. You're fine. So you think that she's gonna bring up like basically that he's a felon and stuff like that, and do you think she's gonna be more centered? Like, cause it looks like what they're trying to do this time around is get the women, because like it looks like the women are more interested in this election more than men. So it looks like it's like it looks like it's like a war, battle of the bulge, basically the war for women. What do you think about that? Because I think a lot of white women will vote for Trump, but they openly wouldn't say it. And then even now, with all of these videos of the sisters saying, "Hey, well, Kamala, that's crazy that she brought out Meg The Stallion and blah blah blah." But I think a lot of those sisters, those same sisters, will secretly vote for Kamala, but won't publicly say it. What do you think? What do you think? About that? What are your thoughts?
Um, her bringing out Meg The Stallion to twerk, and
Mm-hmm.
that was very unprofessional. That had nothing to do
Mm-hmm.
with the issues. She should have been talking about the issues plaguing our
Yeah.
community.
Yeah. Before I went live, I didn't get a chance to really read it though. I googled what are Kamala's policies, and it just kept talking about women. So I'm like, okay, well, I'm still confused as to what exactly are her policies. Like, does anybody know what her policies are? Like, what she's gonna do, what she's talking about? Does anybody know?
I don't know. But how come that she doesn't talk about the men? The men are important
Yeah, that's
too.
another thing too. But that's what I'm saying. I think shout outs to War Master. What's going on, Larry Legend in the building? War Master in the building. Yes, Sirski. Definitely want to get his opinions on a lot of what's going to be talked about today. But I'm saying like like do you think that women will like sway exactly what's going on with the debate, because it looks like they're setting it up for the different ethnicities and different races of women, like which women are going to vote. Is it going to come down to the white woman's vote, the black woman's vote, the Latina sisters, who are they voting for? You know immigrants or migrants or whatever, are they going to vote? um you know
That's a good question, Kuda.
yeah, yeah, because it looks they look like they're centering it around women, and then that kind of, I wouldn't say it would be the Trump's advantage, but it's kind of, if they're centering it around women, then they're really running the Kamala card really crazy, into the ground, when it comes down to, okay, well, what women are going to actually vote, you know
Well, I'm
and
definitely
who are they going to
voting.
vote for?
I'm definitely voting Trump 2024. Hoorah!
Mm-hmm.
Hi, LaShawn Jefferson.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Let me ask y'all a question too. If Trump loses this debate, do you think he'll run again? Well, if he loses this election, do you think he'll run again? What are your thoughts? Do you think he'll run after? Do you think he'll run for a third time?
I don't think he's gonna lose the election.
I agree with Lolita.
I don't. Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think he's gonna lose. Also, but they're really running this card, this gender card. So it's like can't help but talk about it. So here we go again. It's another man versus a woman. First it was
May I
Trump
make a
versus
quick
Clinton, and
statement?
then now. Yeah, go ahead.
Lolita is a woman, and they are playing what is a woman in 2024 politics, and she was born a natural black woman. She know what a woman is, and you see how they played her damn sexual born as a politic piece on a chessboard. That's what look. Let her go ahead and answer, but you know what? She's gonna be the only one real talking because at least she's a real natural born woman, and everybody keep wanting to chase. You know what I mean? Change up the chess piece for her
Well,
sexuality. I
well, I
mean,
mean,
I'm gonna
it
listen to
has.
her because she ain't crazy,
Well,
she
no, but
ain't
this.
flippant,
Well,
and
all
she
right, hold on.
got common
Hold
sense.
on. All right. Hold on. Now, this is the thing, though. The late millennials, a lot of zillennials, and this next generation is confused as to what a woman is, and I've done countless videos on that topic. I've even gone over the whole documentary of I forgot the guy's name. Y'all know the guy, War Master, and a couple other people. They said his name. They were talking about what is a woman, and a lot of women couldn't answer that question because you have what's called gender dysphoria, and they confuse people now. So they're running a crazy psyops on the women these days. So and like I said, those people, they're bunched in with the Kamala crowd. So, and then this is the thing too. Um, Only certain presidents, and I think it's more. And I think me and War Master talked about this. Like only certain presidents, and it's mainly like Republican presidents. I wouldn't say they can play favorites, but they kind of can. They can say, "Hey, I'm going to help out this specific race of people." It's the Democrats really. If they show some certain type of favoritism, they will lose votes. Like if Kamala was to come
Democrats
out right
use
now and say, "Oh, well, I'm going to
race.
do this,"
Bruh, you right, DJ
I'm
Kuda.
saying, then they're
Just say
definitely
the
going to lose.
truth.
She's definitely going to lose
Democrats
votes
use
if other people
race
stick their hands out.
and everything else against you to make you feel like you
Well,
ain't
look.
crap.
Well, look. races of people can reach their hands out and as is one thing I noticed, and honestly, and I understand this too. A lot of black people feel that they shouldn't have to come to the table with money and resources before they ask for certain things. But the thing is that they should. The thing is that how certain things are posed is like we have our hand out, like, hey, give this to us, and that's kind of what it is. Whereas other races and even just demographics and people that say, hey, we want you to do this, they come to the table with a check. They come to the table with resources. Hey, look, we control this. If you publicly say this, you're gonna get canceled. So it's like it's playing a game, honestly, that the Democrats actually really set up. To tell you the truth,
And
you
you
know, a
100%
lot of
right, because what black family
yeah.
don't have a dinner table at their house and they ain't bringing nothing to their dinner table, Kuda? You 100% right about
Well,
what you said politically. No, you said it 100% right. Nigga, you own a dinner table, you ain't bringing shit to your own dinner table that you own in your own house. You right, DJ Kuda.
but no, well, hold on, but listen to your analogy though. If you look at the majority of black dinner tables across America, what do you usually have on your dinner table? Bills. He's like you sit down at the dinner table, like, God damn, these bills are killing me. It's bills on the dinner table. People don't eat together. This is why Thanksgiving now is a big deal. Oh, the family's coming together. Oh, the family function is not functioning and stuff like that. It's like if families ate together, Thanksgiving wouldn't be such of a big deal. But it's a big deal because this is the first time everybody's really coming together. People don't eat together. Like I said, in the millennial era, we had televisions in our room and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? We didn't have to eat at the dinner table no more or around the television. These are American culture. These are values and stuff like that. We used to sit together and we don't sit together and eat and communicate no more. You know,
There you go.
That's
we don't sit
That's
that's
together
why
and
your
true.
point was valid. That's why your point was valid. You
no,
see?
but I
Mm,
mean, even even look at but look even look at the concept of tea chat, the thing where women would come together and they would sit around and they would drink tea and they would talk with each other and gossip and do whatever. They would sit around and gossip and drink tea, and they would try different types of tea. It was a communication thing. It was hey, let's get together and talk and catch up on certain things. People would go out for
DJ
tea
Kuda,
parties
we
and stuff like.
all looking from the outside looking in because the bourgeois people got themselves glassed in, and we ain't bourgeois people, and we ain't even black because there's a separation between black women and black men. Black women, the black folk they want to vote for. Black men is the bastards they drag behind them. Now, not all and not most do it, but when they throw Camilla Harris into the mix and we got Meg the Stallion and Carly B trying to back her up, is that what you want your sons to value? Or do you want them to value you as the black woman you was and maybe pass on some traditions that you remember? That's what black women now, because they a separate race. They black people, but we a separate black race because politically, black women's on a different damn level, way higher than black men is. And Lolita is dealing with it, and she's fighting against it because she's looking at them like they're stupid. I don't know. A thunderstorm just came in. Y'all might not heard nothing I said just now. It was awesome though.
Kuda's gone.
Well, Lolita, I mean, he gone, but we still on his live. Lolita, let me ask you a question. Do you agree with the progressive women of your party about how you need to deal with the situation right now?
The progressive women. What do you mean by progressive?
You're a woman. You know what the hell progressive is because I am a black man and we don't do progressive. So you tell me.
Well, I feel that um that Kamala is all for the
Just be
women.
honest. Just say what you really feel because that's the way you're going to vote. Don't
Oh,
lie to
I'm
us.
voting for Trump
There you go. Then
2024.
be honest about your answer. Don't stutter step for the black women and you're still going to vote for Trump anyway. They don't matter. They just trying to shame you. We ain't shaming you over here. So I don't see why the freaking hell you feel like you're being confined by black men and black women is trying to stump on your throat. Black
I
men
don't
ain't
feel that I'm
stumping
being
on your throat.
confined by black men. I love black
You're
men.
not being confined by black men, but black women is stumping on your throat, and that's why your answer is really slow. Answer it
Uh,
honestly, and black men will beat every hateful chick off you. Trust us.
okay, I trust you.
Good, because you're trustworthy, and you proved it to us. So we're going to be trustworthy to you. Go ahead and answer your question honestly. We got your back.
Thank you, and I got yours.
I'm glad you. I'm glad you do. That's rare on my side.
So, how are you doing today?
Hell, I'm changing damn minds. I'm doing awesome.
That's good. I'm glad to hear that. I'm doing awesome too. It's a beautiful day.
Well, you did change my mind today, so you are also doing
And
awesome.
no, I'm in Cali. I'm in Cali. Where are you?
Shit, I'm in South Carolina, the first motherfucking state that decided to start a civil war. It ain't as bad as it was back then, but it's still a little bit of trouble.
So it's not real racist down there?
Shit. Nah, I've been invited to Ku Klux Klan's cookouts, and I invited Ku Klux Klan. Hey, I got shrimp, crab legs, and crawfish. Y'all want to eat? I'll bring some moonshine. Yeah, you got to be a part of the state to understand the state.
I understand. My family on my mom's side, they got rich off of moonshine in West Virginia.
Moonshine sells like a ooh. Boy, you can't get nothing better than liquor proof like moonshine. Trust me. You want to get drunk? Moonshine seller gonna get you there. It's better than selling weed.
It's better than weed?
Hell yeah, because cops will drink moonshine. They won't smoke weed.
Wow. I didn't know that.
Well, now you know. Hey, you better have a goddamn big ass jar of moonshine. How about this moonshine? It's cherry flavored. It's a
Cherry
hundred.
flavored?
It's 190 proof, and it tastes like water with
All right,
Hey,
cherry juice in
Kuda.
it.
all right, my bad. I'm back. Okay, yeah.
He back. He back.
What's up, Coffee?
I was
What's
trying to
up?
stall her until you got back, bruh.
What's
But you
going on?
know what? We had a good conversation. She didn't even know moonshine sells better than weed.
Yeah, yeah. Back in the prohibition days and stuff. Yeah. But yeah. Getting back to the topic at hand. Shout outs to Coffee. Shout outs to everybody here. Let me drop the link again. Y'all hit the like button. Support the show. My bad, y'all. I'm on my cell phone right now. The link is in the chat. Definitely, if y'all could put the Streamyard link back into the chat also. But yeah, y'all were talking about
Kuda, is
moon.
it still storming out there?
Yeah, it's storming like crazy out here. Yeah.
I forgot again. What country are you in?
Right now I'm in Laos at the moment.
Okay, yeah, now I remember.
Yeah, yeah. But yeah, I've been and also too I've been studying the bookkeeping. You know, the
That's
bookkeeping is
good.
yeah, I'm still getting my studies in. I don't have my computer to study. I really need my computer, but I found little ways around it. You know what I'm saying? It's not the best, but it'll do for now.
Can I say something real quick? Laos, Vietnam, and the Philippines are
Hmm.
nations that are more accepting to Americans. If you just want to get away, they speak English.
Sort of. It depends on
And
where you go.
you can if you don't have no problems and you're gonna respect their culture,
Yeah,
you
yeah,
can live a good life over there.
yeah, yeah.
Period.
Absolutely. But
And
yeah,
now they don't
hold on.
have all the
All right, all
hangups
right,
and
all right.
hate.
Hold on, hold on. All right, hold on, hold on.
Oh, go
I don't
ahead,
want.
DJ Kuda. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. It's your
No, you no,
show.
no.
I'm
You're good. You're
standing
good.
down.
No, you're good. You're good. I don't want to dive off into something completely different. But getting back to it, like I said, they're basically they're utilizing women as a tool this election year, and it's weird. It's like they're utilizing women more this this election than they did with Hillary. You know, um, I think I kind of know what it's about, but then again, huh?
No, I agree. That's all
Yeah,
I can say is I agree. Cause
yeah.
you hit on something, and I just want to see where you gonna go with it. And the only thing I gotta do is say I agree with your point so far.
What's going on,
Finish
full
your point.
circle? But yeah, yeah, they're utilizing women more this election year. Um, I guess because if it's a woman, and then especially if it's a woman of color, you know, it's gonna you know I wouldn't say it's gonna complicate things, but they have to turn up the fuckery on this time around. You know, when Hillary was running against Trump, she couldn't really fool a lot of people. You know, she couldn't really fool a lot of people. But now, when it's a woman of color doing this, there's a lot of people that fool. And then honestly, I'm gonna tell you the truth. There's a lot of people that's migrated to America that will vote for Kamala.
Yeah,
And
but they're immigrants.
no, but all right, see that's the problem that we're not
American black
hold
people
on.
ain't
All right,
voting
hold
for
on. All
Kamala.
right, hold on. Hold on. All right, hold
The
on.
immigrants that's gonna
Hold
vote.
on. Hold on. That's the factor. That's what a lot of people aren't factoring in. You have a lot of immigrants with their citizenship and on their way to getting citizenship, so they will, in fact, you understand what I'm saying? Vote for Kamala. This is why she said that, and honestly, this is why damn near all you you can't pressure a Democrat president or candidate to just serve black people or put something out there blatantly to just serve black people like that. Even though
But
they
black
serve.
people should be on the list of people you
Hold
serve.
on, LaShawn, hold on.
I know DJ
What
Kuda, I'm
what
agreeing with you, but they don't have black people on the goddamn list of people they serve. And you're right about that point.
Black people are a joke to the Democratic Party. Look, yeah, have you noticed a lot of black people are Democrats until they get some money? Like some money, like until one somebody in their family goes to the NBA or plays ball or something like that, then they kind of really start to to switch up. You know what I'm saying? Like the thing is that, and it's going on in the with the school board right now too. They're trying to erase Black history. I even saw something. If somebody can chime in if they know what I'm talking about, I saw something where Paramount is like getting rid of a lot of Black historical movies and not even cartoons, but like animations and stuff like that. I'm gonna tell y'all the truth, man. Like they're really trying to they're really trying to erase, not even like be covert with it. They're really trying to get rid of. They're even trying to get rid of Black history in a lot of these schools and stuff like that. They really trying to restructure and remap American culture. You understand what I'm saying? The average American now does not understand American culture, but indulges in it. People are like, "Oh, well, I got credit card debt because I borrow." America got a whole bunch of debt. You want to know why? Because America borrows. You know.
Permission
So,
to add a point that you touched on, DJ Kuda. If I don't have a permission, you can tell me to shut the hell up.
but nah,
But
hold
you
on.
made a great point, and I
Yeah.
just want to tap onto it. Black women, honestly, whose history are they wiping out? They ain't wiping out Martin Luther King, Malcolm X,
No. Well, hold on. No, no. Well, hold on.
Carver, or any of the black
All
men that
right,
made black
all right.
history. They are wiping out your history
I'm
because you co-signed, and
Deshaun.
you
I'm
no,
look,
DJ
look,
Kuda,
look.
please
I,
let me go ahead and go
I'm not.
down the death
Listen,
row
listen,
that I'm
listen,
going down,
listen,
because
listen.
black
All right,
women is destroying their own history, and then they
bro. I'm about to
rewriting
mute.
their history and stuff.
All right. I'm not gonna be yelling. This is kind of why I don't do the panel things because I'm gonna have to yell 24/7. Lashawn, I get it, but listen to what I'm telling you. They're remapping. They're remapping history. They've been remapping history. First of all, they don't want Black people to first of all understand Black history, and then second of all, they're gonna tell you Black history the way they want to tell you Black history. And if you're not going to do your due diligence or your homework to go off and go study that stuff on your own, which everybody individually as Black people need to go off and do their own history and study that stuff on their own, but you have to be super specific. It's not something that, hey, let me Google this. Even Google will retell the history in a completely different way. Now, when it comes down to the trans and LGBT type people, they have a for some reason it's not even for some reason, I know exactly why, but they have a vitriol against Black history because it retells the story of how we actually got our civil rights and things in this country. And what I'm telling you is that they have to retell the history in a way to not radicalize young Black people. So like after a while it becomes radical content to even put what exactly happened in the books. Like a lot of people don't hear about Martin Luther King getting stabbed by his sister. A lot of people don't hear about how his house was bombed. A lot of people don't hear about how before his demise, him doing speeches on how he made a mistake. A lot of people don't hear about him, telling about how the certain things that's going on. You only get clips, and you only get a lot of that stuff You have to really go search for it, or somebody had to have save it and upload it somewhere. You have to do your due diligence and go look for that type of stuff. And then you have to understand what you're looking for and be specific about it, because people will be vague about it. So what I'm saying is that now we're past the era of them retelling history in a different type of way to not radicalize black people. And now they're just like, you know what, just do away with it. Just do
So
away
you
with it
saying
altogether.
I'm
Because the
calling you a
only,
liar when you
hold
telling
on,
nothing but
just
facts.
hold on. Yeah,
DJ
hold on.
Kuda, you saying nothing but
Hold
facts.
on.
Period.
Yes, 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 yes.
Period.
Hold on.
So
Yeah,
I'm
hold
not
on.
calling you a
So
liar, but you keep
listen,
acting like I'm arguing with you. I'm
no,
not
you're not,
arguing with you because you're telling facts, sir. I'm
bro.
not arguing with you because you're
You're
telling
not
the history of our people. I'm
right.
not arguing with you. So don't be acting like I'm
You're
against you.
with me. Listen, just listen. Okay. So what I'm saying is that the only speech that you're gonna really hear from Martin Luther King that they're talking about, and people barely even know that speech, is that "I Have a Dream" speech. You understand what I'm saying? And they kind of, even when they retold the "I Have a Dream" speech, when they retold that story, they kind of got to do away with that story also, because it still riddles the about the equality inequality that was going on back then.
Who
Back
retold the story, Kuda? Was it
LaShawn,
us or them? Give the
have you
history,
been,
sir. You know the history.
I'm
Was it
giving you
us or
the
them that
I'm,
retold the
bro,
story?
bro, bro. I'm trying to talk about it. I'm trying to tell you. You already know it's them. What I literally said, they have to retell the story now. That there's other groups and people of different ethnicities now that's in the mix, that's looking at it like, okay, well, what was the injustice? First it was black and white, and then now it turned into something completely different. And for people to know that there was a divide between black and white in America, they will go down the rabbit hole and realize, hey, so they have to retell the story so that they can run whatever narrative they want to run with. Okay, a lot of foreigners, when they come to America, they're under the assumption that black people are educated on certain topics and things that they think that we're educated on, and in reality we're actually not, because we've been told the wrong story. They've been told the wrong story also. So you got people that comes to the states, and like I said, they undermine black people and just some of the history and stuff that we've been through, because they don't have no, what's their incentive to run down the rabbit hole. You understand?
DJ
What's
Kuda, I'm so glad you know the history. And you can tell them the truth about the story they've been lied to.
well
That's
the
why
thing
I
is
like you.
the,
And that's
the
why I
thing is
ask you.
yeah, well, the thing is that you have to know this as as a young man. You got to know this as damn near a kid. You understand what I'm saying? You have to know this as a young man. You have to know this as a kid moving forward, because you're going to start seeing a lot of things, and you're not going to know what it's for. You understand what I'm saying? When somebody says,
Yes,
well, why
sir. I'm an
when
old
so,
ass nigga and you younger. And the young people listen to you. I'm just an
well,
old
no,
ass
no,
nigga
I mean,
just
that don't
talking
I
about
mean,
shit
all
when
right,
I
that
say
don't look
something.
look
But it matters when you say something.
no, but
And please
look
keep saying it. Please keep saying it and educate them. Because the
look look
youth listen to
look
you.
look 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 that kind of doesn't matter. What matters, the age thing doesn't really matter. What matters is that going forward, people respectfully look up the information and understand what's going on. So when they see what's going on now, they'll be like, oh, okay, they have to look at the bigger picture. The thing is that a lot of people are going to undermine the history, because the thing is that they benefit for undermining the history. They get rewarded for undermining the history and
DJ
stuff.
Kuda, at your age, you smarter than most of the men that got 10 years on me with
Yeah.
history, facts. You
Who,
read the
who,
books, you read the documentaries, you read their own journals, and you got more black history in you than the men that's 75 years old.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
I'm
I mean,
49, and I'm telling you right now, teach the youth while they listening to you, and you will save a old ass man when he get to my age. You doing right, bruh.
well,
You're
no,
not lying.
well,
You're
hold
not
on.
lying. You're not
What
giving
I'm,
anybody
well,
bullshit, and
I,
everybody giving you
well,
bull crap because you're not lying to them. You're not
what I'm,
giving it to
what,
their fantasies
right.
like
All
they
right,
want to
cool.
fantasize.
Yeah,
You
I get it.
100%.
I get it. What I'm saying though is they want even if you had somebody in your age range saying the same thing, right? They want the older they want the older generation to die off. They're really that's really kind of what they're banking on. You know, if you
I ain't
ain't
ready
locked,
to die yet.
yeah. All right, hold on. If you ain't locked up or strung out or something like that, they literally want the older generation to die off. They don't want the people to remember. They don't want the people that remember to remember and recall. You know what I'm saying, from like memory. So what I'm saying is, what's going on, D Chicago? Please don't start today. But what I'm saying is, you know, you got if you don't want people to educate themselves on something, you got to retell history the way that you want to retell history, and then you have to even because that's the thing. It used to be like you had to go search for the information, but now the information is in everyone's hands. Everybody has a cell phone, but the thing is that if you don't know what to look up and you have it at your fingertips and you don't utilize it or go looking for it, even better. You know,
Facts.
when it comes down to the masses, so even better, that you don't do it. You know what I'm saying? It's to kill the incentive to actually go looking for it. You understand what I'm saying? So, that's even more effective than you don't have the information and then you sit up there and try to go look for it. But you're gonna have a handful of people that's gonna piece and put certain things together and definitely go look for the information, and they definitely will find the information. But after a while, it's like even if you know and you're a quote unquote, you know what I'm saying, foreigner, um why would you try to put yourself at a disadvantage? You know what I'm saying? Even if you know what's true. So a lot of people join in on this game that they play with you, and the thing is that, like, honestly, what they need from you is your participation. They need your vote. I don't think Kamala can win D Chicago. I mean, they're gonna fluff it up. That's really what this is for. They're going to fluff it up. You know what I'm saying? They gotta before if Trump's think about it like this. If Trump's gonna get back into office, they gotta make it. They gotta put every single deterrence in place to let him know, like, hey, you know we're watching you. We on you, we on to you. So they're gonna put it there. I mean, they're gonna make it. They're gonna, even if she doesn't win, even let's say if she has no chance of winning, how they're gonna play it to the people is they're gonna make it seem like, oh, Trump won by the skin of his hairs or something like that. But the thing is that it's very lucrative for them to have Kamala win because they need somebody that they can control.
Okay,
But
DJ Kuda. You
hold
know what?
on,
You
hold on.
overseas. You know you can mail in your vote and you're American citizens overseas and she
Yeah.
still won't win. Period.
Well, no.
The
All
simple
right.
thing is she
Listen to
doesn't
listen.
promise.
Listen to what I'm
Let
saying.
me give you a
Listen to
break. Let you catch your
listen.
breath. Camilla, I agree with you. Doesn't give us any options at all. You 100% correct because
But
none of them got
listen,
anything she stands on
listen to
and
what
can
I'm saying.
verify,
So
and they're going to stand by
they're
Camilla.
going,
But
they're
Donald
going.
Trump is what,
Listen,
racist? Are
listen to
we
what.
stuck in 24
All right,
election?
bro. I'm gonna have to mute you again. Listen to what
I'm,
I'm
I'm
saying.
about to drop off anyway because that's the
Look,
questions I ask, which is the
no,
hard
but
questions.
listen to what I'm saying.
I'm listening.
they're listen, Jesus Christ. They're going to fluff it up to make it look like she's gonna win, because what they're paying attention to this turnaround is the numbers. Okay, who's really voting, who's really registered, who's really participating, and honestly, they get these numbers, and they do more with the numbers than they do with the actual person that's going to actually be in office. If they can rile up the women and see what type of numbers that certain demographics and races of women can produce, that's future information for future elections. That's future information that they can use. You know what I'm saying? That's future
You're
information
correct again. You're
that's
correct
future.
again. They're rounding up votes, but do they vote for you on election day? You're
listen
right.
the,
You rile
listen
up votes.
listen, the voting really don't mean nothing. Like I said again, presidents are selected, not elected. So what I'm telling you is that they're trying to gauge the morale of the American people by seeing how much and what people are actually. This is raw information. Listen, we live in and it's always been like this, but it's a lot like this now because of technology. We live in a day and age where information is worth more than money. The information has always been worth more than the fucking money. If you put information in the right formation, that's going to dictate where the money goes. It doesn't matter who it doesn't matter if the money is being spent. Knowing who's spending the money is more important than the money being spent. Knowing what their morals and what they got going on is more important. This is how they move people around. So if
This is
they
why I don't underestimate your education because most people think you ain't educated, but most people are just dumbasses. And unlike you,
common, this is
that
common.
use your education and does clear, decipherful thoughts and values, they just want to vote because they say they is with us. DJ Kuda, you different.
Well, no,
Educate them.
well, no. This is the thing. It's just they got to see who's voting, what they're voting for, and what can move the people. That's just
It's
really
called bandwagon. That
that's
ain't
just really what it is.
educated
Shout
choice.
outs,
That's called
shout outs to
bandwagon, DJ
shout outs
Kuda.
to shout outs to Coffee. Coffee says probably not, but we will still be messed up even if Trump wins. Yeah. So my thing is too, right? Especially with that Coffee. Like my thing is with that is that, Trump is really he would be a deterrent. You understand what I'm saying? Like, especially come 2028, Trump will just slow down a process that's already gonna happen. But then again, he is a loose cannon, because he might throw a monkey wrench into something. But there's but so much he can do in the next 4 years. Like I said, they probably just get him in there, see what the hell he does, and then
In there, they gonna
uh,
vote him in there.
hold
They ain't never
on,
gonna get
hold
him in
on,
there.
hold on, bro. What happens is that because they're posturing up for 2030. You understand what I'm saying? In a black pilled weird way, even the L Gibbet kind of wants and needs Trump to kind of get in before 2030. They kind of need him to kind of get in and do whatever before 2030, because they're trying to reach for things to legitimize whatever they claim their struggles are in America, which is not true, which America has been super lenient, to the LGBT. You know what I'm saying? The world, they're like the first in the world when it comes to bullshit. Like the world hasn't even caught up to the bullshit yet. And if you actually pay attention, especially when some shit goes down, and like T.S. Madison and all of the people that actually fought for some of the stuff that they have now, they turn on the older LGBT. Like the older LGBT does not agree with the new LGBT. The older LGBT is like, yo, wait, slow down. You know, the
Oh,
newer ones, they're on some, they're on some,
that's a
the
different
newer
subject.
ones are on some bullshit, and they're like abusing each other, and I ain't gonna lie, they kind of besmirching their own movement, to tell you the truth, with like with modernization, all of these new different genders and all of these new different pronouns and stuff like that, they're kind of
They always
establishing
build something better with a double D than what you used to grow up with. That's the stuff. Yep.
they're establishing themselves in a crazy manner, so to say, you know. Shout outs to D Chicago. He said, I agree with you on that. We don't know the true numbers of those who are voting because those people are going to lie until they cast their vote. Yeah. And that's the thing that I've been pointing out on the last couple of shows. And me and War Master, we talked about this a couple of weeks ago. Like people will publicly claim somebody and then vote for somebody else, or people won't publicly, like, for example, you have a lot of sisters right now that are running to TikTok and the internet, and they're pretending like they're upset with Kamala, but when they get to those polls, they're gonna vote for Kamala. Oh, I didn't like how she brought out Meg Thee Stallion. I didn't like that concert. Or, oh, I didn't like this and I didn't like that. But then when that poll is in front of them, they're gonna be like, well, all right, well, let's go with Kamala.
DJ Kuda, can I add
Go,
math into your equation? What you said.
go
Okay,
ahead.
we voting for a new president 2024. They got a 4-year term. How they gonna make promises for 2030 when they out of office? You see
Well,
how
well,
stupid
well,
people
they're well,
is when they gonna
well,
listen
they're
to stupid.
well,
We
their
voting for
policy.
them in
Hold on. All
2024.
right, hold on.
They out of
Hold
office
on.
in
Hold on.
2028,
Jesus Christ.
and they supposed to handle
All
third.
right, I'm not trying to yell. Jesus fucking Christ. I'm not trying to yell, man.
You
Hold
don't have to
on.
yell.
Hold
It's you
on.
voted in
All right.
2024. You get
Again. Okay. Stop.
when you quit muting me and let me ask my
Stop.
question so you can
Stop.
answer it properly.
You asked me a question. Can I answer it? Because you're about to go on another rant. Listen, their
I'm not
policy.
ranting. I'm just doing
Their
the
policy.
math.
All right, Lashawn. The next step is going to be to remove you from stage. The next step is their policies is going to carry over into the 2030s, the early 2030s. So yes, if they're out of office at 2028, 2029, or whatever, it's going to spill into the 2030s if they make significant.
Okay, but they're not
Can
in
I
office.
fucking finish? Jesus Christ. It doesn't matter if they're not in office. If somebody has to overturn and reopen up the borders and stuff, like, the world is going to look completely different in 2028.
And
And
Biden
we're not
promised
understand.
us 8 more years.
All right. All right, LaShawn. All right, bro. Go ahead. Say what you got to say, bro. Just say what you got to say, because I can't even finish the sentence. Go ahead. Okay, he dropped. This it's starting to get annoying. Again, their policies are going to carry and set the stage for the early 2030s. Okay, if 2028, when 2028 comes and the president is out, that next president is going to be there till what, 2032 or 2030, what, 2032, 2033. So there it's still gonna affect the future. The thing is that you have certain cities, you have certain places posturing up to become metropolises and be ran different come 2030. Like it's gonna be a whole new decade. Come 2030, the world is gonna look completely different. Look at all of these electric vehicles and all these cars and different things that we got going on right now, and how everything is ran from the cloud, and the reason why you're behind in the world is because you didn't download an app. Like the whole world is gonna be completely fucking different come 2030. Technology is moving faster than people predicted. People can't even predict how sophisticated technology and everything is moving right now. We all probably gonna have a damn computer chip in our brain come 2030. All of us probably gonna be hooked up to Neuralink come 2030. We don't Niggas don't even know what tomorrow is gonna bring. You understand? The world might not even be here in 2030 with the stuff that's going on today. So what I'm telling you is that yes, this presidency definitely is a pivotal point in the world. Now, I'm not telling y'all to go vote for Trump. I'm just saying Trump is going to slow some shit down and maybe throw a monkey wrench in certain things, but we want to slow this process down. You got to slow it down. Trump can't stop or save the world. We got to slow it down. And who said it on the last show that Trump is going to go down as the president that tried to save the world? And I think Fasting said it. I think Fasting said it, and he was like, Trump is going to go down as the president that tried to save the world. You know, and there's a little bit of truth to that. But the thing is that he can't. He can only slow the process down. America is barreling into a fucked up conundrum. You know, and people are like, well, if Kamala gets in, then America is not going to be a world power anymore. Man, China is worried about a lot of other different things. Then America is the least of China's worries, to tell you the truth. You know, shout outs to Kwafi. He said niggas are still doomed, even with Trump. They will sell themselves for a Trump check, absolutely, and PPP loans, even if they can see the racist agendas set forward to wipe niggas off the U.S. There's a lot of truth to that. There is a lot of truth to that. You know, you said, bruh, Trump is the least of our worries. Yeah, yeah. At this point, that's what I'm saying. He's just a deterrence. You know what I'm saying? And I think the American people have the right to use a deterrence. You know, if you like, man, listen, that shit is moving too fast for me. Let me vote to slow some shit down first, so we can collectively get our head together and see what the hell we're gonna do, because the American people have to, especially with the inflation and all kinds of stuff, like and I know the average person ain't thinking about it, but honestly we have to be thinking about where the hell and what the hell are we going to be doing in 2030 today, because it will be here before you know it. You know, this nigga, it's already damn near half of the 2020s. This shit is done. It's gonna be 2025 by next minute. Next minute, we're gonna be in the middle of 2025 by next minute. You look up. That 5 years ain't shit. 5 years ain't shit, you know. But then again, it is, because the world will look completely different in 5 years. You know, I've been giving y'all the game. Y'all hit the Cash App. I've been giving y'all the game for the longest fucking time. In 92 and 93, if you were to tell people that, yo, you can check your heart rate, you can fill out job applications, if you were to tell people in 92 that your phone can do all of the stuff that a phone can do today, the funny part is that phones can do so much and people still only use a certain percentage of what their phone can actually do. Is crazy. And I'm going to tell y'all the truth. And niggas would, we were earlier on this podcast, we were talking about how times were more simple. Even just coming down to dating. Sitting in the back of a Brom, or how niggas, we call it the Broham. Sitting in the back of a Broham, listening to 90s music, just cooling and chilling with your shorty. Gas was down. You know what I'm saying? Didn't really have to worry about certain things. Life was more simpler. Your fucking phone wasn't an external organ. You know your phone is an external organ. If you don't have a phone nowadays and you're off grid purposely, cool, but you got to be doing it purposely, because if you don't have a phone nowadays, or you don't got no type of way to connect to the World Wide Web, you know what I'm saying? That's what the www is for, y'all. The Zillennials, the World Wide Web. You gonna be out of the loop. Now, honestly, you'll live a better life. Honestly, you won't be worried about certain shit, you know, and stuff like that. But I'm gonna tell you the truth. You gotta think about what I'm about to tell you. You have to have your life set up to not have a phone. Think about what I just said to you. If you're like, okay, you know what, man, I'm trying to unlink from technology. I'm not trying to be listen to the stupid shit. I'm not trying to be around no stupid shit. You have to prepare your life to not have a phone. People leave their phone at home. They naked as fuck. They feel naked as shit, knowing damn well, damn, when I get back home, man, all kinds of shit. I'm gonna get blowed up. I done missed all kinds of stuff. When people wake up in the morning, when you spend 1/3 of your life sleep, when you wake up, the first thing before people even brush their teeth is they grab their phone. Your phone is an external organ. We don't use our appendix no more, but we have a phone. Your phone is an external organ. You got to take care of your phone just like you take care of your body. Oh, phone. Let me get the insurance on my phone. Let me get this package on my phone. Let me, people are ran by their phones these days and technology. You spend so much time staring at a screen and listening to things you don't even realize. Some of y'all, if y'all don't even utilize your YouTube app till its fullest, and y'all get on here and talk about YouTube all fucking day. Go into your YouTube app, go hit that gear button and go see how much time you spend on YouTube alone. It's just an app. It's an app. It's an app. A lot of people ain't going to a fucking browser and typing youtube.com and listening to it. It's on an app. Okay? So we really got to pay attention to what's going on. 2030 is going to look like a completely different world. You know what I'm saying? You said, black men, stop depending on political parties to solve your problem. Get on code. And yeah. Black people do need to become more self-sufficient and stuff like that, because all of these other groups, they've been given breaks, they've been given money, they've been given all kinds of stuff. So when they start approaching these political leaders and stuff like that, man, they coming with resources, they coming with money, they coming with a check. You know what I'm saying? So we got to change up what our bargaining chip is. We got to change up what our bargaining chip is. What's going on, Tyrone Church? You said Trump will slow the nuke down and give us a chance to think of better strategies. Yeah, man. You know? Yeah, man. You say even the black rainbow folks will catch the fade. Absolutely. Absolutely. You said I can't blame it on the El Gibbet, because that flag wasn't even made for black ones. Racism. Yeah. So I was talking about it from like a elite thing, the El Gibbet behavior and stuff like that. That behavior, technically, I'm gonna give y'all the game. Y'all hit the like button and support the show. An hour and 33 minutes into the madness. You can support the show at $PTV 888. That's $PTV 888. That shit was reserved for the rich. Just even the behavior was reserved for the rich. It was not reserved for the average layman. It was reserved for the rich. It was reserved for the rich. You got a whole bunch of LGBT people that are in America that are living unimaginable lives. Endless money. Them people are they caked up. You understand what I'm saying? They caked up. You know? You said eventually the snake will eat its own tail. Yeah. 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 Absolutely. What's going on, Dollar Washer? You said people are looking or overlooking something. Shout outs to Gil. Yeah, man. Y'all hit the like button and support the show. You dig what I'm saying? I don't have I can't I'm not getting the notifications on this phone if you guys do support the show, but give me a second. Let me see if I can. Shout outs to everybody that has been supporting the show. Let me see if I can read. If you guys sent the message with your support, I definitely want to get to it so we can read the support and what you guys say. Hold on. Give me 1 second, y'all. We going off the phone today. The lines are open if you guys want to call in, but definitely, if I say hold up, definitely, please, let me talk because I'm really not trying to scream and yell on today's show. I'll drop the link again. Um, Shout outs to War Master as always, dropping the huge. Let me stop. Dropping the huge $20 on the cash app. War Master said 2 weeks from now we really gonna talk about. Oh my God! I know I'm about to get lectured. I know. I know. I know. I know. I know. It's bad. It's bad. It's bad. I know. It's horrible. Shout outs to War Master dropping a huge 20 on the Cash App. Thank you for always and forever supporting Player Talk Radio. All right, make sure you guys hit the like button and also support the show. Support the show, support the show, support the show, y'all. All right. Dollar Washer says technically Kamala Harris is the president of the United States right now. Yeah, because Joe Biden stepped down. I mean, look, she could claim it for like 3 months if she play it right. But hey, it is what it is. Kwapi said, I agree. Some people out here already have a chip on their wrist and they can't and where they scan it for groceries. Yeah, man. Yeah, that chip gonna be a chain and ball. You know what I'm saying? Because once you get chipped up, you can't make a troll account. I got a troll chip in my foot, you know. Hey yo, get the hell out of Hey, War Master said people won't even download the Popeyes app. Yeah, imagine that, War Master. Like niggas won't even download an app that will give them free chicken. You know what I'm saying? Look, if you buy this bucket of chicken today, we're gonna throw in the free wings. We're gonna throw in some free chicken. Niggas ain't even downloading the app where they'll give you free chicken, bro. Free chicken. You know? Quavi said, "No, sir. He's tricking the world with money and control for his own gain. Even if he get niggas to sell their souls. Yeah, I'm just saying he's the lesser evil of the two. That's really what the election game really is. Is really vote for the lesser evil of the two. It's two heads on the same snake. The same people that's behind him is gonna be the same people that's behind Kamala. You know, it's just that how he be having shit set up. They don't know what he's gonna do, but then again, low key they agree with a lot of the stuff that he does. You know what I'm saying? They agree with a lot of the stuff that he does. He's beat the American game. I mean, honestly, America is a tricked out toy to some people and stuff like that. But we don't need nobody in the office trying to figure it out at this point. Once they get in that position, oh, I didn't know this was going on. Oh, I didn't know that was going on. Oh, okay, I see how the last president set it up. Oh, okay, I see. You understand what I'm saying? We need somebody that already kind of knows what they're doing. You know, because the thing, look at it like this, right? Like I said, the world is posturing up, not just America. What I was telling y'all about, it was that's just America, but the world is posturing up. We don't know the politics in China. what China got going on. I gave y'all the game though about some shit, but we don't know what Russia got going on. We don't know what's in Putin's mind. He's not our president. We don't Black people don't even be caring about the president. All these passport bros, they go to countries and they don't even know the president of the countries that they go to. We don't care about other different things. And I'm not going to say that's a bad thing. It is a horrible thing too. But the thing is that you can't. What are you going to expect if you're in the quote unquote most powerful country in the world? I'm not even gonna lie. There's a certain arrogance that comes with that. So the average person is not gonna go looking for, man. Who's the president of Zaire right now? Do they still call it Zaire? Well, who's the president of Canada right now? Who's running France right now? What are their politicians? Niggas don't even know their politicians that's in their damn backyard. You know what I'm saying? So reasonably, you know, if we gonna talk this talk, we gotta actually at least know what's gonna happen in America. Uh, you know, in the next couple of years, people take advantage of what you don't know. You know what I'm saying? Definitely, what you don't know gets taken advantage of. And then another thing on top of that too. Uh, Getting back to that point, it's like um you're gonna pay for what you don't know. How? That's gonna be up. The how is the scary part. You know what I'm saying? You know, you could be burning two candles on this. You could be burning the candle could be lit on two sides. And the wick could be burning uneven on one side and then burning even on the other. You know what I'm saying? You know we we live in trying times right now. That's all I can say. We live in some trying times right now. So that's why I said with the Trump thing, because I don't fully always agree with him. He's a human being. He's not without fault also. But especially black people, spaces like this. I know it's fuckery now, but we were once at the helm, at the tippy top of the black community, with just knowledge and information and our understanding of certain things. But now you can't even go around in the manosphere. You just listening to a bunch of goofballs talking about certain things. My thing is that I'm not the biggest or the most politically inclined, but I do know, I do think outside the box, and I do think future wise too. And I think the best thing we can do is slow down the process. I think we can learn more from mistakes that Donnie Boy would make in office more than we can learn from Kamala. Because, like, there's just a lot of things that we can't stop, but we can slow down the process and put other variables on the table, you know, put other variables on the table. If Kamala gets in, respectfully, because I don't got nothing personally against her. I really don't know much about her, but that Pandora box is gonna be is you know what I'm saying? Is really gonna be every man for himself at that point. You know what I'm saying? Kwafi says, all I have to say is that black folks vote carefully and do not sell your soul for a gotcha promise, be it Kamala or Trump. And we got to stop thinking that Trump has morals and Christian values when he don't. There's some truth to that. There's some truth to that. Yeah, you could, like, back in the day, if you tell somebody you can make money off the phone, I mean, other than them dealing dope and shit like that, them niggas wasn't gonna believe you. In 1992, some nigga riding around with a Buick Regal that came with a little bullshit phone in his car would not believe you. You know, he would not believe you. You know, you said, "Don't worry, Kuda. They'll be scared as fuck." Yeah, shit. At this point, look, if Kanye runs, I'd vote for Kanye over Kamala. I'll vote for Kanye over Kamala, man. Shit. At this point, you dig? But that's the thing. Like, they're making this election about the women's vote. And the thing is that women, they're flip flop voters. They will secretly pretend like they don't like Kamala, and then when that poll gets put in front of them, they'll vote for Kamala. You know, I wouldn't say it's the strangest thing ever, but we kind of seen this with Hillary Clinton. You had a lot of women running around, uh, posing like they were Hillary Clinton fans, and they voted for Trump. You know, white women, mind you. You know, so the strangest thing, because like, remember when voting used to be confidential, and they're like, oh, even the politician that wanted you to vote for them, they're like, oh, I'm not telling you to vote for me, but do the right thing. It's like, nigga, you know what you need to do. You need to get your ass down there and vote. They'd be on that type of shit. Remember when voting used to be a confidential thing? Remember when people would be like, they will call into radio shows and talk to people, and they'll be like, blah blah blah, this, that, and the third. But when it comes down to it, I'm gonna vote for who I'm gonna vote for. They will insinuate that they will vote for somebody and then turn around and vote for somebody else. People are really, you got the flip-flop voters. So you had a lot of women. That's why when the numbers come out, it surprises people. You know what I'm saying? They're like, oh damn, a lot of Hispanic women, they actually voted for Trump. And it's like, yeah, yeah. you know because people was like, oh well, I thought him talking about the borders and closing the borders and shit like that, would have deterred them from voting for him, but they actually vote for him too. Let me tell you something that what you don't hear a lot of people talking about. Those immigrants that come over and get jobs and citizenships and benefits and tangibles and stuff like that, they got to protect that shit for themselves also. you know do they want their families and stuff to get it? Yeah, but that's their families. Other families and other people coming over, it could get forfeited to them. You got immigrants that got citizenships that want to bring their family over and get them in and get their citizenships and stuff in too. But they got to compete with other foreigners also. Keep in mind, you know. So there's a lot of stuff going on with other groups of people that you know what I'm saying. You got a lot of foreigners that will vote for Kamala. Man, listen, I done seen endless African dudes. I will vote for Kamala. Yes, yes, I will vote for Kamala. I like her. You know, the rich will do anything. The rich will do any experiment thing, even if it makes straight black man cells. There. I mean, look, there's a lot of truth to that too. But the thing is that this is what the rich is doing right now. This is what the rich has to understand. The rich needs to somewhat restore the middle class. See, with this inflation thing, this whole you either got it or you don't thing, that shit is not flying. The rich needs to restore the middle class. It's the middle class people that's fucking working them jobs. It's the middle class people that's investing in crypto. It's the middle class people that, you know what I'm saying, that is keeping a lot of shit running and stuff like that. And the rich can't be the rich can't enjoy their riches, you know what I'm saying, if they don't have a group of people to and it's some nasty shit. I ain't even gonna lie. How it's set up in America, it's some nasty shit, man. I don't even want to get I don't even know how to approach that conversation. But you dig what I'm saying? It's like the rich are the ones that's buying these Teslas. Not the rich, but the middle class are the ones that's buying these Teslas and stuff like that. Like you gotta keep that shit going and stuff like that. You really can't shit on the middle class when they're the ones making shit shake for real, for real. You can't tell somebody, hey, you either got it or you don't. You understand what I'm saying? They thought printing money will work, and it's like, no, that's not working. Now we got to commodity, use commodities and all kind. It's a conundrum. It's a conundrum. Shout outs to Devin D in the place to goddamn be. You dig what I'm saying? You said I've been on call this whole time, so I don't know what the conversation's about. We're kind of jumping around. We're kind of jumping around on a lot of different things. Shout outs to Devin D. Yeah, y'all support the show, man. giving y'all some good game. You know, there's not a lot of young brothers that kind of talk about this stuff, but you know, we're gonna chop it up. You know, man, bro, I know. In 2 weeks, I'm about to get that lecture. And you're right, you're right. I saw some dudes doing some shit with PC. I said, damn, it must be two side. Shout outs to War Master in the building, man. You said shit about to hit the fan. Mercury retrograde starts Jesus Christ, man. I'm about to stay my ass indoors, man. Mercury retrograde starts on Monday. Oh my God. Oh dear Lord. Jesus Jamal Christ. Kwafi said facts. He said no more waiting to see if you can or cannot. Black folks and others who are tired of politics in this bed. Yeah, and then this is another thing too. I know I'm gonna catch hell for saying this. I know I'm gonna catch hell for saying this. But but this is not just black men. Let me ask y'all, and this is a serious question. This is a very serious question. I know I'm gonna catch hell for this. But because I don't know, because people lie. But then again, I don't know. Like, there's. Let me ask y'all. Let's chop it up about this real quick, and we'll get back to the politics because this is aligned with politics. You know, when we were talking about dating earlier, right? And we were talking about like the 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 puppy love phase and all of these different little phases that you go through, right? And I was talking about PUAs and pickup and all this other shit, right? And one thing I know as a player and well, a former player or whatever the fuck, I think I don't know if I'm maxed at it. I don't know what the fuck I am at this point. I'm chilling. I've always been chilling. But one thing as a player that I know not to talk about is politics, especially with women, because a lot of times they just be saying anything. This is kind of why a lot of sisters are like, yeah, that you know kerfuffle with Trump and those sisters was just some bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of women really don't seep into politics until they get older. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of women, like, and then even then, it's kind of finicky. You got sisters that, after they hit 35, they know what the fuck they talking about. Then you got some that's just like, oh, I just want to vote for this person. It's hit or miss. Well, one thing I know as a player is that you don't talk to women about politics. But one thing I've warned you guys in this space vehemently about is that if you a young jiggy dude and you in this space and you handsome and you know how to dress and the hoes are paying your ransom or whatever, you're gonna be dating feminist women, and you might fuck around and fall in love with some of them. And some of these women are gonna be undercover feminists, honestly. And I'm not even gonna say undercover, but they'll be feminist or feminist minded, and it'll be right in front of your face. But the thing is that when people are attracted or in love with somebody, you can't tell them what to do, or you can just tell them to look out for certain things, but sometimes it comes out in the rinse. When you breaking up with her, it's like, yeah, you were a feminist anyway, or you were, you kind of didn't understand anyway. um it's a delicate game, because I'm not saying that, oh, just because a woman is with you, she's just supposed to change her political stance or whatever, if she has one, or if she really believes in the bullshit that she's gonna tell you. Or some women are Democrat minded for like 2 years, and then the next 2 years they're whatever, or or and whatnot. I'm gonna be 100 with you. with this Kamala versus Trump thing, you got some women looking at dudes sideways, like, oh, that's how you feel? Oh, you're not gonna vote for Kamala because she's a woman? And it's like the dude is like, no. What is her policy? She don't really stand for nothing. And people can only see past the gender and stuff like that. It be stuff like this that creates a gender war in and of itself, and it breaks up family and stuff like that, because it's just like, what I usually see when it comes down to it is that somebody has a real philosophy. All jokes aside, that you got guys that live by a real philosophy, and then you got people that have a bullshit philosophy. Like, a lot of these people will be like, oh, you're a this and you're a that, and it's like, bro, you don't even believe in Kamala. You don't even know what the fuck she's talking about. All you can see is that she's black and she's a woman, and then you just basing your arguments off of that. You don't even follow her. You don't even follow her on Instagram. You know what I'm saying? Or some goofball shit. Like, it gets into a bunch of goofball shit, and it's usually the men that are more serious than the women and stuff like that. But that was just a precursor to the question that I want to ask you guys. The question that I really want to ask you guys is, at what point? Because in a lot of cases, back in the day, the men didn't sit down and talk to their wives or family about politics. You understand what I'm saying? The father would sit on the porch, read his newspaper, and yeah, you go inside and stuff like that. Daddy got to go handle the finances and see what's going on in the world and see what type of moves I'm going to make to further my family. They never really talked to their wives about politics. They never really talked to their children about politics and who they align with and stuff like that. No matter how much times the presidential debate was on the TV or a State of the Union and all that other stuff, men never really talked to their spouses about shit like this. Even in bed, they probably like mention something or say something. Oh, this person's bringing the soldiers home, or this person's doing this, or this person's doing that. But they never actively talk to their wives about politics. And my question is, right, stating what I'm telling y'all, when do you talk to your spouse about politics and kind of get a reading on where you guys politically stand? Like, I be telling y'all to go outside and go do certain things. And honestly, sometimes when y'all niggas do go outside and go do certain things, y'all gonna run into what would be politically astute women, but they're not. They're not politically astute women. They're just for women's rights. That doesn't make her political. That just makes her for women's rights. You know? And I believe women should have rights. I believe women, should be able to do a lot of different things. But there's like a feminist undertone that comes with it when you talk to certain women about politics. And guys just don't want to engage in that. It's like, shit, you don't know what you're talking about. Let me go over here and talk to these dudes real quick about this shit, because I'm not about to be sitting up here running a Gloria Steinem rally, or you know what I'm saying? You understand what I'm saying? And it's because politically, a lot of women get used, which is fucked up. But guess what? A vote is a vote is a vote is a vote. You understand what I'm saying? And it's inclusive. So when do we talk to our families and stuff about politics and stuff? Because even in white America, you would see, oh, you know what I'm saying? Not even you would see some of them niggas. They'd be like, never mind. Let me catch up on the comments real quick. I'm not even gonna go deep into detail about what I'm gonna talk about, but you said it's time. It's time for waiting like a slave to see something. Y'all hit the like button, support the show real quick while I catch up on these comments real quick. You said it's a timeout for waiting like a slave to see something is gonna happen. Invest monetarily, your vote and community. You said, yeah, it's time to take action, but preferably Mercury retrograde. Laugh out loud, don't start new plans. Okay, yeah. I'm gonna just keep going and doing what I'm doing. Yeah, I would hate to start a new. That's some good game right there, Raven. I would hate to start a new project on Mercury retrograde, and that's fucked up because it's Monday. But the real beginning of the week starts Sunday. So tomorrow, y'all. You said Trump is a word salad of BS. There's some truth to that. And Kamala is a culture vulture. There's a lot of truth to that. Fooling ignorant niggas. Roe versus Wade. Black bitches. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, and then it's funny too because like they kind of staple her to the whole pro life thing, and she doesn't have any kids, you know. And I'm not going in on women that don't have any kids, but even women that don't have any kids that get there up there in age will, you know, that whole love and nurturing coming from women. There is a women that don't have children, and you will even hear it from stories from women that don't have children but adopt children. There's an emotional compassion lockout. There's an emotional compassion lockout when it comes down to them. You know what I'm saying? There is an emotional compassion lockout, and then it's a little bit different with women that adopt kids too, because a lot of times they adopt children that are up there in age, so that they don't get to go through that phase where the child needs, nurturing, like the bottle, they don't be adopting infants like that. They adopt already established kids with personality and stuff like that. Definitely they practice compassion with them, but it's a little bit different when you have your own kid and certain needs and stuff like that. And then you start seeing how psychologically certain things start developing with children, like abandonment issues and uh, just different little nuanced things that mothers of biological children go through. So just kind of like an emotional lockout there. you know um because she waits till Monday. It's a certain phase that hits the market with bad luck. War Master says Trump has a very successful political career, unlike Kamala, aka Willie. Oh Jesus Christ, Willie Brown's chew toy. Yeah, like that's what I'm saying. We don't need somebody to get in the office trying to figure it out all over again. Like we need somebody that kind of already knows the lay of the land a little bit. And as I said, I mean, we got to stall. We got to stall. You know, and we got to stall too while other political leaders are around the world are in office. We got to stall them out. You know, sometimes you got to stall Putin out in his radical years. So when fuckery does get in the office, he already settled down. He's, you know what I'm saying? But right now that nigga is Suge Knight. So we gotta take some years off of his clock. You know what I'm saying? Mayweather done it. Mayweather has done it several times with other boxers and stuff like that. Like hell no, I ain't about to fight a healthy Pacquiao, nigga. I'm gonna wait till this nigga get his chin fucked up a little bit so I can. I'm gonna wait till them steroids wear off a little bit so I can knock his ass out. Yo, I saw that video. Did y'all see that video of that Olympic boxer that knocked that girl out? She was like, she hit too hard. Yeah, bitch, that's the point. Like, you know what I'm saying? Bruh, they keep erasing that video off of YouTube, bro. That bitch bopped the shit out of her in the face. That wasn't a smart idea. And then I'm not gonna lie. Hold on. When I was watching that boxing match, I was like, bruh, that bitch got hit in the face because first of all, why did she go at that man southpaw? Now I don't know if some of y'all ever boxed before. I'm technically left-handed, so I'm supposed to fight southpaw, but I fight regular, bruh. Do you know when you fight southpaw, both of y'all power hands are lined up? That See, if you fight somebody regular and somebody throws a hook at you with their power hand, that's like getting swiped across the face, right? But when you southpaw, that's like getting if somebody a hook or a cross, you getting decked in your shit by their power hand. You're getting decked in your shit by their power hand, and then also too, y'all lead leg, y'all knees get the clacking and shit like that. Because y'all both of y'all lead legs are forward. It's like fighting yourself in the mirror. You know, if you ever wanted to figure out what it's like southpaw, go look in the mirror and shadow box in the mirror and see how them punches are coming in. If you catch her straight, you're getting decked in your shit. Obviously, if you catch her straight, if you're fighting regular, you're getting decked in your shit. But it hit different when you southpaw. It hit different when you southpaw. So if you're gonna use that left hand, you got to know how to use that left hand and learn circular movement to throw your opponent off. That bitch. She got bopped, headgear and everything. You know what I'm saying? So she was like, she said this is an injustice. Oh no, it's not, baby. That's what y'all wanted. That's what y'all wanted. You know, that's what y'all wanted. That's what y'all wanted. That nigga reset that bitch back to factory settings. She got hit so hard. She asked them, "Yo, English, Chinese, Dutch, which one?" You ever reset your phone and ask you what language you speak? Nigga, she got hit so hard, her memory got restored. Like, god damn, what was it? What were we doing before? Oh shit, you know. You said Pepperidge Farms. Remember, you said Hispanics are elite. Oh damn, I'm so far behind. Hold on, y'all. Drop the StreamYard link again. Okay, yeah, definitely. Y'all can chime in. You said, hell no, they didn't believe in me back then. And you said how they usually voted. It's a different level. War Master said, if you spent 10 years trying to immigrant legally, you will feel some type. Yeah. And that's what I'm saying. Yeah. And we talked about that too. It's better off for them to pander to the tethers and the illegal immigrants than it is to pander to black folks in America. Because at least the tethers and the immigrants and stuff, that how they're looking at it is at least they bring something to the table. It's like, hey, well, at least you're gonna take these jobs and work. You know, that at least you bring labor to the table, and that's gonna make me look good. You know, they're looking for people to pump up the numbers and stuff like that. And you know, when you have certain parties asking for certain things, they're not pumping up the numbers like that. You know, they'll boost the economy because you know as soon as a nigga get a check, he gonna spend it. But it's not gonna pump up the numbers, and it's you know, money reveals people too. So they really worry about who they give a check to because it's like you know they want to be able to keep niggas on a string and shit like that. So niggas will crash out as soon as they get that check. You know. Yeah, they lost to the Netherlands. Yep. You said RDJ is getting 80 mil for Doctor Doom. Damn. You did. Shout outs to Loli. Loli said facts. My former sister-in-law waited 6 years. Mm. You did. All right, I'm almost caught up. Oh my God, I need to. Somebody time War Master out. Hey, look, ain't Quavi said they eat toast. What's going on, Pastor? Shout outs to Pastor $40 in the building. Y'all hit the like button, support the show. You said she supports abortion, and Jay, she against guns. Can't vote for her. I don't care what women say. Yeah, Donald Trump, he supports guns and police and all kinds of different stuff. He's still living in that shit. Trump's still living in the 80s, you know. Panama. Panama. He's still living in the 80s, man. But then again, I mean, hey, you know, super American. Super American. I was on Google earlier trying to look up Kamala's policies, and Google is being vague as fuck. And I'm like, see, see vagueness. That's women's language right there, being vague and stuff like that. We don't need no more vagueness, you know. Let me catch up. I tell these hoes I support Project 2025. I gotta do my homework again on Project 2025. There's so much stuff that I'm out the loop on. Oprah is just like Kamala. Yeah, I didn't even think about comparing those two. Cynthia G and PH Diva too. Man, what's going on, Ream TV? Peace to you, player. What's going on, man? Hey yo, Dollar Washer, bro. You need to. Hey yo, somebody time Dollar Washer out. He said we don't need a president that used to. Hey, hey, bro, that's wild, bro. Y'all think of more crazier shit than I do. Canada may get a beast as prime minister in the next election. Yeah, I heard Canada is crazy. You said that was a girl, Kuda. She just had high testosterone levels. That shit is like juicing, man. You said the boy, yeah, she was a woman, just had male levels of testosterone. Crazy. That are you sure that was a woman? You said, Kuda, I don't know where you're dropping the StreamYard link, but it's not in the chat. Okay, hold on. Let me drop it again real quick. Let me drop it again. But I noticed a lot of the older sisters though, and shout outs to them, they're voting they kind of align with Trump, you know. They align with Trump. They voting for T Rump. They voting for Donnie Boy, you know. Damn, Shakari got beat out. Damn. Kamala is Obama too. Be vague and black. There you go. Okay. Is having trouble dropping the link on the secondary channel. If you're on the secondary channel, y'all gotta come to the first channel to get that link. Okay. All right. Yeah, jump in, Lowly. Are you there?
Trump talked about the inflation and stuff, and he
Yeah.
said that the inflation it hurts the economy.
Yeah. He was talking about it, and he was bringing up where the inflation was actually coming from, because he knew where it was coming from, and those sisters they cut him off. They didn't. They were just asking him questions to make him see. They were trying to get a gotcha moment, and it was bad. And then they just kept cutting him off. They were asking him questions about shit they didn't care about, and
Yep.
they didn't care about it because after he answered those questions, they weren't going into detail. And then another thing too, they were just saying, okay, well, what are you gonna do for us? And they weren't talking about the black family. They were saying specifically for sisters. So they were like women and children. They left out the black man. Umar. A lot of brothers were in the chat earlier praising Umar for asking why wasn't there a black man up there, but that would have been the worst thing ever. But they don't care about the black man's political views. Like, show me a YouTube video where you have a panel of sisters talking to a panel of black men, and the sisters are asking the black man what are their political views and why. You will never find it. Black women don't care about black men's political views. And the reason why Trump didn't get the zaddy treatment that other candidates and other people would have usually gotten if they showed up to an event like that was because they Trump is black male identified, you know. So that's unfortunate, you know. What's going on, Shannon B? Chris G said, Kuda, that Alfred chick from St. Lucia took gold. I gotta check who she out. I mean, who she is. I gotta do my homework. What are your thoughts on that, Loli? Like, have you ever seen a group of black women sit down and talk to black men about politics and ask them why and really pick their brain?
No, I haven't, Kuda, which is very sad.
Yeah, yeah. I
Because
mean, one.
black men, because black men are valued, and I value you, and I
Yeah.
value all the black men.
No, there's a lot of there's a lot of sisters out there that get it, but overall, and they know this too, that black women don't care about black men's political views, you know. And it's unfortunate, you know. That's why I posed that question earlier. When do we actually sit down with our spouses and talk about politics? Because um when quote unquote America was great, you would notice a family voted for a specific person and the family was on code. You know what I'm saying? In white America, and then even immigrant America, the family will be on code. You'll ask the dad, "Who you voting for?" "I voted for Trump." You'll ask the kid. The kid will be like, I can't vote yet, but you know it's what dad says, and dad, I love my dad, and he's man, we are we are fucked.
Hey, Kuda,
Yeah.
remember earlier when you were talking about the middle class, restoring
Mhm.
the middle class?
Mhm.
That's important
Yeah. But
because
the middle class ain't number.
otherwise it's just rich and poor, rich. Otherwise, it's just rich and poor.
No, but okay, so this is the reality of it. This is the reality of it. You're either gonna be rich or poor. Um, that sweet spot is and should be the middle class because honestly, I'm gonna tell you the truth. Most people don't want to be rich. Most people don't want to be poor. Do you know what most people want to be?
Middle class.
Not middle class. Most people want to be comfortable.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes
Yeah.
sense. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Most
I
people
want to be comfortable.
yeah, like honestly, if you ever think about it, it's like I don't need to make no insane amount of money, or I don't need to lose no insane amount of money. I just want to be able to have certain things taken care of. I can get back to my personal life and just enjoy and the fruits of my labor, relax and enjoy my family. Most people want to be comfortable. Let me ask y'all a question. Let me ask y'all another question. And everybody in the chat, I need your participation also. What is a comfortable wage to make in America where you can say I'm comfortable? Because honestly, it's an insane amount of money. Like you literally have to be the average person, in my opinion. But you guys can put y'all numbers in the chat because we could chop up game on that because it'll make sense. But like the average person got to make like $230,000, and in my opinion, the average person, if they're making $230,000, they should be somewhat comfortable if they're not doing some outrageous shit. But the thing is $230,000 is a lot of fucking money. And then if I throw that number out there, you have people that'll be like, man, 230K ain't shit, you know? So what is the comfortable wage right now with all of this bullshit going on? And I'm gonna tell you the truth. Good luck. Good luck. You know?
I know 100,000 isn't enough.
It definitely isn't enough. 130,000 isn't enough. I think
No,
I think inflation is fucked up so much. They say if you make at least 140 to 150, and I'm not talking about that's how much you make for the year. I'm talking about after taxes and stuff like that. You have to be making that, and that's like lower middle class now. Lower middle class. Spawn said we down bad. What's going on, Spawn? Quavi says, yeah, Kuda, if a man, especially a black man, had come to that conference, it would have been a gender war to the 100th power. Yeah, a popcorn moment of watching niggas fight each other. Yeah, absolutely. But what do you think would be the comfortable number? Because I know my 120, 130 is not You know, I know that ain't shit to a lot of people. A lot of people will be like, "Oh, that ain't no money, Cuda. You got to make 500K," and it's like, damn. Well, this is why now you're seeing more billionaires more than ever. You know, like it used to be like, whoa, this person is rolling in dough if they have a billion. And it's like now billionaires are almost damn near common now. You know, with the inflation. Shout outs to Gail at night. Thank you. I just now noticed. Shout outs to Gail at night dropping the huge dollar on the Cash App. Hold on, y'all. Hold on, y'all. And it's crazy because I'm looking at a lot of car videos, y'all, and I'm looking at old ass Rolls Royces that I've seen at the car auction for like 10,000, $5,000, and I'm looking at like Doug DeMuro and a couple of older people, that always wanted those cars when they were little boys, and they were like, "This is what 170K got you back in 1993 or 95," and they're like, "That's 340 something K now." I'm like, damn, you know what I'm saying? In a car. And I'm like, damn. So from the 90s till now, like is more than 100K something, jump. And it's like, damn, you looking at that car now, it's like it's a piece of trash. And it's like, but that was the top of the line then, you know. 4 disc CD changer in the back of your car. That was top of the line. See, the rich have to exist because the world gets the richest hand me downs, you know.
True.
my thing about the my thing about the middle class, right? I'm gonna spend it all in one place. Shout outs to that dollar gone, baby. Let me stop. But the thing about it is the middle class, right? This is the fucked up part about the middle class, right? So you know how we said, lowly, like most people want to be comfortable, right?
Yes.
You got to find that. If you're going to be in the middle class, you got to find that, because let me tell you something. If you're in the middle class and you're not comfortable, you are the epitome of being on the hamster wheel. You done accountant work, so you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. You got people that got rich, and do you know you have certain people that got, there's a time and place to get rich. You know that, right? You
Yeah.
know, yeah. Like, one of the fucked up things about the world, that if you get rich at the wrong time, because there is a such thing as people that win the lottery, but if you get rich at the wrong time, and you're not, and it's life changing money, and you don't adjust yourself, or you're not mentally ready, or you're not prepared for that, um it'll fuck you up bad, even if you stay rich. You got people that are rich and they're like, man, my funnest times was when I didn't have nothing. Now I got to look after this. Now I got to make sure this is there. Now a whole bunch of people are depending on me. I'm feeding a bunch of people and stuff like that. Now I got a whole bunch of shit to worry about. I'm stressed out. The money does help with the stress, but I'm stuck. You know what I'm saying? I'm essentially stuck. You know, so it's like you kind of got to gradually grow into that comfort that you may want. And then the thing about the middle class is that a lot of people in the middle class get duped, because it's either, I'm not going to say being rich is a destination, because you're going to spend a lot of time trying to keep it up and keep it going, and then you got to cut a lot of people off because people are going to have their hands out. You're going to fall out with a lot of people because people are like, okay, we know you got money, but now we're pocket watching and being disrespectful. um we're gonna say you changed. We're gonna, you know what I'm saying, you have more responsibility on your back and stuff like that. Like, look at Kanye. He's rich, but do you think he's comfortable? No. There's a lot of people that has money, but they're not comfortable or content, because they got to spend a lot of time keeping it up. And then the middle class can, if you don't master it, or your money habits are fucked up or something, if just any little thing that goes wrong, you're on the hamster wheel. You know, you have people that are rich, but they give, and then they end up being middle class. Just due to the fact that they give, and so they're feeding so many people, and they just kind of don't know where their paper is going, but they got to be at work every day, or they got to tend to things every day. They don't even get a chance to enjoy themselves. So, you know, um, it's really learning how to be comfortable, because a lot of times people, when they do find their fortune, or receive a certain amount of fortune, um, uh, they've ran their wheels so much. It's like, damn, I only became rich to try to buy my old life back. Or damn, I became rich and I've been working for so long in certain places and stuff like that, that now that I got money, now I have cancer. You know what I'm saying? And because I'm telling you, once some health shit start going on with you, money don't mean shit no more. Money don't mean a damn thing no more. It's like, what is, is fucked up. So it's like, it's a crazy race. It's a crazy race to wherever. I wouldn't even say the top. And you got people. I mean, think about it. Do you got to worry about Trump stealing money, or do you got to worry about Kamala stealing money? Do you got, it's a lot of little, for whatever reason, it's a lot of different things that is plagued, by it, just money alone, corruption, and all kinds of different things. You said in the 1980s, 30K was the average income. Yeah, man. Adjusted to inflation, it'll be 100, and Jesus fucking wow. So okay, so last time I checked, it was 150. Now it's 160. Jesus Christ. Like what are we gonna do with that? You know? Shout outs to Raven. He said the U.S. Embassy telling any Americans to book any flights out of Lebanon now. They have till tomorrow. Jesus Christ. What's going on in Lebanon? It's going down. Okay. What are your thoughts on that, Loli? War Masters said in the 1980s, 30K was the average income. Adjusted for inflation, that would be 164K.
Wow, that's really low.
That's a jump, right?
A big jump
Yeah.
from
Yeah,
30K to what it is now. Oh my
yeah.
goodness.
I mean, because the thing is that, see, the American dream was supposed to be all inclusive, but then you have people getting shut out of it, and that's kind of where the African American community comes in. You know,
Hey Kuda, you were talking before
Mm-hmm.
about oh shoot, I lost my train of thought.
It's cool. No, but I mean, a lot of the African American community were the first people to get shut out of the American dream. You know, that's really. I mean, if you think about reparations, what do you think? What do you think people are trying to get reparations for? So they can buy back the American dream. Like, getting reparations at this point doesn't guarantee anybody to live the American dream, but it's worth a try. You said
You think so?
Israel ain't playing. Hezbollah is effed. You did? Okay. What'd you say, Loli?
You think so?
Yeah, black people are trying to live the American dream. They're trying to buy it back. What's the first thing you do what's the first thing you hear niggas say when they get some money? Oh, I'm gonna get me a car. I'm about to go get me a house. I'm about the American dream.
Oh, Kuda, what you were talking about with the gambling?
Yeah,
winning the winnings from the gambling, most
yeah,
of them people go through that money in a short amount of time and they're broke.
yeah. It fucks their life up. It's no different than the people that spend a lot of time in sports. Their parents didn't raise them. The NFL did. You know, the NBA raised. You know what I'm saying? And
Yeah, that's true.
that's why I respect Shaq. Shaq actually went to school, got his degree, learned about business. A lot of those NBA players, they don't have business acumen, you know, and then they have a lot of people around them too that has their hands in their pockets also, you
Yeah,
know.
Shaq is very intelligent.
Yeah, what's going on, little Shirley? Shout outs to you, little Shirley in the building. The link is in the chat if you guys would like to join. You know, I would like to hear, y'all thoughts on what's going on. Shout outs to the Player Talk alumni in the building. A lot of those ball players, they even have a time limit on it. They say they don't even make it past 5 years. I'm not even gonna lie. A lot of people got like with the Allen Iverson situation. I know he had like some crazy contract where he couldn't touch a certain amount of money till later on. That actually saved him. You know, I don't know if he got the access to that money right now. What's going on, LT man? LT man, can you email me? I still need that information from you so I can make those commercials. And I'm gonna definitely be running those commercials on Player Talk Radio. I definitely need your information. Yeah, we were talking about gambling, and I kind of threw the basketball thing into it. But let's switch gears a little bit, kind of on the same tip too. Talking about inflation and gambling and what we got going on today. Shout outs to LT man. He said, for me now, he said, I realize all I've built in my portfolio, I will never take it with me after I'm gone. I will leave a great stepping stone for my children, for generations in our family to come. Yeah, and that's the thing we have to be looking at, you know. The best thing you can do before you expire is to have an understanding with your children and being like, hey, listen, this is a business that I've built. You know, you can build your own business, but make sure you keep this running and use this business as a stepping stone for something you may want. Because you know, a lot of people, because that's the thing. Like a lot of black families, you know, if we're talking about basketball and stuff like that, they live vicariously through their children. Hmm? What'd you say, Loli? Okay, she went on mute.
Nothing.
No, I was saying a lot of people live vicariously through their children. You know, they live vicariously through their children. So, you know, you don't want to impose, even if you've built a family business or wealth, you don't want to impose on what your children might want to do, but you know, you teach them the importance of keeping, the business in the family and stuff. You know, even out here, I see them. They do the same thing. You said, hopefully this Mercury retrograde moment, but recovering will take me 3 weeks. Uh-oh. What's going on, Bobby Reds? He said Jackie Chan said his kids get nothing. Yeah, I saw he abandoned his daughter for being a lesbian. Hey, that's cold blooded, but
Wow.
yeah, that's cold blooded, but that's what he believes.
Yeah, that's what he believes because he doesn't believe in that. He's probably a Christian.
Yeah. I mean, and some people realize that their kids probably going through a phase also. Cause I mean, people that the public will get mad at him, but it's like who would know better? He raised her, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. People kind of
Wow.
people kind of swept that under the rug. They're not ready to cancel Jackie Chan, but But with this inflation and stuff like that, during the pandemic, because we talked about it and I've talked about it vehemently also too, during the pandemic birthed the middleman economy, the gig economy. You know, you got to learn a skill. Even a lot of the gigs, y'all, in the gig economy required you to learn a skill. And right now it's like, damn, you can't even enjoy the money if you do make it, because you gotta have about 2, 3 gigs. In America, to make any type of money, you damn near have to have 2 jobs and a pinch of scamming on the side, or a gig on the side. And it's like you're never home. You visit home. Like, home is just storage and a place to lay your head before you go back to work. You damn near never home. And people are moving back in with their parents. A lot of things are going on. You know, um, this is the thing, and we kind of talked about it on the other show. Um, you know, Not everybody's prepared or have the personality to start or run a business. And on top of that, even if you don't want to run a business, not everybody is prepared or have the personality to get into stocks and crypto and trading. You know what I'm saying? The market will take the people acquired their wealth. You literally, it's like bookkeeping. You literally, the money has a story where it goes. This is why they use water terms for money, laundering. When people account for that money, where did that money go? Oh, he got that money from somebody that worked a 9 to 5 job but has a weed habit, and they took their legit money and they bought some weed from this weed dealer, and he took that money and that was off the grid and laundered it into his business. And this is where the business money is coming from, because he can't produce any statements or receipts or anything, or a bank account as to where that money could have came from, a loan or anything else. This is why drug dealers seem to have a whole lot of money, because the money is moving and it's not accounted for, and it gets laundered into certain stuff, cash flow. Um, you know, uh, they use all of these liquid terms for money, y'all. Y'all hit the like button, support the show. I'm giving y'all some good game. Um, and when I say people don't have the personality to even get into the stock market, like, for example, gambling. You know, if you gambled, or you had a gambling problem before you get into the stock market, that's not even if you had a gambling problem before you got into like crypto stocks and stuff like that, you're gonna have a big problem when you start getting into crypto and stocks and stuff. They even have terms for it. I was talking to a brother the other day, and he was like, "Man, I can't get into that crypto and stock shit no more. I lost a lot of money." And I said, "Why?" He was like, "Because I like to go to the casino and do all kinds of different stuff." What's going on? Speaking of crypto and stocks, bro, I'm about to email you. I'm about to email you what I have so far this today, Sunday. So I'll email you what I have so far, and before I finish it, I want you to let me know if you want me to do that throughout the duration of the book. Shout outs to Nemans in the building. He has a really good and informative, dropping a lot of game. He has a book that he's created, and he hey, if you want, he knows exactly what I'm about to talk about. I'm glad he popped up once I'm talking about this, and I think he touches on it in the book too. But um like I said, certain things are a personality thing, you know. Shout outs to LT. Hold on. I'm gonna catch up on the comments real quick. I just want to come to a complete stop with what I'm about to say. If you have a gambling problem, crypto and stocks it might not be for you if you don't find out what type of style of trader you want to be. You know what I'm saying? And then to a certain degree, like I said, you're gonna bump your head and take losses and stuff, especially if you get into crypto and stocks and stuff. But particularly like personality wise, if you have a gambling problem, you will get into something called revenge trading. And what revenge trading is saying, like, okay, you're looking at trading and what you're doing the wrong way. And revenge trading is like a not even a personality trait because it can be developed. Um, Revenge trading has held a lot of people back for years. And what revenge trading is, in a nutshell, let's say if like, okay, I'm gonna throw $10 into this, and I'm doing day trading. And let's say you threw $10 into something, you're doing day trading, right? And let's say you entered, you didn't even do your research, but let's say you entered the trade at the wrong time, and then it starts to plummet, and you don't have your stop loss on, and you lose more than $10. Let's say you lose $20. You're gonna psychologically, you're not even gonna psychologically look at it. You're gonna logically, not even psychologically, you're gonna logically look at it and say, damn, I threw 10 in and lost 10. So now I'm $20 in the hole. So psychologically, for me to feel that I made some money, I gotta make 30 or 40. You know what I'm saying? Or 45, you know. And then at that point, you're not even a trader. You're gambling. You see what I'm saying? You're gambling, you know. So we're like in an economy now where it's like, okay, you have to have the personality or at least the capital to even fund your education, even when it comes down to taking a loss. I mean, you've always had to have that, but now you definitely have to have that. Yeah, definitely subscribe. Definitely subscribe. And definitely sign up to get the free. He puts a lot of game in the free information that he gives. If you sign up, you will get free information sent straight to your email about what's going on in the market. He'll have you up to date. I'm gonna tell you the truth. Like no fluff talk. Nimans will have you up to date on what's going on in the world today, cryptos, what stocks you need to look out for. He's basically giving you free money, to tell you the truth, you know. But yeah, and this is hold on, let me put that back up. Hold on, let me start that so I can have this up. But this is the thing though too, y'all, that y'all have to understand. We're living in a day and age right now where you literally damn near have to be a business owner. Is more, instead of getting into the gig economy and all that other shit, is basically better for you now to learn a skill and run a little small business on the side. Like the small business is the gig economy nowadays. You have to run a small business on the side. You know what I'm saying? But the thing is that you have to have the personality. You have to have businesses, depending on what business you're trying to run and if it's lucrative, because you have to run something lucrative also, or take the L and spend a good amount of time pouring into something that will pay you later. But the fucked up part is that a lot of people right now, they have to create a business. But the thing is that people are looking for instant businesses right now, and there kind of really is no such thing as an instant business. You know what I'm saying? And if you business takes years. Real businesses take years to build, damn near. You can build a business within a year, but you got to be like, you got to be like ass deep dedicated to it. You understand what I'm saying? And what I'm telling you is that, like, people are in this position right now where it's like, I need to start a business now. I need to start a business like tomorrow type shit. I need to start a business now. And it's like they're doomed to fail, you know? And the fucked up part about this economy and the gig economy now is like you have people that make it their business on your business failing. You know what I'm saying? Which is because business is fucked up. It's a dog eat dog world. You know, if you don't create a business and run it, guess what? That traffic is gonna go to somebody else. And then it's not even the fact about creating a business, y'all. Marketing is a whole different beast. You can have the business, you can have the means to produce, um, you can have the mailing, you can reach anybody in anywhere, in all the corners of the world. You can have all of that shit set up. But if you fail at marketing, that's gonna be the thorn in your business's side if you don't properly know how to market. So what happens is that, guess what? Now you have to create money, or your business has to create money to where you have to hire somebody that's good at marketing. That person could be stiffing you also, you know? So it's just, man, I don't know what type of economy we're going to go into. I don't know what type of tax break that could get pushed. We when everybody was getting fired and laid off and losing their jobs, those managers had to pick up the slack for the employees that they didn't have. And the whole purpose of minimum wage is literally saying, look, if I could pay you less, I would, but legally I can't. So here's what you understand what I'm saying? And the average American knows how much a job is supposed to pay them. Or even if they don't, they'll go Google that shit and be like, hey, them zeros ain't looking right, you know? Um, there's a lot of bullshit jobs out here. And people are tired of doing them, even if it pays a lot. Um, we're just in a weird fucking spot. I don't know what can fix it. I ain't the president. I ain't the president. And it'll be wrong for me to tell everybody to start a business, because Lord knows not everybody can start and run a business. And then not every business that people want to start is going to be lucrative. And then again, marketing, because you can have the best business in the world, but if you're not putting it in front of the eyeballs of the people that's going to, you know, rock with that business, it can discourage you. It can discourage you, and quality can drop. So it's a lot. And I'm not no financial advisor, obviously, but like I said, a lot of the stuff that people are going to tell you to do, oh, start investing. Do you have the personality? Do you do research? Do you know what you're investing in? So, you need guys like Nimans and a couple of brothers. You need people that have that information, to put you around the people that have that information, that can help, propel you forward, because there's nothing wrong with not having the personality to do certain things. It's just that, okay, well, you're gonna have the Henry Ford effect. Okay, well, Henry Ford don't know how to build a fucking motor. Henry Ford don't know certain things, but guess what? He put people around him that know how to do that. That costs capital, that costs money. And when you have the average person that has to operate a certain type of way, it's like, now you're just a workhorse. It's like, bro, when am I gonna get to enjoy my family and all this stuff that I feel that I'm obligated to work for? You know what I'm saying? So we're just we're in a weird time right now. We're in a weird time. And then let's say you're good. Let's say, hey, um, I'm gonna just do a couple of gigs. You're gonna burn yourself out doing those gigs. And then the crazy part about the gig economy and the gigs that you'll be doing, you can turn that into a business. You know what I'm saying? Um, a good gig to get into is fixing cell phones. Go on Amazon, get a cell phone toolkit. Again, you got to get into marketing or word of mouth. Talk to a lot of people. Hey, when your phone breaks, don't go to this. Send it to me. I'll check it out and fix it for you. And blah blah blah. And then next minute, you're sitting on top of a business. No matter how much phones you fix, you can start teaching people to fix phones under you and blah blah blah. I'm seeing it all the time. Like Loli, you've done accountant work, right? Are you there? Okay, Lolita
An
probably.
accountant work for many years.
Yeah. Have you noticed a lot of accountants are becoming bookkeepers now, which is crazy? When it should
I
be
didn't notice that.
it should be the other way around. Like a lot of bookkeepers, I mean, and a lot of bookkeepers do become accountants, but a lot of accountants become bookkeepers or not even. What they do is they say, you know what? I'm tired of doing the actual footwork. I'm gonna get an accountant firm. I'm gonna get a firm. I'm gonna or go into business because I've handled other people's finances in their business and learned how business work and how people do certain things. And I'm gonna start my own accountant agency, and I'm gonna hire other accountants under me, which they pay me, or not even. I'm not even gonna do the accountant work. I'm gonna outsource the work. You know what I'm saying?
That's
To
for that would be a CPA firm.
Yeah, yeah, they become CPAs, absolutely, yeah. And that's what I'm saying. It's like after a while they don't do the footwork anymore. They go into business. A lot of bookkeepers, they don't do the bookkeeping work no more. They go into business. A lot of bookkeepers are like, hey, I can do what the accountants do, you know, and team up with an accountant, accountant firm, and send them business, and they can send me business, and I can outsource it. And it's like people now are just like, I'm gonna start a business, But then again, like I said, you have to have the personality for it. You have to have the personality for it. That's
Yes,
the
you
crazy.
do.
Yeah. Shout outs to LT, man. Yeah, I need you to email me, and Nimon's definitely. I'm gonna email you what I have, and because I want it to compare. I want you to compare. I have a chapter done. I just need to finish editing it, and then I wanted him to compare what I have, and then see if he wants me to keep that tone throughout the whole book. So shout outs to Devin D. Yeah, man. Y'all hit the Cash App, support the show, drop in gems. I mean, y'all don't have to believe me, trust me. Y'all don't have to believe me. Y'all, is where the world is going right now, the bigger picture, you know. Shout outs to Gail at Night. She says the purpose of building a legacy is to pass down your wealth. No children come from same sex relationships. Absolutely. And the thing about that too, what a lot of men and women are realizing is that the best way to pass down your wealth is to write a book. Is to write a book. It's
To write
fucked
a
up.
book.
Yep. It's fucked up. It's fucked up to the point now they're telling you not to sell grandma's house, which you shouldn't have sold anyway. Because you're gonna
Hey,
once you realize you want to start a family, you're gonna have to re-buy grandma's house all over again. You
hey,
know?
Kuda, can I ask you a personal question?
Yeah.
Do you dislike Anton Daniels?
Um I did a show about him recently, and another fool that's in this space. I don't dislike Anton. I like Anton.
Me
Um
too.
yeah, does he do goofball shit? Yeah, but we all do. I do goofball shit. He do goofball shit. Everybody does goofball shit. Does he say goofball shit? Anybody that gets on here that's brave enough to tell you what's on their mind has said some goofball shit. Certainly, there's a lot of things that we say and do that hasn't aged well. you know. But I like Anton Daniels. I don't agree with everything he says and does, but I do like Anton Daniels. I think he's cool. You know, I don't look at him as like a bad guy. I don't think he's I don't think his heart's not in the right place. I think he's a cool guy. I think his heart's in the right place. I like some of the stuff that he talks about. Um, but yeah, yeah, I like Anton Daniels. I think he's cool, but you know, there's some disagreements with certain things, but then again, you know, it is what it is. I mean, he's a successful black entrepreneur. I think people can learn a lot of things from him. Um, but yeah, I mean, he does, and I guess it's because of the sector that he's in and some of the things that he talks about and does. He does indulge in a lot of goofball stuff too, you know. But it is what
He's
it
a
is.
millionaire, Kuda.
Yeah, yeah. He's a successful black entrepreneur. He has a great story. You know, a lot of people don't like him though. You know, shout outs to LT man. He says so true, Kuda. But the internet is our best tool to learn. Absolutely, absolutely. No need for college. Absolutely. Public schools will never teach us financial education. We need to educate ourselves. Absolutely, yeah. Um, these days I try to find myself playing more games centered around money and money management. I don't know what the name of the book is. I'm looking for it. Robert Kiyosaki put out a book recently, and then he has another book that's aside from Cash Quadrant, where like he uses like this. It looks like an accountant scale, but he uses like this like T scale, and it's like a game that he plays, but it makes you better with money and handling money and money management and math and stuff like that. You know, I've been told, I've been told, and I've been reading for years. Oh, Capricorns, they're business oriented, which is true. And Capricorns are good with money, and Capricorns, I'm like shit. I must have missed the train because me, I'm weird, you know. But I I never really paid attention too much until now that I'm studying and learning about more so about money management and bookkeeping and stuff like that. I never really thought about diving into other people's finances, and because I mind my business, you know what I'm saying? And I'm like, damn, if I'm doing bookkeeping, like I have to really ask people personal questions. Like I have to dive into their financial status to in what they're doing, what they're spending their money on, how they're doing it, and stuff like that. I have to kind of not even kind of I have to talk to them about that type of stuff because basically I have to give them reports and information on the health of their business, you know, to a certain degree. And when I really started studying exactly what I'm actually going to be doing, my job is to save them money. You know what I'm saying? That and I'm like, damn, okay. And I'm like, you know, when I was studying it, I was like, whoa, how is hiring a bookkeeper gonna really save them money? But in reality, a good bookkeeper actually saves you a lot of fucking money and make sure all of your numbers are straight and together and stuff like that because businesses can't get loans if they numbers ain't straight. The bank will look at it and be like, nah, you know, um, taxes and all kinds of different stuff. It's like I never really thought about, diving into all of that stuff. You know, it's a lot of different things like where it goes, recording transactions, accounts payable, accounts receivable, um, you know, it's a lot of stuff that comes with it that I'm learning now, and I'm like, damn, I would have never paid attention to all of that stuff. And then I look at what's going on right now with the economy and stuff, and I'm looking at the bigger picture, and then now it's all starting to make sense. You know what I'm saying? Because it's a lot of pop words and buzzwords and stuff that they use, and to the average person, and the average person won't really understand, because it's like, oh, you know, I could say assets and liabilities, but in the accountant, bookkeeping, CPA world, it means something completely different. You know, I mean, obviously it means its original term, but like depending on the specific business and the companies and stuff like that, certain things that people would think are assets aren't assets. They're liabilities. You know, when you see it on paper and stuff, and you know, and how much is making them or how much they're losing from it. So I'm like, damn, didn't think about it like that. Um, and Lolita would tell you, because you're an accountant, so you know exactly what I'm talking about. And then what was I about to say? At the same time, I look at like the software that they use. So like for example, I'm studying to get my certs in QuickBooks, and I'm studying to get my cert in this other company. I got to send that to you also too, Lolita. Zero, spelt with an X. A lot of bigger businesses use Zero, you know, and they do like payroll and all kinds of different services that you know, if you're doing bookkeeping, you can learn. But the craziest shit ever is I have to. What they do is that those companies, those online companies, tell the business owners that they can do their own books, because the business owner, if they're into their business and they're there every day and running their business, they'll be able to see what's selling and what's, you know, and what they're doing, because they got to record what they're doing also. And the thing is that they got so much going on trying to run their business that they fuck up their books. You know, they fuck up their numbers. Their numbers ain't accurate. um you know, they're having trouble, you know, keeping certain things going and running. So that's where bookkeepers come in, you know, or some people, they get accountants, but the thing is that they they gonna get charged out the wazoo. You're gonna, you know, your accountant is gonna charge you a good amount. Some accountants, they offer bookkeeping because they know how to bookkeep, because they need the books to be good, you know, before they can even do their job. But you're gonna pay, you know. So um you know, I didn't know all of this stuff is, you know, I didn't know this was a whole, I mean, I knew it was a whole different world. I just didn't have no interest in it. And then now that I do have interest in it, now everything it makes a lot of sense. Do you know even OnlyFans? Do you know OnlyFans girls? Those girls on OnlyFans, do you know they need bookkeepers? Craziest shit ever, y'all. If you're a person that's selling T-shirts and cups and mugs on Etsy, do you know you need a bookkeeper? Craziest shit ever. I'm like, damn, YouTubers need a bookkeeper. You know, so so the whole point of having like those websites were people that really you know, delve deep into their business, and they try to do it themselves, and you know, that kind of fucks up their business. So I'm like, wow. So I'm glad I'm picking up a skill where it's like, okay, but it takes time. You got to learn it. You got to know what you're doing. um and I'm not even gonna lie, it's one of those skills that, like, if you learn it, cool. Because like, you don't just learn to be a bookkeeper, you basically, you're learning to be an accountant, to tell you the truth. That's why I say it's kind of backwards. But your tasks, what you do as a bookkeeper, is specific. And um the crazy part about it is like people that try to do it on their own, they kind of they mess up their books. I was gonna say something else, but I got thrown off. Hold on. You said a lot of people fear that their heart, a lot of people fear in their heart to get anything started. My father told me when I was younger, how are you going to know you're going to succeed if you never try? Yeah, yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, that's the thing. A lot of people quit before they start. And it's like, damn, I don't know if I'm going to be a good boxer if I never actually jump into the ring. Or damn, I don't know if I'm going to, yeah, it's really getting the ball rolling. Most people quit before they start, you know, and you can look at it as a good thing or you can look at it as a bad thing because, like, the right mindset, how to look at stuff like that is to be like, well, damn, that's fucked up, but hey, less competition for me, you know, less competition for me. Shout outs to Nimans. He says, site coming soon. Basically, free money. Crypto is the future. Get in early now. Giving y'all the game. You said exactly cool down. You said exactly cool down. You need to run a small business. And remember, small businesses doesn't have to be brick and mortar. Yeah. Yeah. Everything is online now because people fear what happened during COVID will happen again. So, running like a restaurant or business where people are physically there is a scary thing to a lot of people. And then the crazy thing too is during COVID, I thought like Uber or Grubhub and Food Panda, I thought those publications, I thought those like, I thought those, and I guess a lot of business owners thought also that people will start using those services more, which people did. But Grubhub, Panda, Uber Eats, and all that other stuff, it wasn't enough to save a lot of people's businesses, because you have a physical store when, like, honestly, at that point, you kind of should just be running a kitchen, you know. You got a physical store, kind of really like a ball and chain to a lot of people's businesses at that time. So I'm like, damn, I thought it would save them, but it didn't. So, Lolita, what did you learn in your years of being a accountant? I find that very interesting. You know,
I know how to do full cycle, accounts receivable, accounts payable, payroll, general ledger,
mm,
variant reconciling variances. I
mm,
know how to do it all. And I worked for a school district before. I
mm,
worked for 3 school districts, and I worked for private companies.
mm,
So I've done it all.
mm. That's interesting. You've handled, yeah, but you've handled like the bigger numbers, like you've handled like the bigger accounts and putting everything together and preparing for taxes and stuff like that. Okay.
Yeah, and I've done taxes too. I've
Wow.
done personal income taxes and I've done business taxes.
Hmm.
And I've done taxes for the school district, for one of the school districts.
Wow. Was it like a big school or was it kind of like a private school?
It was Compton Community College District.
Okay. Okay. Wow. Shout outs to Nimans. Niman said, you don't have to start your own business. You can have a side hustle. Yeah, you can definitely have a side hustle. Definitely. And usually people though that have a side hustle, they turn it into a business. But absolutely, yep. Absolutely. You said the way the economy is going now, everyone should strive to at least make $100,000 a year. Children cannot survive and will not survive less than 100K a year. That's true. That's true. 100K a year. Yep. Yep. You said you have to give people value for them to trust you. Absolutely. You said like you give value to people. That's why they listen to you, Kuda. Yeah, I agree. I agree. And but that's the thing. You have to be established though. You know, you have to be established. You know, it takes years, man. And that's the fucked up part when the pandemic happened, because it took years for a lot of those people to open and get those businesses, and then one thing knocks it all down, you know?
Yeah, it was devastating to a lot of restaurants.
Yeah.
And it was only essential workers that were allowed out. I just stayed in
Yeah.
the house.
Yeah, I was an essential worker. I had to go out in that mess. And I knew for sure at some point where I was, it wasn't if I'm gonna catch it, it was when, you know? And I caught it and shit.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Kuda. I never caught the
Yeah.
COVID and I never had the vaccine because it came out too soon. And I
Yeah,
don't trust it.
I caught the new joint. But the newer COVID didn't mess up your lungs as bad, but I caught it. I was messed up in the game. Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah, that first strain of the COVID, it killed a lot of people.
Yeah, I didn't catch that one. I think I caught like the second, like I caught the one in the middle, and it was bad.
Well, I'm glad you didn't because then you wouldn't be here. And I
Yeah, I know.
love you and I don't want you to go anywhere.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it, and the feelings is mutual. I love you too. I like and everybody here. I don't want to hear about no one passing away. You know, for anything. But I mean, I know it's life. You know, because I'm not gonna lie. One of those days when I had it, I thought I died. I thought I died. But yeah, a lot of stuff just started going downhill after that. But then there's a lot of good stuff that happened too. You know, but COVID was a yeah. You know, and we were
Hey,
talking about
Kuda,
yeah.
do you
hmm
think it's true that the COVID came from the Chinese bats?
Nah, absolutely not. Nah, absolutely not. Nah.
Then why
Nah.
did it come?
I don't know, man, but it was that around that time it was funny because Trump was like, "It's China," right? And then it's like because remember before it really took off, I remember people were catching it in like September the year prior, but it didn't have a name, you know. And then Trump ended up catching it, which was it was funny at the same time, but it was just you know it was.
I didn't know Trump had caught it.
Oh yeah, Trump caught COVID. Absolute Trump, man. Trump done been through every single thing, which is crazy. Biden has COVID now, but I'm wondering why isn't it as radical as it was then? What changed? You know.
Oh, Biden has COVID now? I didn't know
Yeah, that's
that.
why. Yeah, that's why he stepped out. He stepped down out of the debate. So overnight, they're pushing Kamala on everybody.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, have you noticed she just came out of nowhere? I didn't know she was running until like shit. What, last month or something?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's what happens, Limons. They tell you not to sell grandma's house. People are selling grandma's house. Well, and a lot of people assume that the house is paid off, but even if the house ain't paid off, you don't sell it. You just take over the mortgage and. But people are refinancing and buying cars and stuff like that. These are the younger generation. So they're telling younger people now to buy a family home. you know and I didn't even notice it, like, and we were talking, I talked about this years ago, like, you ever wondered why people, when they buy houses and stuff like that, they have offices in their house and stuff like that. It's like an office for what? It's like people that have that at 95 9 to 5, but they have an office in their house, and then you start realizing, oh, okay, people are running their businesses from homes, and they're writing all of that shit off on their taxes.
Yep,
So
they sure are, Kuda.
yeah, they write everything off on their taxes. I'm like, damn, didn't even think about that. You know, YouTubers need to do the same thing. You got like, but black people are so far behind. White YouTubers know this, but black people, you got to tell them, bro. If you run, if you have a YouTube business, write off the microphones. You write off all of that shit. Every single thing in your office. If you're eating a sandwich while you're streaming, write that shit off. That whoever's doing your taxes should have told you that, but them you can't. A tax professional, it's not their job to give you financial advice. It's their job to tell you how much you made and how do you owe and blah blah blah. It's not their job to give you financial advice. So if you ever have somebody that does your taxes and stuff like that, and they're telling you, hey, you can write this off. Hey, do you own this? Do you do they're giving you some sauce, giving you the game. So what's going on, Antisocial Socialite Podcast? You said who we talking about? Anton. Yeah, we kind of touched on Anton. Loli asked me if I like Anton Daniels, and I do like Anton Daniels. You know, and we kind of went in on him the last couple of years. What category I put Anton Daniels in? I put him in the same category as Glendon Cameron. I don't know if you guys know who Glendon Cameron is. I know his name kind of uh is a relic in these YouTube streets now, but Glendon Cameron, I kind of put him in that category. Like the Glendon Camerons of the world. You
Who is he?
He tiptoes in and out of the black YouTube spaces, but he's like a black dude. You've seen him before, because he got different YouTube channels, but like he basically like talks about business and uh just a lot of business stuff, crypto, and just different ventures and things like that, and ways people can make money and start businesses and stuff like that. He's a cool dude. But it's just, I don't know, it's weird. Like a lot of those millionaire black entrepreneurs, if they're married, when they start talking about like dating and relationships, they get on some weird shit. And then even if they're single, they get on some weird shit. So they're kind of in like a weird tax bracket, but then at the same time, they're like you know high earners. So rich people get into weird shit too. So you know yeah, I like Robert Kiyosaki also. He's been wrong about a lot of stuff, but nobody's 100% right about everything. But I like Robert Kiyosaki. He takes a long time to get to the point, but he teaches a good story. you know Raven said, all eyes on Israel right now. Live cameras anticipate an attack from Iran is about to begin. Man, they've been going back and forth for decades, not even for decades, since the beginning of time
Yep,
in the Middle East.
sure
Yeah, you
have.
don't. Yeah, you don't need a physical location. Now Jordan is telling Americans to leave. Wow. Yeah, that's why I never really got into the little passport bro politics and stuff like that. Cause it's like, how can you guarantee people's safety in a country you're not even from? How can you guarantee an experience that you're not even from? It's cool that you're telling people to travel, but don't throw out no goddamn guarantees, because nobody's gonna know until they physically go there. Your experience is not gonna be the same as the next person. It could be, but it's not always gonna be that way. So that's why I never got into the little passport bro politics. Um, Shout outs to Warmaster. He said the news media are stupid, and then that's another thing too, y'all. You have to actually be there, but then again, that's up to y'all. That's a fuck around and find out moment. You know. So Jordan might not be as bad. You probably got some people that's in Jordan and they're Americans. They're like, hey, it's cool here. I know they're fighting on the other side of that hill, but we chilling over here. And but it's a fuck around and find out thing. War said the news media are stupid. Most businesses need to have people that meet other people COVID restrictions got in the way of that. Yeah, yeah, yeah. The news and everything is crazy in the States, y'all. They give y'all a different version of what's actually going on. You know what I'm saying? To deter you, or or just for whatever reason. You know, it could be a myriad of reasons. You know, what's going on, Degenerate? Shout outs to you. Damn, I didn't know that, Chris G. Man, my condolences, man. Yeah, a lot of people passed away. Fred the Godson, even famous people were passing away from COVID. But remember, at that time, they were blaming everything on COVID also. So keep in mind. Yeah, I'm not gonna say that out loud, Warren Master, but yeah, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. If you know, you know. You know, you said but it kind of got to the west at least around March 2020. Yeah, you had a lot of people talking about some, man, if I was president I would have. It's like, bro, you don't know what you would have done. You don't know what you would have done. You know, March was the in shelter call, the 13th to be exact. Yeah, man, dudes are walking around with hazmat suits and stuff. Dudes look like they came off of Fallout. You know. Oh, and then around COVID time, you couldn't cough, bro. If you coughed, you would. Oh man, you would get exterminated. He got that shit. If you wanted to go home from work, just go in that joint coughing. Yeah, we're gonna send you home with no pay. You just drove to work for no reason. All right, Gumball. I don't know who you are, so I don't know who you are, Gumball. Give me 1 second. I got you, bro. Let me see if I can get you up on here. Okay. Yeah, you're a troll. Yeah, all the now that that's why I don't want to talk about this shit. Now that we talking about this shit, it's like five trolls in the back. So I'm not about to let people on unless I know you. So you can stop wasting your time, bro. Yeah, thank you. Get from out of my back room. Thank you. Um, you said the room that you're doing your podcasting or YouTube channel from. Yeah, you write that off. Yeah, you can write all of that stuff off. You know, if you hire a child to work in your business, you can take it taxed. Yeah, yeah. That's another thing that if y'all go to the Discord, I put that game in there. Andrew Tate was talking about that. He'd be like, y'all be sitting up there doing all the work. You can hire your little nephew or your cousin, you know what I'm saying, or a kid in your family and stuff like that. You know how I used to, get your niece or your nephew to go cut your grass or something like that, and it's like, here, I'm gonna give you $10. You can go to the ice cream truck and stuff. Man, you better outsource that work to the kids, and then later on teach them what the hell they were doing for you for a whole summer, and then they can start their own businesses. You know, you said our business makes over 1.6 to 2 million a year, and I take home 175K. That's very good. That's very good. Yeah, it's not bragging. You know your business's numbers. That's the thing about the whole bookkeeping thing. I'm like, yeah, as a business owner or somebody that's even a part owner, they need to know the numbers. They need to be able to be like, look, my business is in good standing. We are doing well. You know what I'm saying? You kind of have to have a compass. You know. You said I coughed because of mucus, and a lady flipped out. Yeah, yeah. And that's why I said it's fucked up. It's a regular human knee jerk reaction to cough or spit. or but around those times, oh man, you gonna get strung up if you cough. You can see, man, around that time when COVID was going on, you can have an honest sneeze and it was game over. You know. Yeah, it probably is. He be religiously watching my show, and then the funny part is that niggas will run back to their audience and be like, I don't watch that person." Like, yes, you do. Yes, you do. You know. You said so. You've joined the vertical crew. No, I'm doing the vertical on today's show. The thing about the verticals, though, what a lot of people don't understand is that when the numbers drop, a huge amount drops, and then a huge amount comes back because what YouTube does is they trap y'all. I should do vertical more often because they trap y'all. They basically trap y'all. You can't. I mean, you could probably like back out of the app and then have the it playing in the background and stuff like that. But as far as minimizing the screen and then trying to scroll and see who else is live and stuff, like they trap the shit out of y'all. I'm like, damn, that's fucked up. It's a feature. They want you to they want people to utilize the feature and stuff. You said my wife. See, there you go. Yeah, you outsource the job. You said my wife does all the bookkeeping and payroll, but the taxes we have a professional for that. You said an accountant. My wife learned how. Now I pay my wife. Yeah, I think that's the most gangster shit a man can do. Like you can like tell your girlfriend or your wife like, oh damn, that's what's going on at work. You know how like back in the day, like dudes had to sit down and listen. Baby, they tried to destroy me at work. They were doing this and they were doing that, and the guy had to be like, damn, that's crazy. Wow, that's wild. They did what, man? Fuck them people. Now you can be like, man, fuck them people, man. Come work for me. I'm looking for somebody anyway. Let me put you through school, or let me put you through let you take a couple of college courses and stuff like that. That's really why that's the first thing I'm gonna do when I come back to the States. I'm gonna take a couple of college courses, on bookkeeping, just to brush up and sharpen up. But I don't know. I mean, I self-educated myself, but the tools and resources that I've used, I got taught the right way. Like I didn't do I didn't like what I'm studying now is what accountants, like I'm studying like accountant, like what an accountant would go to school to learn. So I'm like, okay, well, let me spend a couple of months studying what an actual accountant knows. So then when I do, when I, and I'm studying bookkeeping too. But if you know what an accountant knows, bookkeeping is like second nature, to tell you the truth. So I'm like, okay, well, I got enough information on it, and the teachers that I'm listening to and speaking to, they're like the best thing to do. Honestly, don't even take up bookkeeping courses because there's a lot of bookkeepers that don't know bookkeeping, but they have full careers in bookkeeping. And I'm like, damn, okay, but it's like it makes sense because if you work for a certain company, you're only doing certain things. So there's a whole side of it that you probably don't know about because you don't deal with it. So I was told the best thing to do is just learn how to be an accountant, know the ins and outs of being an actual accountant, and then do it. So that's how I did it. Yeah, it's a vertical trap. I got y'all in the YouTube finger trap.
Buddha,
Yeah,
I have a bachelor's and a AA.
yeah, but I'm hearing a lot of accountants. They're going right back to bookkeeping or just opening up a firm because and it's not even that they're tired. Not the tired. Let me rephrase what I'm about to say. A lot of accountants, I hear their reason for doing that is because they kind of got tired of being an accountant. Like certain businesses that they work for, they burn them out, and they're like, I don't want to do that again. So I'm gonna either outsource the work or find companies I want to work with, or just straight up just do bookkeeping and go relax and enjoy my family. So I'm like, damn. They make it seem like being an accountant is bad, but I kind of understand. I get it. Because they be with these companies for years, like 4, 5, 6 years and shit like that. So who would want to get back into something and then be locked in for another 2, 3? So I'm like, okay, that makes sense. You know, yeah, yeah. I'm learning. I'm learning a lot in a short amount of time. You know, but yeah, like I said, I am looking for a mentor. Thank you, Lolita, for offering to be a mentor. Um, I definitely got a lot of questions to ask. More specific though, when I kind of get myself in that mode, I'm kind of in like YouTube mode right now. So, but I really don't want to talk about this stuff on air for good reasons. There's a lot of people for some reason wish the worst for me. So I kind of really I'm gonna start downplaying the bookkeeping and the accountant talk on air because you know a lot of black people in these spaces uh they'll be burning candles on you. You know what I'm saying? They'll wish horrible things on you just because of your views on certain things. I can't tell you how much black men hate me because I quote unquote believe in game. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, bro,
Yeah, that's sad.
yeah, it's like, and it's not even if they know what it is or not. I don't even care about that. And it's like, bro, when I turn this shit off, I am not. I, this is the most I've ever talked about game in my life. I don't talk. I'll speak to you guys. Like shout out to Devin D if he wanted to know about it. I definitely talked to him behind the scenes about it and stuff like that. But like, it's just that you be surprised. It's like dudes that don't even understand game and then they hate you because they think you believe in something and you believe in something completely different than what they think it is or what it is or and stuff like that. So you got weird dudes around here um that will just dehumanize you because of what you talk about and things like that. So I got people that don't wish me well or wish the worst for me. They wish for my downfall because they just want content. You know what I'm saying? Like they just want to be able to laugh at somebody and say, "Hey, that's not me," or this, that, and the third. And it's a sad thing because I don't set out to destroy nobody or nothing like that. I set out to help, and unfortunately, this is what you got to go through. This is what you got to go through dealing with dealing with our race. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's sad I can't talk about things that I'm genuinely interested in, or something that I'm in the middle of accomplishing because it's like it's really what I'm supposed to do is I'm not supposed to tell y'all about none of this shit and do it behind the scenes and don't say nothing to nobody and then just when it's done I probably should or could talk about it, but it's like the more I talk about it it's like you know what, I can't keep talking about it openly like this, you know if I really want it to happen or pop off. So I got a lot of people burning candles on me, so I can't. And I'm not doing voodoo or nothing like that, y'all. Is if you have a good relationship with God, God will show you some things, and you just gotta peep it and just be like, okay, I hear you loud and clear. Especially if you're stubborn. Oh, nigga, stubbornness and God is like two peas in a pod. He's like, okay, you want to be stubborn? Okay, I'm gonna take this from you. Now what you gonna do? So you know, I gotta move a lot, move differently. You know, so. But shout outs to everybody that hit the like button and that supports the show. I can't thank you guys enough. I definitely work hard, especially on my YouTube channel, and I definitely make sure that my presence is always here. And I try to cover topics that I normally shouldn't cover. Because it'll mess up my livelihood, but whatever. you know as long as I can help and give people something to think about, some mental chewing gum. Give people a different perspective on things. But I'm learning day in and day out that it's not my job to declutter, you know uh the clutter that a lot of people like to indulge in. you know so I gotta learn to be okay with that. you know and then also too, I mean, it's like, I gotta learn to be okay with not being understood initially when I say certain things. you know no matter how good my intentions are. you know yeah, Chris G, thank you. I appreciate you, man. I appreciate everybody that definitely listens to the show. Hit the Cash App and the PayPal and or the Super Chat when it's there, and supports the show. And I appreciate everybody that walks away with some type of knowledge. I may have said something and I'm just casually saying it, but if it hits and it impacts you in a positive way, I feel good about that. you know so that's real. Hopefully, I do get credit for some of the things that I do and say that's positive. Hopefully I get immortalized, behind, some of the profound things I do happen to say. You know, Shout outs to LT man. He said, "Kuda, some of us are at the bar toasting to the good life. They are the ones at the bar trying to hold us back." Absolutely, absolutely. When you get a chance, man, everybody, man, female, dog, cat, reward yourself, man. Reward yourself. You know, just for no reason, get you a cigar and just sit down and just smoke it and be like, man, fuck it. You know what I'm saying? You gotta have little times throughout the day, month, week, year where you reward yourself, and allow yourself to you know allow yourself to process. I mean, we don't I'm not trying to say you need somebody around you or in your life every single day to pat yourself on the back. But honestly, you all you got. When some shit fucks up, you gotta make shit work. You gotta day in, day out make ends meet. And one of the most underrated things that we all take for granted, I'm telling you, I want you the next time you get home and just decompress and take that big breath of air. It's like, okay, I'm back. I want you to remember what I'm telling you right now. One of the most underrated flexes and things in life is making it home safe after a long fucked up day. Just making it home safe and being able to be like, You said, let's get this. Yeah, yeah, I'm definitely about to get to work on it as soon as I get off air. I'm putting this thing together right now. You said, let's get this. Yeah. I'm I'm held back right now at the moment, Nimans, with my resources. So my laptop screen got destroyed. My laptop screen got destroyed uh in a monsoon out here. Uh it literally got destroyed. So I'm handicapped. I've been handicapped for like 2, 3. I've been handicapped since I got out here, but I've been handicapped technology wise for like 2, 3 weeks now, and it's hard for me to work with audio. I have to do like quadruple the work with just a simple task. So definitely it's gonna take it took me a minute, but with the book though, your book, I had a plan for it, so I got it together. But my laptop, I can't even access certain files and things like that. So I have to record your book in a different way that is a lot harder. So I have to plan and make sure everything is perfect before I can even record, you know, and clean up the audio and have it sounding good. You did? Yeah, I appreciate you, man. Yeah, no, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, Nimans. I'm gonna make sure I get that to you. All right? Absolutely. Shout outs to Kwafi in the building. Kwafi didn't want to come up and drop some knowledge, man. He said we're gonna have to fundraise the 200 to get your Chrome. Yeah, I'm looking for a Chromebook right now. Actually, there's this store that actually sells it, but it's like on the other side of town. So I gotta plan and take a trip on the other side of town because I do not know that side of town, you know. But man, when that dude was like, "Oh, it's 700 to fix the screen," and they got to mail it to Singapore, and it's gonna take like 2 weeks, I'm like, damn, you know.
Huda,
And
my daughter said,
I would have the
Huda,
money
my
for it,
daughter
but
said Chromebooks are no good.
I mean, the Chromebooks are no good, but they can get the job done. They can get the job done. It depends. No, they not. They not. They not. They not. Yeah, I know. I know, War Master. I know. I'm gonna get lectured for this shit. No, they're not robbing me at all. It's one of those newer M1 MacBooks, and this the screen for the one that I got is a lot different than the other ones. It's not. They don't have no Amazon. They don't have none of that shit out here. When shit like this happens, I'm actually in a third world country. You know. If I was in Thailand, it would have been a little bit different. But yeah, Chromebooks are good for the time being. At least to access files and move stuff around and stuff. But yeah, Chromebooks they're just a big Google app, honestly. You know. But yeah, y'all, man, one of the most one of yeah in the U.S. You know, one of the most underrated flexes, y'all, is definitely making it home safe. You want to be able to make it home safe or wherever you call home. You want to be able to make it home safe. Well, that's one of the underrated flexes. That's why, I'm telling you, you know, y'all, get right with your creator. Talk to God. Talk to God through the grace of God. Talk to God, every day. When pray before you leave the house. For your safe return. You know, there's been times I got into car accidents. I'm like, damn, I'm not going home tonight. Damn, did I leave this light on? Did I, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, especially as a black human being, it is the most underrated flex to make it home safe. You know, yeah, man, y'all definitely hit this link right here and subscribe for the free crypto info, and y'all get that newsletter. Y'all make sure y'all get that newsletter sent to your, you know what I'm saying, to your email, and catch up on some stocks that you may not been looking at. What stock have I been looking into? I've been looking into all the S&Ps. Earlier today, I was looking at S&P Gold. I finally got back into my Robinhood account. So I'm kind of not even looking at crypto no more now. I'm looking more into stocks, you know. Yeah, I got bad. I don't know, man. I do got bad luck. That's why I did. War Master, you see, I've been a good boy. I went somewhere and I sat down. I said, you know what? God telling me to go sit my ass down. I went somewhere and I sat my ass down, and then some other bullshit start popping off. So I'm just, I just be trying to stay out the way. When I'm reaching for my goals, I go through hell. When I'm bullshitting, it's a party. I don't know why my luck is like that, but you know, I guess, you know, you know what I'm saying. When you wanna bullshit and play Candy Crush all day and do all kinds of debaucherous shit with your equipment, it's a party in the USA. And then soon as you're like, you know what, I'm about to do this, and then boom, something happens. It's like, man, tuh. I like staying out late sometimes. It's raining like shit out here, but I do like staying out late because I get to hear the monks at the temple. I get to hear them chanting. I don't know what the hell they saying, but it sounds good to me. You know. Thank you, Gail. I appreciate you. Thank you. Y'all hit the like button, support the show. Definitely, I can use this support, and definitely, I've been dropping gems, giving y'all some good content for the last 3 hours and 46 minutes. Thank you, War Master and Gail, for sponsoring the show. You know, oh man, y'all definitely support a hardworking black man. I mean, shit, even in this sector, just the things that I've gone through and am currently going through, and then have to turn around and deal with, it is not easy, y'all. It is not easy. It is not easy. You know, so I support everybody that hits the like button, shares the show. Definitely support the show. I think of you guys every time, all day. I got some videos too. I gotta edit. I got like a lot of stuff on my desk, and then I do gotta carve out time to study. So and finish up on some work. What's going on, Eric Bird? Shout outs to Eric Bird in the building. You dig? Shout outs to Eric Bird in the building. You said, indeed, when you sit down in that quiet hour, you can think and see life through a whole new set of eyes. Yeah, that's kind of what got me into cigars. You get to sit down for an hour in one spot, or even when you're traveling, like them Churchills, them little smaller cigars, when you're kind of walking around and stuff like that. And, you get to relax. It's like yoga. People should take an hour out of their day to relax, or say, hey, look, I got an hour to smoke this, so I got an hour to focus on this thing and relax and, get certain things done. It really helps. You know, it really do help. He said, oh God. War Master said, oh man. War Master said, God told me to get rid of Crapple. What's Candy Crush? Sounds like a board game. No, it's one of those games where you got to match. Sometimes I'll be playing little board games and stuff like that. I play it on my phone though. I don't play Candy Crush on my laptop. I really don't do nothing on my laptop. My laptop is strictly for work. So that's why I was devastated as soon as it broke. I'm like, damn, I'm done. You know? That was the glue to my operation right there. You know, look at these people going live talking about some Anton Daniels don't want smoke for real. People need to get a life, man. I swear to God. Anton Daniels don't want smoke for real. What you gonna do? I'm gonna get on a panel and yell at him for 3 hours. Oh my God. LT Man said, "For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord." Scripture. For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord. Plans to prosper you, plans to prosper you and not harm you. Plans to give you hope and a future. Wow. Wow. That's deep. That's deep. He said if it doesn't have a controller, it's not a video game. Well, War Master, cell phone gaming is big. So if you turn your phone sideways, it can turn into a control. He ain't trying to hear none of that shit. He ain't trying to hear none of that shit. I'm not even gonna go into that. He ain't trying to hear none of that shit. He said better be playing Candy Crush and make money out of it. Yeah, I need to screen share this shit. I don't be playing Candy Crush like that no more though. Every so often I get back into solitaire. But I've been playing Final Fantasy on my phone. Like I remember, but I haven't played it in like a month or two. I remember for like 1 month straight, I just been just chilling, dominating on Final Fantasy 8. I don't know what compelled me to jump back into Final Fantasy 8, but man, I did the same thing with Final Fantasy 7. I didn't beat Emerald Weapon. I don't think I beat any. I don't think I beat Emerald Weapon or Ruby Weapon. But the game that I've always wanted to play, I gotta start over. I'm diving into that one now. I gotta get back into it when I get a little bit of time. Was Final Fantasy 9. I've always wanted to play that game as a kid, and that was the only Final Fantasy that really escaped me as a kid, and it actually is one of the best Final Fantasies, you know. And basically Final Fantasy 9 is basically another version of the Monkey King. Anytime you see like a game or a show that has like a guy with a tail and a staff and a cloud, it's just basically another story of the Monkey King, you know, which is a like Dragon Ball Z. That's another story of the Monkey King. You know what I'm saying? Devin D dropped back off. He said, "Why folks be on Anton's ass so much?" Anton do be pissing people off. Anton be in the mix also too. So don't let it fool you. What's going on, Devin D? Jump in, bro.
Hey, hey, I heard you talking about Final Fantasy. Goddamn, I was like, oh shit, let me hop in.
Oh shit,
Goddamn.
that's what did it, huh?
Yeah, yeah. Hey, the crazy thing about me is it was this old RPG.
Mhm.
I started playing too recently called Golden Sun.
Oh, I heard of Golden Sun. Never played it though. I heard of it. Yeah,
Where? Yeah, that
yeah,
shit from way back, man. I got an emulator and fucked around and wanted to play it because it was on the Game Boy Advance. And
yeah.
it's kind of like Final Fantasy. It's like the Japanese RPG style
You know what was the
game.
best on the Game Boy Advance? Dragon Ball Z Legacy of Goku 2.
Yeah,
I
I remember that.
Man, that was I think other than Budokai, the Budokai series, that was like the best Dragon Ball Z game ever made. You know?
Hey, that Supersonic Warriors was on it too. You know when the Game Boy
Yeah.
Advance came out.
They have the emulator on the phone. I was just looking at a video that I
Yeah,
say they got the Game Boy emulator on the phone, so they should have never did that because every so often I like to go crate diving at GameStop and like buy Pokemon again. You know,
right. The
but
emulator solved all that. I downloaded one that got like all the games in it already, bro. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah, but
I don't
you
know.
can
I'm
say
on
your best
YouTube
to make
too.
sure you're gonna get it for the long haul.
Yeah.
Be ready.
It's gonna be
Yeah.
it's gonna be a minute before I get enough extra.
Now it's gonna be 2 years. It needs to be
ready.
2 years. You might get it
Well,
35.
hold on, I gotta go. I'm with family,
Yeah,
goddamn.
they putting Devin through
Right
hell.
here, goddamn.
I feel you, man. But yeah, man. Shout out to Gail at night. Speaking of games, yeah, games women will play overseas. Yeah, make sure y'all go cop that book. That book got so much game in it. I'm telling y'all. And the funny part about that book is the title is I deliver the information of the title, but that book is not even about women at all. It's a completely different book that like when the reader reads it, it's like, oh, okay, damn, I bought this book for to learn about this, and I ended up learning about that, but learning about something completely different that is very interesting. So I got volume 2 coming. So shout out to everybody that has copped the book. And I do got some stuff that I wanted to throw in for everybody that bought the book. I got alternative cover art and some other stuff that I want to throw in. So I'm starting to treat the books like albums like back in the day. You know, like when you used to buy an album, you can read the lyrics and stuff like that. So that's the artist side of me. I kind of learned how to yeah, they on your ass, bro. Like butt hair, bro. Pause. You know, shit. As soon as you got on the panel, it's like, oh shit, I gotta go. I know how it is, man. You know, I've been in households with ladies. You know, they keep you on point though, because if you procrastinate on some shit, they do they due diligence to remind you. You said you was gonna put that shit in the shed about 50 times, and it's like, God damn, all right, damn, shit. You said they want me to start a family. Yeah, yeah. That's kind of really what Black America needs to be talking about right now. I mean, how we talking about all this election shit, and our families are in limbo. You know, our families are in limbo. We need to rejuvenate the black family, whatever that means. All these little policies and shit like that don't mean a damn thing if you really don't have a family to pass it off to. And people are like, oh, well, MGTOW is working and the red pill is working and stuff like that. And it's like, yeah, that's good up until a certain degree, you know? So if y'all ever wonder, hey, Kuda, why do you talk about game and all this other stuff? It's like, bro, so you're just not going to date? So you're just going to get mad at dating and just step away from it and that's it? Like you're not about to say, hey, let me kind of grab something by the reins and actually see if I can have my way with it. Not even just have your way with it, but be able to get some shit done. Because if I sit up here and say, hey, if you want to grab something by the reins and have your way with it, oh, Kuda, that's manipulation. What isn't manipulation? You understand what I'm saying? You know what an artist does to a blank canvas, y'all? He manipulates that canvas and creates art. He imposes his will on that piece of pottery or that piece of clay or that NPC or that you know what I'm saying, or whatever he's using to create. He imposes his will on it. Once he figures out how it works. Oh, this button does this. Oh, this button does that. And he uses it as a tool to create something. You know what I'm saying? When when Zaytoven plays the piano and stuff like that, people say, "Oh, Zaytoven's awesome. He's great. He you know the he knows his way around the piano and stuff like that." You know what I'm saying? He manipulates that piano. That piano can be the most quiet instrument or it can be the most loudest instrument. That piano can play the worst song you've ever heard and it can play the best song you ever heard. What do you understand about it? What else you want to know? Man, this show is criminally underrated. This show is criminally underrated. Oh man. Devin D said, I'm trying to get all the player out of me first. Man, listen, you could be a player and you gonna run into that right woman that's not even gonna make you think about none of that shit. You know? It's not gonna make you think about none of that shit. That's why I listen to all these little and listen to what people type and the conversations they have on YouTube and Discord, on Reddit, everywhere. And I'm listening to all of these guys. And trust me, I get notifications. Sometimes I have to turn that shit off. Like my phone right now, I probably didn't get none of y'all notifications because my phone is in focus mode. No, my phone is in don't disturb mode. And sometimes for days on end, I forget it's in don't disturb mode, so I don't get nobody. By the time I turn that shit off, and all the notifications coming, I'm getting cursed out. Hey, you didn't respond to my message. I have a bad habit of responding to people's messages in my head and not physically writing it down. I'm gonna tell you the truth. You gonna run. You gonna run like when I these dudes in this space have no game, but they're worried about tricking. They're worried about all of this goofball stuff. Let me tell y'all something, man. Real talk. When you meet that right woman, or a couple of them, I don't know, some of y'all might meet two girls or whatever. Tricking ain't a thing, you know? And if you do get fucked over, well, guess what? It's tuition. Have at it. Hopefully you learned something. But when you meet that right person, spending time with them ain't gonna be no fucking manosphere talking point. Um, spending, if you like, damn, I'm about to go get something to eat. And I like this girl I'm talking to. She say the right thing. I can bounce questions and things off of her, and she can return it back and stuff like that. And I kind of understand her. I want to hear what she wants to say, and she says profound things. And I like how I like the way she deals with me. I like the way she talked to me. I like the way she do this, that, and the third. Let me call her up and take her with me. I couldn't imagine this beautiful day eating by myself. I want to take her with me. What you gonna be in your head thinking about? Oh, am I tricking? Nah, I'm doing something I want to do, and I want company. You know, stop. These dudes are obsessed. The funny part, I sit back and I laugh and I watch because the funny part as to why they're obsessed with all of this stuff is because they don't have gaming or understand the game. If you understand the game, man, you know what the hell tricking is and what tricking ain't. You know what you capable of and you know what you ain't capable of. You know when you kind of in over your head and you're not. You know, you don't have no hatred towards women, whether you agree with them or not. Um, all of that shit disappears, man. These dudes in this space are cooked. You know, these dudes in this space are cooked. You did. Nobody sitting up here worried about tricking all fucking day. Ain't nobody sitting up here worried about these dudes are forever binded to a talking point. You know what I'm saying? You ever talk to people that delve into the spiritual world and be like, hey, I can make a ring for you, and this is gonna be a special ring because this precious stone, I can bind a jinn into it, and that jinn, when you wear this ring, you're gonna start noticing little things going on and stuff like that because that jinn is binded into that ring or whatever. These it's just like that. They're the entity that's trapped in that. You know what I'm saying? In that item, and the item is the talking points and stuff like that. All they want to hear about is women. It, these numbers would be big if I was sitting up here talking and bashing women. And it's like, bro, that's what you want to hear all day. That's what you want to hear all day. That makes you feel better. Okay, all right. Yeah, you got to get up on that Starfield, Devin D. You think them ladies yelling at you now? Oh my God! You get on that Starfield, you don't want to do shit. You gonna stop shaving? You gonna have a beard? Caveman status. Leave me alone. Get out of my room. All you do is play that game, and it's not even 2K. You trying to build a level 70 battleship, and they just don't understand. You know, yeah. Every time you in a boot loop. Ask War Master. I know he got stuck in a couple of boot loops. You ever War Master? War Master see me stuck in a couple of boot loops. You ever saved at the wrong time? So every time you especially in space. So every time you load your game, you getting wet up by somebody with in a bigger spaceship, and it's like, damn, I shouldn't have saved it at this corner right here, because every time I load the game, I'm getting lit up. There's certain spaces in that game. They will they will Christmas tree your ass if you make the wrong decision. They will Christmas tree. They will light your ass up. You did. But yeah, man. I'm finna get up out of here. I got some work to do. No sleep for me. Um, I appreciate everybody that hit the like button. A couple people came up. Um, what else we got? What else we got going on? Y'all gonna be listening to a couple of shows. If you've been listening to my last 3 to 4 shows on the Kamala and the Democratic and the Republican Party and stuff like that, and just some of the things that I'm saying. Um, I want y'all to take that knowledge with you when you're listening to other content creators and stuff like that, and really compare what's being said. A lot of people they come over here and they skywatch and they take my talking points and say it to a bigger audience as if they dope like that, and they just steal. You know, when I say something, Kuda, you're not the only person that thinks like. So here we go. You know, nah, man, I'm dope at video games, man. Man, if I could retire, one day I will. You know what? One day I will. If I could retire and just play video games for the rest of my life, I definitely will. You know, I definitely will. I will play Chrono Trigger. I'll play Vagrant Story. I'll play Legend of Dragoon. I will play video games for the rest of my life. I love video games, but real video games. Video games now are trash. You know, they got to go back to the drawing table now when it comes down to video games, because they've taken all the, and it's not me trying to have a nostalgic moment. They've taken the fun out of video games and replaced it with graphics. You know, graphics are cool. Like, no, for real. I be playing games on my phone. I still get my gaming in. I do. Oh, trust me. There's always a video game around me in some reach. But yeah, They've ruined video games, honestly, to tell you the truth, with graphics and stuff like that. That's why I like playing the old Final Fantasy. It's like, ugh, Cloud looks disgusting, but it's like that's the whole point. That's the charm. You know, they fucking up Final Fantasy Rebirth. It was cool to see certain things, but like honestly, like when the graphics are kind of fucked up a little bit on certain games, you can get away with certain things that you can't get away with 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 shiny new graphics and shit like that. Like Pokemon, do y'all really want to see a you want to see a cartoon Charizard? I don't really want to see what a real Charizard would look like. I would look at it and be like, oh, that's cool. Do you want to play it? No, I'm good. You know, we've seen good looking Blastoise and Charizards and Pokemon and shit like that. We used to have Pokemon cards. That's what the Pokemon cards are for. Oh, this looks good. Trade it or keep it. You know, video games now is just all about the graphics. It's like damn, y'all, like, okay, certain things can look good, but you better have, like, and I'm not gonna lie, a lot of video game creators, they've done a good job. I think the Unreal engines are fucking ridiculous with like some of the stuff the Unreal engine can do. But it's like, if you have a good looking game, the character has to be congruent. Like the movement has to match the graphics. If you get what I'm saying, you know what I'm saying. Like the movement has to match the graphics, because if the character moves funny, throw all of that shit away. You know what I'm saying? Throw the whole game away. It's like, ugh, why are you moving like this? Yeah, Antisocial Socialite Podcast. Shout out to Antisocial Socialite Podcast. She be playing Hitman. That's what's up. I love Hitman, but they kind of, I ain't gonna lie. One feature that the old Hitman had that the new Hitman don't have, which they fucked that up too. Which I can play endless rounds of Hitman. But like I used to like when he used to, no homo, when he used to grab people and use them as a shield. Man, I used to clear out a hallway with Hitman. I used to grab people, use them as a shield, and be headshotting people. You know? Yeah, man, War Master, they be fucking these games up, man. You know, that's the crazy part. If the game looks good, the graphics has to, like, if the graphics are good, the movement has to follow. Suit. It's not like Mortal Kombat back in the day where you put all them little balls and shit, no homo, onto like somebody that got a suit on and they're larping in this suit and shit. You know what I'm saying? And these are real character movements and shit like that. Nah, man, you like when you have certain graphic styles, like art style and stuff like that. People that watch anime know what I'm talking about too. If you're getting into a certain anime, the art style got to be on point. It got to be able to hold your attention and stuff like that. That's why a lot of people kind of gravitated towards Dragon Ball Z. Like their fighting sequences was like, yo, these niggas are beating the shit out of each other. Your parents thought you were watching cartoons. Like, hell no. Goku just kicked this nigga in the chest. He just caved this man's chest in. You know what I'm saying? It's like it gotta make sense. It gotta make sense to the viewer, and it gotta make sense to the people that play the games and stuff like that. I was explaining this to a friend. I was like, man, I used to get all the Maddens, I used to get all the 2Ks and stuff like that. But when you start seeing the same, I was gonna say emote, but like when you start seeing the same like animation in all the games, it's like, damn, they've been using that same animation since Madden '06. You want to know why? Because to a certain degree, the players of these games spend just as much, if not more time with these games than the actual developers. So the audience can pick up on certain, and it be a handful of people, you know, but the audience can pick up on certain things that even the developers of that game doesn't pick up on, and then this is where you have people doing like speed runs and all kinds of different variations of how how they're doing certain things, and just how people break the game, and people do mods and stuff like that. I've seen, see, and then that's another thing too, the mod culture and stuff like that when it comes to games, because like if you're making games about like graphics and stuff like that, you always got people that like, hey, I can make a mod that looks better than this. People start doing like I remember in the boxing games, because like I like boxing games too, and boxing, the boxing got fucked up like when it comes down to the business and stuff like that. So it's not like one federation that owns like all of these companies and stuff. Is everybody's like independent and coming together and doing, and promoting and doing all kinds of shit. This is why you don't even see like Floyd Mayweather and all these other boxers and stuff in these games and stuff, because they don't got the license and the rights, to put them in the game. And then it's like they charging them game companies, like they charging them out the wazoo just to be like, nah, if you're gonna have TMT and the money team and all this other stuff, you got to be coming with these M's and stuff like that. And they like, bro, we're just trying to make a good looking boxing game. Like, we want to feature you in this game and stuff like that, but it's okay. So then you got people on the internet that's like, hey, I'm gonna make a mod. I'm gonna make a Roy Jones mod. I'm gonna make a Mayweather mod and stuff like that. And uh, the, in a lot of cases, it ended up working out better than if they were to actual make the official or put the official person in the game and stuff. But then people be making unrealistic mods and shit like that. Like they stats be through the roof. I remember one boxing game got Bruce Lee in it, and it's like, bro, this nigga is broken. His character is broken. I know Bruce Lee's a beast, but come on, like, don't do that. You know, Bruce Lee gonna beat Mike Tyson. It's like, I don't know, man. If Mike catches him with one good right, all that Jeet Kune Do shit gonna go out there, especially because they're boxing. You understand what I'm saying? It's not like, it's like, yeah, if this nigga could kick, come on, yeah, man. But boxing, I don't know, man. You said gaming now. You're playing Evil Within. Yeah, Hitman is fun. Yeah, Hitman is a great game. And sometimes the game itself is too easy. Yeah, that's true. And then sometimes if you put stuff on hard mode, it's like it takes the fun out of it. You know, like the Demon Souls game. I remember what was the last Demon Souls style game I played. You know what game I hated? That Sekiro game. That was the worst game to ever be made. I fucking hated that game, and I'm so mad because PlayStation didn't. I couldn't return it. He's like, oh, it's a digital copy. You got to go through hell to return it, and we're not going to accept the return. I'm like, man, this game is bad. That game was horrible. And then I get it, and it's like when you make a game that's hard like that, they want you to play a certain type of way, and players have styles. I get it. You got to do certain things and timing and all that other shit, but then after a while it's like, man, I'm having more fun looking up the cheat code or how to do it on YouTube than playing the actual fucking game. And then it was just horrible because like if you were an actual gamer before that, like if you were new to gaming, you probably loved that game. But if you played like the original, like where it came from and or the developers version of it, it's like this is bad. The best video games, I'm gonna tell you the truth. The best era of video games was the PlayStation 2 and the Xbox at the time. That was the best era of games. If you could put up with the graphics. Back then you had no choice. But if you could put up with the graphics, the PlayStation 2 had the biggest catalog of games ever created, and they had the best games. PlayStation had some good games, but the PlayStation 2 era and right like the beginning of the PlayStation 3, Xbox 360 era had some of the best games. And when I say the best games, I mean philosophy wise and graphics wise too. You know, like a real gamer don't need perfect graphics. Straight up. A real gamer that came from the mud. They don't need the best graphics. Yeah, Halo. I heard Halo was a really good game. I never really got into it, but I know Halo was a really good game. I played it a little bit. I never really got into the like the sci-fi futuristic first person shooter type games. Like the closest, but Starfield took the cake for me. And the little bit of time that I played that other game. Fuck, what's the other game that I played? War Master. I'm drawing blanks. I got stuck in the Citadel. That game was good. I could get into those types of games. Um, Fuck, we talk about that game all the time. I probably still got a ghost player still running around the Citadel lost. What's the name of that game? War Master, you got me to play it. It was a really good game, and that was the first one, so I know it got better. He'll put it in the chat. Mass Effect, there it is. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, see, I gotta get into those. See, War Master is a gamer. War Master is a gamer. Anti said I got Halo Anniversary Edition. I played the first one. I understand why it got such a cult following. Yeah. I'm not gonna lie though. People were trying to sell their souls for Halo 3. I think which one was the one where they dropped the ball? Was it Halo 3? Was it Halo 3 or 4? Call of Duty 2 though. I remember when Call of Duty wasn't. I remember when Call of Duty wasn't at the epitome of war games. I remember when Battlefield was whipping Call of Duty's ass. Like Battlefield during the PlayStation 2 era made Call of Duty look like a cartoon game, and Call of Duty was kind of putting out cartoon type war games. But once Call of Duty dropped that Call of Duty 3 that was on the PlayStation, because I remember I was in Florida. Oh my God, I begged my grandma. I was just doing all kinds of shit around the house just to get some goddamn allowance money to go get that Call of Duty, man. And when I got that Call of Duty, bruh, nigga, my family never heard from me ever again. It was Halo 4? Okay, yeah. That Call of Duty number, that third one. And then I actually went back and played the second one, which was more cartoonish, with the war in Normandy and stuff like that. But it was actually pretty good. But Battlefield was whipping Call of Duty's ass at one point. And then on the PlayStation 2, you had other games too that were war oriented, and they were really good. But after that Call of Duty 3, when they upped the graphics and stuff like that, and really put a budget behind it, man, Call of Duty took off. It took off after that one. After that third one, it took off. They even remade that third one. It was so good with the updated graphics. But man, back in the day, man, listen, the best war games was between that PlayStation and that PS2 to PS3 era, bar none. We were playing Rainbow Six. We had Metal Gear Solid. We were playing Siphon Filter, Splinter Cell. There was, man, shit. Oh, Call of Duty Ghosts. I haven't played that one. There was just so many off-bar Halo games and Call of Duty games. I played the major ones though, like the Black Ops and the other ones. Yeah, Call of Duty is serious now. Like, you know, they get soldiers to play it and be like, "Hey, how is this like compared to like real war?" And they're like, "Hey, it's pretty close." You know. But nah, that PlayStation 2 era, that was the era right there. You know, Castlevania. They even had a Legacy of Kain game, and you could play as Kain instead of Raziel. And those games, like I'm telling you, like the storylines and the stuff that, dude, we had no business playing them games as young adults and kids, man. You know, Heavy Rain was a good game. But before Heavy Rain, there was this game that they came out with. I actually got one of the songs from the soundtrack on here. They came out with this game. I think in the UK it was called Fahrenheit, but it was this game on the PlayStation 2 called Indigo Prophecy, made from Quantum. And the guy, and actually the guy that actually runs, I think, Quantum Physics or Quantum Mechanics. I forgot the name of the company. Um, and he makes these games kind of like The Sims, like where it's like all of your decisions mean something, and like you know, it can affect the storyline and all that other stuff. He makes those type of games. But when when he made Indigo Prophecy, it was literally like The Matrix in the beginning. And yeah, Max Payne was a good fucking game. Had no business playing that shit neither. But that bullet time in the man, I got Max Payne on my cell phone. The only reason why I got Max Payne on my cell phone is because I wanted to jump. I wanted to wield two guns and jump into a room in slow mo and be like, "That's Payne," and he's like, "You ever like use this like did the bullet time and you jump into a room and you're jumping forward and you're shooting, but then you like turn to the side in midway and start shooting other people, and then before he hits the ground, you like circle it over to the other side and hit the other guy too." Man, that nigga Max Payne was the game. That nigga looked like Bam Margera. Go look up Bam Margera from back in the day and look at Max Payne. That is a grade A joke if you get it. That nigga look like Bam Margera. I'm like, damn, I'm Bam Margera with this big ass coat on, clearing out rooms full of niggas, man. You know, yeah, and yeah, what's going on, Ghostman King? And then that's the thing too, like back in the day, with those video games, you can tell a story with like a comic book thread and get your point across more than like these new games now. You know, oh, you got to play Max Payne. Oh yeah, you remember Siphon Filter? Yeah, man, Gabe Logan, man, that nigga, man. And then you could play as like other people and shit. I played all of the Siphon Filters. It got bad though. That game was horrible. But now you could tase somebody on Siphon Filter, and like if you keep tasing them and you hold it, you can cook them. Like you can kill somebody with a taser by just holding the button, and they'd be like they'll like start smoking and catch on fire and shit. You know what? Black was a good game. I never played it, but I've watched my cousin play it. The Black was a pretty good game. You know, because back in the day, we you know, there were computer games like what were the games that was kind of like the real first person shooter games. You had Duke Nukem. You had Quake. Quake used to be Quake was the nigga. Quake ran that first person shooter shit for a good minute. Quake was a crazy game. I used to play Half-Life. Um, there was a couple of really good first person shooter games back in the day. Because they didn't want to make the character. They didn't want to, get into the, he's shooting over his left shoulder or his right shoulder. They didn't kind of want to get into all of that stuff. Yeah, Alien was good. There's a lot of good FPS games. Until people start cheating. Y'all ever heard of that cheat where you can when you can like invert the controller and then like you put like an X or something on your TV screen cause like something happens with like the camera view where it always lines up with the TV screen. You know how like when you start like a video game they like tell you to like widen the screen and stuff and put the screen in like a certain spot. And then like you had people that was literally taking a marker and putting an X on their TV screen because at some point when you aim and shoot it's always going to be in that point. So all they did was just basically just line the person up with the X and then just quick shoot. You can even shoot from the hip in some video games and you're gonna get the shot each time. So people was cheating like shit, like fuck screen watching. And even Nintendo was dope back in those days too, man. We would sit around and play Pokemon Stadium, Smash Bros. Shout outs to my brother Gerard. Rest in peace to my brother Rashawn too. His birthday just past weekend. But man, my bro Gerard, he used to cheat like shit because he used to pick Donkey Kong, and Donkey Kong had this thing where he picks you up and holds you over his head before he throws you. And like, let's say it was like and it was legal too, but he was the first person I ever saw that did this shit. And to this day, if I tell them about me and him would sit around and laugh about it. He would pick me up with Donkey Kong. And like, let's say I had one life and he had two lives. He would if you would get close to him, he will grab you with Donkey Kong and then jump off the board, like basically committing suicide with you. But both of y'all would die, but he would end up winning because he had the extra life and stuff. And then man, those games ended up getting crazy, man. People used to go to like tournaments and be playing those games and stuff like that, and then certain characters became broken. What characters were broken? He used to also pick Pikachu. I never used to I'm not gonna lie, if you play with certain characters, bro, it be them characters you didn't think that can do damage. Oh no, them niggas do damage. Cause Pikachu, he made me respect Pikachu in that game. Pikachu was a beast. What was the other character that ended up being broken? Ness, the little boy with the baseball bat that be having that little electric thing that he shoot and you can aim it at people and shit. Ness was broken. A couple of other people were broken. Captain Falcon was broken like shit. That raccoon, Star Fox. I said raccoon. Yeah, that's how you know I need to go sit down for a little bit. He was broken. A whole bunch of characters in that game was fucking broken, man. Oh yeah, Rayman was dope. Samus was broken too. Why didn't they really remake Samus? Metroid. People don't forgot about Metroid. But no, all of those games in the PS2 era, in the N64 era, and the Xbox and Xbox 360 era, that was the epitome of gaming. That was the epitome of gaming. We were talking about Gex the other day too. I'm surprised y'all remember Gex. Gex was a dope game. Even every so often I go back and play because I got stuck on that game as a kid and I really tried to really beat it when I got older. Mario 64, where you're running around that mansion and you like jumping into the paintings and doing those levels and stuff like that. Those game, that game was dope. I never really got to finish playing Banjo Kazooie, but they were on the Xbox. Uh, you know, bro, my favorite Xbox game, hands down. I don't give a fuck. Jet Set Radio fucking Future. That was my damn game. When you got an Xbox, it came with a racing game and it came with Jet Set Radio Future. Sega GT that was an actual pretty good game. I went back and played that game, not because it had a GT40 on it. No, I'm lying, because it had a GT40 on it. That game was actually pretty good. You know, Project Gotham was pretty good too, but that game was actually pretty good. Um, I remember the Dreamcast too. I used to play the shit out of Crazy Taxi. So let me tell you how I ended up getting to play all these games. I had a PlayStation. Um, my friend T, she ended up becoming my manager when we were doing music. She used to get all the systems. My brother Draw had the Nintendo 64. She had the Xbox and she had the Dreamcast. And like when we get bored, we would just like, yo, let me borrow your Xbox. Okay, and like, yo, let me borrow your PlayStation. Okay, yo, let me borrow So we all lived around the corner from each other. So it was like we would just be playing game after game after game after game after game and stuff like that. And it was just the best. Damn man, y'all making me think way back, man. Man, them was some good ass times, man. The PS2, not even the PlayStation, like towards the end of the PlayStation, like the games were getting more advanced. But when the PlayStation 2 came out, because you had Grand Theft Auto for PlayStation, but it was like a top down view. But when the PlayStation 2 came out and Grand Theft Auto 3, oh my god, man, nigga. When the PlayStation 2 came out and Grand Theft Auto 3, um, like the best games, like I'm not gonna lie, the PlayStation 2 had like the biggest catalogs of games like ever. Metal Gear Solid 3 was on PlayStation. Actually, I go back and I look at certain stories. Metal Gear Solid 1 was supposed to be on the Nintendo 64 and it looked like a completely different game. Um, and it ended up being on the PlayStation and it was supposed to, y'all. It was supposed to be on the PlayStation 2. And I think Hideo Kojima was like that game pushed it pushed the PlayStation's like graphics like to its limit, which that game, I ain't gonna lie, I had no business playing that game as a kid. When I got introduced to Metal Gear Solid, I was playing like skateboard games like Tony Hawk, and it was like this other skateboard game. I forgot the name of it, but that joint was dope too. And it had my boy on there, Day Wong Song. That nigga's a beast. But it was a demo, and like the Metal Gear Solid demo, you start off in Shadow Moses, and you're like it don't even really give you the context, but like you start off in like Shadow Moses, and then you're like in this in the garage, and then once you get up the elevator, that was the end of the demo. So I was like, damn. What happens when he gets up to the top of the elevator? So man, when I went out and got Metal Gear Solid. Metal Gear Solid was that was the video game that did it for me, and that ended up becoming my favorite game. I love Metal Gear Solid. Metal Gear Solid is like the best aside from like the Final Fantasy series. Metal Gear Solid is one of the best video games ever created. Um, I remember playing Final Fantasy. Um, I went to the pawn shop, and I don't know, it just I don't know, some the cover was just regular. When I went to the pawn shop and got it, and I took it home and played it. Final Fantasy VII was the first game I've ever played. I guess when you know what, I read the back of the case, and on the back of the case of Final Fantasy, it said in bold letters, quite possibly the best game to ever be created. So I was like, we'll see about that, nigga. Boy, was that the best game I've ever played ever. Final Fantasy VII has the best storyline like ever. I remember even when I went to Florida to visit my family, because I lived in Florida for a good minute, and I remember playing Final Fantasy VIII. I played Final Fantasy VIII right after Final Fantasy VII. But the funny part is that I played eight, but at that time I've never beat it. I never beat seven. I was mad as shit my first play around with seven. I got so far and I sold my Chocobo lure, and you can never get that shit back. There's a way to get it back, but that's like later in the game. And I got so mad that I just left it at that. But I remember playing Final Fantasy VIII, and Jesus Christ, that was, man. Even when I play it on my cell phone, I get flashbacks and stuff. You said Halo's better than Metal Gear. Oh man, you tripping. Hell nah, man. No. No. Oh, Skater Die was a good fucking game. Skater Die definitely was a good game. You know. Yeah, the Tony Hawk games absolutely were lit. The Tony Hawk games, those are the games that got black people into rock music and stuff like that. Tony Hawk, uh, uh, Madden. Back in the day, we had Game Day, and then we had NCAA. You know, so it was plenty of games back in the day. It was plenty of games. Shout outs to Gail at night. Yeah, it was plenty of games back in the day that you could play, and it was just mucho bueno. You know, um, I miss that era of gaming too. I miss that era of gaming. Um, cause and not even what was that other game? NFL Blitz, the original Blitz. I'm talking about Blitz 2000, where you can punch in the number and like it changed like your character. So like if you played Blitz 2000, you could literally punch in a certain serial code, and instead of a helmet, your player would have like a dinosaur head, or like a triceratops head, or like a skull, or like a different, you know what I'm saying? Yo, Blitz 2000 was the fucking game. Blitz 2000 was the fucking game. They ended up coming out with other games too that ended up being good. Like Blitz the League was pretty good. Blitz the League was pretty good. Yeah, the NCAA games were awesome too. War Master said Kuda, the best storyline ever. Mass Effect, Halo, Command and Conquer 3. Command and Conquer 3, Red Alert. Wanna have you said wanna have a combo with you. No, those games are pretty good, but I'm talking about storyline wise. Like Metal Gear Solid took a twist. Cause all right, look. Alright, so with Metal Gear Solid, the reason why I said it was between that game and Final Fantasy, because they're like night and day, but like I said, it's like the best storyline ever. You start off as Snake, and like it's a dude. He just got a haircut and a bandana, You know what I'm saying? Like until like when you got the actual game, and because that game has so much like context, and then like the storyline was so crazy that I guess they had to they were genius with it. They had to redo certain characters, but Snake, when you played Metal Gear Solid on the PlayStation, you didn't know you were playing unless you followed it, I guess. But even then, like especially how they introduced it. Oh, Dragon Age was dope, but nah, I didn't like Inquisition. The second Dragon Age was good. The first and the second Dragon Age was good. I was a dwarf. I was an axe wielding dwarf, and I was fucking people up in that game. I really want to replay that game. Dragon Age was pretty good, but then you had Skyrim, and you had man, Skyrim. Oh man, don't get me started on Skyrim. But nah, with the Metal Gear Solid, you didn't know. I didn't know Snake was that badass. You know, most of those games came from the Game Boy and the NES. So there was there were I guess there was prequels to that game. So that game you play as Snake, and then you like hear like a lot of rumors and stuff like that until you really get into his story, because it was like this nigga Snake killed his dad with his bare hands, and you're like, what? How, this nigga killed his dad with his bare hands? Like, what the fuck was going on? You know? So you end up playing as Snake, and they basically kidnapped him to basically go do a mission. So you're like, okay, so you're like this kidnapped soldier dude that has to go do a mission. And basically like when you like look at the backstory on Metal Gear Solid, it's like these tapes. You got to keep watching these tapes because they're like briefing him on what's going on. So they're like, yeah, this guy, he got nuclear weapons, and he's on this island, and like he's holding people hostage and planning on launching a nuclear attack. Uh, you know, um, that can hit anywhere. You know what I'm saying? I think he was like aiming it at China, Lopnor, China, or some weird place. Or some basically he can launch this nuclear weapon anytime he wants. And they're like, oh, we need you to sneak in there because he's ready to launch like right the fuck now. So we need you to go in there. So he's like, why do you need me? He's like, oh, you're the best and blah blah blah. And then they send in the broads to kind of bribe you and stuff like that. So he's sitting in this little thing naked, and he has long hair. But when the mission starts, he has like short hair and he has a bandana. So it's like what? And then when you're in the when they put you in that basically he's like in this submarine, and they're still giving him like uh commands and stuff like that. So basically the person that kidnapped him is like an old war friend and shit like that, Colonel Campbell. And then they put you in this garage, and like the leader is Liquid, but like they kind of be vague about it. And then you don't really, until you really look at them in the face, it's like, oh damn, these niggas are twins. So basically Snake, uh the Snake that you're playing as in the game came from he's a twin, but he's like the twin with the most dominant gene. And basically um he's literally like the perfect soldier. Like it don't matter what type of weapon that they have, he's basically the ultimate weapon. Just knowledge, what he knows how to do, and blah blah blah. So bro, I ain't gonna lie, once you get up that elevator, the story gets fucking crazy. Liquid jumps into this Russian gunship and leaves. So they're like, oh well, you need to go get the DARPA chief. They sitting up there sending your ass on a mission and lying to you the whole time. So they send his ass in there to go get the DARPA chief. So this nigga runs into this fucking building. There's tanks and everything laying around, and he goes to go rescue the DARPA chief. He sees this woman who's also a part of the story while he goes to go rescue the DARPA chief. He gets in there and he talks to the DARPA chief. The DARPA chief is like, oh man. He's like, oh, they're gonna use Metal Gear. And the dude's like, years ago, but I didn't think they had enough money and power and shit like that to basically use Metal Gear. And he's like, yeah, they're gonna launch the nuke from Metal Gear. And he was like, they got my password. So then this nigga's talking to you, and then he starts giving you like key cards and shit like that, and then out of nowhere this man has a heart attack. This nigga has a heart attack. So Snake's like, what the hell just happened? He's like, this man got a heart attack. And all the people that sent them in there, they're playing dumb. They're like, oh, it looked like a heart attack. Oh my god, he had a heart attack, and blah blah blah. Then the story gets even crazier. So basically, the nigga didn't have a heart attack. He got injected. So remember when I told you when Snake was getting interrogated, this woman named Naomi walked over to him and injected him with this needle, and they call it nanomachines. So basically, the island that they're on is like this like cold ass island. Like, so Snake, when they kidnapped him, he was just like he was just trying to live his life and get back to society, and was racing dogs and shit in Alaska. So he was used to the cold anyway. But this place is like super fucking cold, and obviously he has on a sneaking suit and all this other shit. But basically, they injected him with this thing called fox dye that basically it kills people. It's called fox dye. The name fox dye came from like a unit and stuff like that from Foxhound, and they basically injected him with fox dye. So basically, he doesn't find out until later because every time he goes around people, they're having heart attacks and shit. And they're just lying to him and sending him on all these goddamn missions and shit. So the DARPA chief ended up telling him he got to go find the other guy that probably has a password. He ends up finding the other guy, runs into Revolver Ocelot. So you think, like, at this point, it's like, okay, so if you read the book on the game, you're like, okay, this is a part of the gang that's basically about to launch this nuclear weapon. So you think Revolver Ocelot's like a minor character. That nigga ends up being a major character. Um, they ended up lying to Snake, and basically he it's a long fucking story. He runs into Gray Fox, which is from another Metal Gear Solid series. Snake ends up killing him too because he was his friend at one point, but then he had to kill him. Gray Fox ends up being a science experiment, basically trapped into like this like cyborg ninja body, and he's like just running around causing all kinds of shit. So after Snake ends up saving the other guy, which is this other dude named what's his name? Kenneth Baker. I remember his name. Um, is this old dude with this cane, and he's like, "You." He's like, "You're one of them," because like, so it's weird. Like the fox dye that Snake has he doesn't know it yet, and he's going around trying to save people, and everybody he comes in contacts with, basically it triggers their injection. So if they got injected and oh, okay, if they got injected and Snake came around them, basically after they gave him a certain amount of information or something, they end up having this weird heart attack. So Snake, he's picking up on it because he doesn't know he's injected with it. So he's like I guess what do you call those? Like a carrier. So he ends up finding out he's a carrier later on though. Dude dies. So like he's like they're about to go launch this weapon. So Snake is like, okay, let me go find Metal Gear and take it out. So he goes into like this garage, and oh, I forgot to tell you, when the DARPA chief had his heart attack, the girl that was stuck in the cell next door to him, she breaks out, and she ends up she so like she's walking around as like a soldier, and um basically she's like the dude that kidnapped him. She's his niece, Meryl, basically. For the people that don't know, her name is Meryl. So anyway, long story short, he he gets into this minefield, right? It's like this, like he has to go to this other facility where the Metal Gear Solid, where Metal Gear Rex basically is being held. So he goes across this minefield, and he gets like this weird call, and it's basically the ninja Gray Fox, the dude that he fought a long time ago, but he doesn't know it's him. And he was like, "You need a mine detector." And he's like, "What?" He's like, "If you're gonna go across that field, you need a mine detector. Get a mine detector," and blah blah blah, right? And he was like, "Who's this?" He's like, "Just call me Deep Throat." He was like, from the Watergate scandal, the signal cuts off. So a nigga named Deep Throat told you need a mine detector to go across this field. So anyway, if you have a mine detector or not in the game, you got to crawl, because if you're walking and you step, definitely the claymore mines will blow up. So anyway, he crawls across this field, and like this tank comes out of nowhere, because like once you get back down into the hangar, one of the tanks is gone. Then you end up fighting Raven for the first time, and he's like he has then like once you blow him up in the tank, he ends up talking to Liquid, who's somewhere in that Russian helicopter, shooting down like other planes and stuff, and he's like, I seen the devil in his eyes. He has the same code as you. So Liquid is like, oh damn, okay. He damn, they really sent my brother, basically after me. So I guess Liquid is like, what is it? You have the dominant gene, and then you have the recessive gene. So Snake basically got to go find and this is where the story gets interesting. He basically has to go find this nerd scientist, this top nerd scientist named Hal Emmerich. Basically, I forgot his nickname, but he basically got to go find Hal Emmerich. So basically, you're just going around this base, y'all. Uh, um, Finding people and getting information, because it started off that you got to save this one guy, and that didn't happen, right? So basically, he finds this nerd. He has to go find this nerd that helped build Metal Gear Solid. Basically, and it gets goofy because the nerd, his dad, built the other Metal Gear that Snake had to take out. It's a long story. So you go find this nerd, Hal Emmerich. Then that same ninja, Gray Fox, he shows up because I don't know. I think Gray Fox has like a beef with his dad. I think his dad was the. I don't think his dad did the experiment on him. I forgot who did the experiment on him, but basically he's just basically a soul trapped in like a cyborg's body. So basically you go through this whole bullshit sequence. You get this rocket launcher and you're in like this other nuclear warhead facility that is like a building filled with nukes, right? When you go find Hal Emmerich, mind you, remember all of the people that you came in contact with started having like these weird heart attacks. So after you go through like this whole, well, first of all, not even. This is one of the most graphic scenes in video game history before Call of Duty did that other scene where you're in that airport with like the machine gun like blowing down innocent people because it's like this one part in Call of Duty they ask you if you want to play that sequence or not because it could be disturbing to some, right? Where you're playing as a terrorist and you got to blow these people down with like a machine gun, innocent people too, like at this airport. But this scene before that controversial scene took off, this scene was like the worst scene. So when you go rescue Hal Emmerich, you get in like this hallway, and remember Gray Fox, that ninja, um, he basically just like it was like real bloody and gory. Like he basically just started killing all of these people in the hallway in front of you, and then he disappears. Like all of these soldiers in front of you, like he ends up like killing them all. And then it was like this one soldier, like he basically like impaled him with like the sword, and like he's still alive but he's just like there just breathing. So then you go into this room, and Hal Emmerich, like he's like hiding in this locker room from Gray Fox. Like he ends up peeing on himself and all kinds of shit. And basically you end up fighting Gray Fox, but Snake doesn't know he's Gray Fox until he ends up fighting him. So you're like, he basically strips you of all your weapons and stuff, even though you can still use some of them. And you can use like a chaff grenade to like scramble like his little his computer senses or whatever. Anyway, he said, because he's running around with this like ninja sword and shit. So he basically says, like be a man and fight me, you know, fist to fist. So back in the day when Snake ended up fighting Gray Fox, I think in Zanzibar. Um, I guess they were fist fighting and stuff, and Snake ends up beating his ass, and he's like halfway through the fight, he's like, "I remember that punch," and Snake's like, "What do you mean you remember that punch?" And he's like, "Oh shit," you know what I'm saying? Because like basically, Snake's a trained killer. He killed a lot of people, fought a lot of people, but certain people he does remember. So once he realized that he was fighting Gray Fox, he was like, "It's definitely him." So he ends up getting back on the codec, which is like the how he's communicating with like all the other people at the base or whatever. And he's like, "Okay, I know for sure now something's up. Y'all are lying to me and all kinds of stuff." And they're like, "Well, look, you already came this far, so you gotta work with Hal and try to stop that launch and all this other shit." So they won't launch that, launch the nuclear weapon or whatever. So, long story short, he ends up going through, Gray Fox disappears again. He ends up going through this cutscene with Hal Emmerich, and then he's like, "Yo, are you okay?" And he's like, "Yeah, what's up?" He's like, "No," he's like, "Cause like something weird keeps happening every time I talk to somebody. They end up having heart attacks and shit." And he's like, "No, I didn't have a heart attack." And he's like, "Oh, they didn't inject me with anything and stuff like that." So now his antennas is up. He's like, "Okay." So basically, he gets, dude told him when he got kidnapped, a girl got kidnapped with him. Basically, he's talking about Colonel's niece. So Colonel kind of lied. Well, not even lied. He straight up lied to Snake to kind of get him in there also to rescue his niece. So now you gotta go find Meryl, and you're going through like this whole bullshit thing. So like she doesn't even know it's you, which she kind of does, and she's like, "Oh, are you Snake? Are you the legendary blah blah blah. Oh, my uncle told me about you and stuff like that. And she's like, wow, I read about you and blah blah blah. So he's like, just eat. I ain't gonna lie, that nigga was risen up all the bitches. Like y'all gotta understand, in between all of this shit that's going on, he's like risen. He done risen up like four different women. Like you got Natasha, which is like this weapons expert. So every time you get like a new weapon, you call her and she like tells you about the weapon and shit. And like he rises up Meryl, and he rises up the girl that saves the game, and then the other girl Naomi, he riz her up too, but in a different way, right? So it's like 4 or 5 bitches that you done rizzed up at this point. So you end up having to go through this sequence. Like he's telling her like she needs to stay out of sight because the way that she walks, it's a dead giveaway. They're gonna know she's not a real soldier. And she's like, "What do you mean by the way that she walks?" So when they were breaking out of the when they were breaking out of when the DARPA chief had that heart attack, he had to break out of the cell. And when they broke out of the cell and she took the disguise, he was like looking at her ass, that ass though, right? And she ended up disappearing in the elevator or whatever because she like started shooting back at him with the AK and shit. So anyway, he ended up having like this fucking thing with another character called Psycho Mantis. I don't know, y'all. I don't make up these names. Just follow me, right? So he ends up running into this other guy named Psycho Mantis. Psycho Mantis, he does this thing and then he just disappears. So now at this part in the story where you got to go find Meryl, and this is the cool part about like video gaming back in the day versus now. If you have the actual CD case, so the Kenneth Baker dude, the old dude with the cane, he gives Snake like a CD case, but it's like destroyed, but it still has the files on it. So basically the reason why they told Snake to go find his name ended up being Otacon, because like he likes like the nerd dude Hal Emmerich, the guy that you got to go find. He's basically a scientist's son that helped develop this weapon, and like he likes anime and he's like into like mechs. So that's why Metal Gear Rex look the way it does. It's basically a nuclear walking tank. That's what they called it, a nuclear walking tank. But Mex is basically, or Rex is basically a mech. So they're trying to launch a nuclear weapon from Metal Gear Solid Rex. Rex has this, I think it's his right arm. His right arm has like a rail gun. It's literally like a rail gun, and that's where they're gonna launch the nuclear weapon from. So he's like basically telling them about it. But the guy, Kenneth Baker, uh, gives you a CD case, and you can't really do nothing with it because it got destroyed by gunfire when he was fighting with Ocelot. The reason how he got caught is because this guy, Psycho Mantis, he does like he tortures people. Him and Ocelot, they torture people. So they'll put you on this machine and start like electrocuting you and shit like that. And basically he like knows how to get into people's like brain, like because he's, I guess, a psycho or whatever. It's a long story. So the reason why I'm bringing up these characters is because I want you to remember them a little bit later, because the story gets complex. So anyway, um the dude Kenneth Baker, because he's an old dude, he was like Psycho Mantis couldn't get into his head to get his passcode to launch the nuclear weapon, because he got surgery, so he has like a metal plate in his head. So he was unable to get his passcode from him, so he crippled him basically because he wouldn't talk and stuff like that. So Snake was like, well, I talked to the DARPA chief, and the DARPA chief, he talked. He gave him the passcodes. So he's like, well, if the DARPA chief gave him the passcode, then they're ready to launch the nuclear weapon now. So you need to, you know, go to, Emmerich and see how you can, see if there's a weak point, or see how you can stop this weapon from, this weapon from being launched. Oh Lord. So this was the dopest part in video game history fucking ever. He gave Snake the CD case. Snake can't really do nothing with the CD case. They keep telling Snake, yo, if you want to get in contact with Meryl, you have to look on the back of the CD case. Now, he's not talking about the regular CD case that he gave Snake. They're talking about the CD case in real life. So if you bought Metal Gear Solid, it came with a real big ass CD case because it came with 2 discs. If you look on the back of that CD case, you see Snake right there talking to Meryl on the thing, and you can see the number right there. Nigga, as a kid, that shit blew my mind away. I said, oh, damn, this game is crazy, right? Now, mind you, this is on the PlayStation, y'all. And this is like I'm talking about tail end PlayStation. So this is when PlayStation had analog vibrating controllers. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. We in the money right now. Vibrating controllers. Pause. Right? So anyway, you end up linking up with Meryl, and there's like certain little Easter eggs in the game. Like if you run into the bathroom right after her, she looked like she didn't really put her clothes on and shit like that. But anyway, and then they got like a joint where like she got on Snake's sneaking suit. There's a lot of little Easter eggs in that game. That's why you get to play it a whole bunch of times. So you end up going into this hallway with this weird ass fucking music, and you end up finding Meryl, and she's like the suit from the soldier that she stole from, and that soldier is funny as hell. His name is Johnny. This is a long story because Meryl ends up marrying Johnny. This is a long fucking story, y'all. Anyway, she said it had blood in it, and she was like just like going over the story how she wants to be a soldier, and she had like a fake tattoo and shit, and she's like, I want to be a soldier, I want to be taken seriously, and blah blah blah. And Snake's like, listen, you're gonna get yourself killed, you need to get up out of here. And even though he's mad at him because he lied to him and sent them in here, he was going off. He was like, your uncle lied to me and sent me in here, so I need to make sure you get out of here safe and blah blah blah. And she was like, I will once I complete the mission. He's like, what the fuck are you talking about? And so she ends up leaving. She ends up she got this big ass gun too, this Desert Eagle, right? So you end up you end up no, you could proceed if you had the original copy, but it took a minute for you to get for you. I forgot who gives you her number. I think Colonel gives you her number. But anyway, oh yeah, I left out a crucial detail. I'm sorry, y'all. This because the game is so deep. I didn't expect all of this after I got up that elevator, y'all. It fucked my head up. When you first get into the facility to go rescue the DARPA chief, you end up getting a call from a guy that trained you back in the day how to fight, called Master Miller. Okay, is this guy called Master Miller? It's just some dude with like with like these sunglasses on, and he's like, oh, whenever you need to learn how to whip somebody's ass or do something, give me a call and shit like that. Honestly, I didn't know because as a kid I didn't. But when you're talking to Master Miller, you can hear like a chopping noise in the background. I'm gonna leave that right there, okay? So there's a bunch of people that Snake gets to call on his Kodak while he's doing this mission. So and you end up talking to this guy named Master Miller, right? If y'all know the story, y'all know where I'm going with this. All right. So anyway, remember him, okay? Master Miller. He just he's like this. the guy that kind of taught you a lot of shit. And all of the Metal Gear Solid games kind of work on this premise. You'll kind of see a pattern. So anyway, you go rescue Meryl, and then you go down this hallway, and then that horrible ass music stops. And when that music stops, like when you get close to the doorway, she starts to get possessed by Psycho Mantis, but Snake doesn't know what's going on. And like she's like speaking weird, and she's like you know, she stands beside this door because she has the key card, and she's like, oh, our master will speak to you now. And he's like, what are you talking about? So she opens the door, and it's like this room, and it's like it got like an office, and it got like all these statues and stuff like that, basically a big ass nice office. And what ended up happening is she's basically being possessed by Psycho Mantis. So like out of nowhere, she's like trying to have sex with Snake, and he's like, oh, what's going on? Like, what are you doing? We got shit to do. Like, now is not the appropriate time. And then like she ends up pulling the pistol off the side of her hip and pointing it at him. And he's and like you can hear like another voice under hers because she's being possessed, right? And she's like, she starts pointing the pistol at him, and she's like, what's wrong with you? You don't like girls? And then like you end up getting into this fight scene where you can't no, really, no, the music is bad. It was really horrible, right? So he ends up getting into this fight scene, and you can't shoot her because she's being possessed, but she's pointing a gun at you, and she's like trying to take your head off because she's basically being controlled by Psycho Mantis. So you have to, like, I ain't gonna lie, I don't condone abuse with women, but you have to basically whip her ass. You have to basically beat her up, or you can do this other thing that Snake does, where he like does this judo flip where he like flips people on their ass and shit and stuff like that. So anyway, you end up having to knock her out. So you can choke her out. I don't condone violence against women, but you can choke her out or knock her out. You just basically have to get her unconscious, right? So once you knock her out, Psycho Mantis can't, you know, uh, control her anymore. So once you knock her out, and then again, the best, craziest thing in gaming history happens. So once you knock her out, Psycho Mantis reveals himself, right? And he's like floating. He's like one of the best uh uh video game villains of all time. But he's like telling you like, look, I'm powerful. Ooh, I know about all of this stuff. I know a lot about you, and blah blah blah, right? So he's like, place your controller on the floor, and like you basically, and I ain't gonna lie, when I was playing this game, I think was I at the crib in Florida? I don't know. I had tile floors. It kind of didn't work if you had carpet floor, but if you had tile or wood floors, you basically place your controller on the floor. And when you place your controller on the floor, basically said, basically he like makes it move around in a circle around the tile floor. So like you're like looking at him making gestures towards the camera, and the controller starts vibrating and moving all around the floor. So he's like basically saying, I can, touch you in real life. So first of all, you're looking up numbers on the back of the CD case in real life. This nigga is moving the controller across the floor in real life, mind you. And then if you have like a memory card, because you at this point you have to have a memory card. This game you have to have a memory card. I'm gonna keep it 100 with you, because some people, you can get away with playing certain games without a memory card, but this motherfucking game you have to have a memory card. So he starts to read your memory card and starts telling you the games that you did play. And then I forgot, there's another game. Okay, so before Hideo Kojima put out Metal Gear Solid, he had another hit game that I wanted to play, and it's called Police Knots. I think it's called Police Knots. It's like a some type of yeah. The controller was dancing, bro. No, for real. I'm being serious, man. This shit blew my mind away as a kid. So anyway, he basically tells you the game that you're playing, and he's like telling you, hey, you need to do this, and hey, you need to do that, and basically just like he's just reading you. You know what I'm saying? He's just reading the control the character, right? So mind you, he's moving the controller. He just read the shit that you got on the memory card and stuff like that. And he's like telling you like you don't know what to do. So basically, you and this nigga start throwing hands, right? And there's like several ways to beat him. There's several ways to beat him. It could be a time thing. If you don't know what to do, it's gonna take you a good minute to whip his ass. So, and anytime you look in first person view, um, it doesn't show you first person view. Like it shows you the statues in the room. So basically, remember I told you there's like a lot of statues in the room. So basically, the sculptures in the room, they have like bandages, like wraps around the face, because basically his face is fucked up. So I forgot to tell y'all. So Psycho Mantis, he has on a gas mask. He has on a gas mask because I guess he's hideous and his face is fucked up. He used to wear a trench coat and a gas mask. I ain't gonna lie, his outfit looked dope. It was super skinny though, but Riz, you know. But basically you can destroy the statues. But basically he's like a ghost. Like he's like floating around the room, so he's not on the floor, so minds don't work. Um he's throwing shit at you. He's picking up chairs and couches and just like flinging them shit. Like this nigga is fucking you up with, like he's literally moving furniture, you know. So that fight scene is like just crazy, you know what I'm saying, at that point. So he does this thing because, all right, so remember when you went back in the day when he's doing like a lot of shit. Like I'm telling you, this is like one of the most influential fights in video game history. I'm telling you, the older systems are better than the new ones, right? So remember when you used to play video games back in the day, you would have to do like little goofball shit like hook your PlayStation up to your VCR, which will be on like channel 3 or channel 2, or sometimes some people did channel 4, but I did channel 3. Um, or sometimes you can hook your PlayStation up, your video game system up to your actual television, but you still have to go on like channel 3 or channel 4 or whatever, like the video channel. So basically, Hideo Kojima is the director and the creator of Metal Gear Solid. So basically, he would do this thing halfway through the fight when you've done a certain amount of damage, where it make it look like your TV cut off and the screen turns blue. So some people would get, I never did, but some people would get up and try to like tinker around with their TV or whatever to get the video game back on the screen, and they would put the controller down or whatever, and then the screen will come back on, and then he'll come, you know what I'm saying, he'll pop back up and then start attacking you and stuff like that. So obviously this nigga's cheating, he been cheating the whole time. So he does little bullshit like that, and then when you realize, and this is another influential part in video game history, when you realize what you have to do, you have to take your controller, so he can't read your movements. You got to take your controller out of controller port number 1 and put it in controller port number 2. And it confuses the shit out of him. He's like, he doesn't know what's going on. He can't read you. He's like, he ends up he ends up freaking out and stuff like that because like his powers aren't working and shit like that. So when you end up beating him, um, you end up beating him, and like he's like he tells you to take his mask off and shit like that. Well, his mask ends up coming off and shit, and like he's like ugly as fuck. Like Meryl ends up waking up and she sees him. She's like, "Ooh, this nigga hideous," you know. Like he just, you know, he's like telling his story and shit. And you know, he ends up dying, and like he tells you, before you leave, can you put his mask back on? He wants to be at peace. So it's like this like huge emotional story, and it's like, damn, yo, you know what I'm saying? You know, yeah, you need to chill out, bro. You know, you were doing too much, you know. So he ends up dying, and you end up moving on, and Meryl's with you, and then you got to go through like then it's like right after you finish fighting somebody, it's like on to the next, and you get hints, you know, to the next person you're gonna fight. So out of nowhere, you start seeing wolves. Remember, I told you Snake used to race huskies and snow dogs and shit. So out of nowhere, you start seeing wolves out of nowhere. You got to go through this fucking cave. And there's certain things that you can have on you, like a handkerchief or like just certain things to get these wolves up off of you. You kind of don't want to kill them, but you can. You know what I'm saying? And then like Snake is known for like hiding in a cardboard box. That's like another Metal Gear Solid pun. So Snake is known for like hiding in certain cardboard box. So if you equip a certain cardboard box, one of the wolves will like piss on it and shit, and then the other wolves will like you. But if you don't have a scent or something on you that they like, they will attack you. So anyway, you get past this little this mini cave or some shit, heading into this like this tower, that this communications tower, right before you get to Metal Gear. So at this point, with all of this shit going on, you and Meryl are like basically on a date, some type of weird soldier date, some type of little mini date or whatever. So you and her got some type of rapport at this point. Man, you go to this fucking tower, and you go into this door, and she says, "Hold on, there's mines in here." And he's like, Snake's like, "What?" She's like, there's a bunch of mines, like claymore mines all over the floor. But if you follow me, I can show you how to get around them." And he's like, "How do you know that?" She was like, "Oh, well, when Psycho Mantis dived into her head, she kind of saw where they were placing the mines and stuff like that." So he was like, "Okay." So she walks across the floor, not crawl, because you can crawl, but it's better to crawl because you can pick up the mines or whatever and use them later. But anyway, she walks across the floor, um, and walks around the mines, and Snake is like impressed. And then out of nowhere, this red beam is like going up and down her body. So basically, somebody's pointing a gun at her or whatever. And then like basically she just starts getting shot. Like she gets like picked off. Like she gets shot in the arm, gets shot in the leg, and like Snake runs to, you know, I ain't gonna lie, he kind of left her out there, real talk. But he was gonna get blowed up by the mines or whatever. But anyway, he gets cover. So basically, she's being targeted. Oh, who is she being targeted by, Kuda? Oh, I'm glad you asked. She's being targeted by this other girl that's in there, that's in Foxhound, called Sniper Wolf, which is another woman. This is a woman now, and she got the same coat on as the soldiers that be in the snow, and basically, she done shot up your bitch. You know, your girl laying on the floor with gunshot wounds. Like y'all just had a sentimental moment, and now she's laying on the floor getting picked off by a sniper. Now, Sniper Wolf shoots her, but not enough to kill her. Like just basically just to keep her alive and stuff like that. So she's communicating with Snake. She's like, you know, she basically knows who's shooting her and shit. So basically, Snake really can't do nothing. I ain't gonna lie. There's certain points where you can break the game and you actually can do something, but Snake really can't do nothing at this point because he doesn't have a rifle on him. So he got to go like all the way back to like that this fucking building, like damn near in the beginning of the game, to go get this sniper rifle. So like they're like telling him to like hurry up and go all the way back there so he could save Meryl and get this goddamn, this goddamn sniper rifle. So you got to go all the way back to go get this goddamn sniper rifle, this PSG-1 sniper rifle. And the deep throat dude, I think he ends up calling you again or something like that, but it's Gray Fox or something. I don't know. Some shit happens and you go all the way back to the beginning of the game to go get this damn rifle. And then when you return back to go get Meryl or save her, she disappears. So basically she's kidnapped. Um so now you're back in that hallway and Sniper Wolf, she's in that hallway also. So basically you gotta basically and I don't know why they don't let him crouch and shoot, but this is the PlayStation 1, y'all. So anyway, you get the damn sniper rifle and you end up getting into a gunfight with Sniper Wolf, the female sniper. This is where that Twitch streamer SSJ Sniper Wolf. That's where she came from. If you ever wanted to notice, ever wanted to know. So anyway, you end up shooting the shit out of this bitch, and then she ends up bleeding, and it's not a period joke. So after you shoot her, you run down the hallway because you're like on the ground and she's like on a fucking stairwell in a railway. So she's like hiding behind the railway, and you get into this gunfight and you end up shooting her. So then you go down then you see when you go down the hallway to get to her, you see a blood trail leading to the door. So you go to the door and you get like ambushed by like a bunch of soldiers and stuff like that. And then she comes out of nowhere, and like the soldiers get you to like freeze, like fair and square catch you. So basically she gets you to toss your weapon away and stuff like that. And then she's like this, it's like this whole cut scene where she's like talking to you, and she scratches your face. And when she scratches your face, she says, "Oh, you're my target now." She's like, "Until I kill you, you're all I think about." And she's like, she's like just talking to you and shit like that. And then like you get hit in the back of the head by the soldier, so basically you get knocked out too. So your ass gets kidnapped also. So when you wake up, you're on this machine again. One of the best moments in video fucking game history. Hopefully, I'm getting the timeline right. But you're on this machine, right? And you're getting tortured. So you're basically you don't got shit. They take everything from you, and you're basically getting tortured. So Psycho Mantis usually does the torturing. So what they do is they put people on this machine, and it's funny because I have an Ocelot uh action figure that actually came with that machine, which is hilarious. So they put people on this machine, and basically, while Ocelot is shocking you, he's like sending volts through your body. Basically, it's like a shock torture. Psycho Mantis would be there, reading your mind and your thoughts and basically getting information. So that's what they said. Basically, remember when I told you guys about the DARPA chief and the old dude that they couldn't read his mind because he had that metal plate in his head. That's where that came from. So basically, they're torturing you. Just want to see who you know and what you know and stuff like that. And basically, they're like telling you like you actually when you get put on this machine, Liquid, the dude that's running the operation, he's there, and he's basically talking to you. He's just like, there definitely is a resemblance. And then I don't think at that point he calls you brother, but literally, Snake and him are twins. But the difference is, in this setting, Snake has either black or brown hair and is cut, and Liquid has long blonde hair. But their face looks the exact same. So anyway, but Snake probably looks a little bit older at this point. I'll tell you why later. So anyway, basically he's saying he has to go get back to business because they're sending F-16s or whatever to come you know try to bomb them before they launch the bomb or whatever. So he's like, I got to get back to launching this nuke and get back into communication with what's going on. So basically he basically leaves Ocelot there to torture you, and he's like, don't kill him like you did the last guy. And like, it's like, what? So basically you get tortured. Okay, so this is a pivotal point of the game. So at this point in the game, Ocelot tells you, and boy, this man, I ain't gonna lie, nigga, I almost lost my hand trying to do this shit. There were so many different ways to do it. So basically, Ocelot tells you, he's like, I don't give a fuck if you have a memory card. I don't give a damn. Mind you, you done beat Psycho Mantis. You done went on a fucking mini date with Meryl. You done beat Sniper Wolf for the first time, and went through all of this shit. He literally informs you. He says, "Listen, I'm going to torture you. You can either resist the torture or you can give up." He said, "But there's no continues. There's no none of that." He's like, "I don't give a damn if you have a memory card, because they strategically set it up to where all of this shit happens and you don't get a chance to save." So he's like, listen, if you don't give up, the game starts over. You're gonna have to. He said if you don't give up, you're gonna have to do all of that shit that you just did over again. So this nigga giving you a real choice in real life. He's like, God damn, do you really want to go through all of this shit again? So at this point in the game, he's threatening you. He's saying, okay, if you give up, we're gonna kill Meryl. No. Yeah, if you don't give up, you can save her life. If you do give up, we're gonna kill her. So in the game, if you give up, I'm not gonna lie, you end the story off with Hal Emmerich, Otacon, and you get to play the game again. But like when you if you give up, Meryl ends up dying. I'm just a spoiler, but it really doesn't matter at this point. Meryl ends up dying, and you end the game with Otacon. I'm not gonna lie, it's actually better to end the game with Otacon. But then again, it's better to end the game with Meryl, because if you start the game over after you give up, or if you pass the torture. So if you pass the torture and you end up saving Meryl, nothing happens to Otacon. You just end up saving Meryl, but you get a perk. You get what's called you get a bandana. You get this special bandana, and basically you get unlimited ammo if you equip the bandana and the weapon. And then with if you save Otacon, which is even better, Otacon has this thing. He had three of them. This is a story. This is a story for later on. You end up getting the what's going on, Tyrone? You end up getting you get the stealth camo. Well, it's not really a stealth camo. It's basically this thing that you put on, and it basically makes you invisible. so you can walk around and run. You can clear stages and stuff fast, and don't have to worry about getting spotted or seen. You can fight people and they'll be like confused. They won't know who you are or where you are and stuff like that. Basically, you get stealth. You know. So anyway, um, depending on what choice you do. Now, that torture was hard. Oh yeah, and also too, one of the most iconic moments in gaming when you're getting tortured by Ocelot, because I did have one of these controllers. You all right? So you know how you can get one of those controllers that's like jailbroken. Like back in the day, you can get one of those controllers where it had like rapid fire and like all kinds of different little tricks where like rapid hits the thing. So it was funny because I played this game so many times. I had one controller because he tells you too. He's like, oh yeah, and if you use auto fire, I can tell because basically they can tell humanly how much times you can hit the circle button. Because you have to hit the circle button, right? So people had all different types of ways to pass the torch with Ocelot. There was a battery method where you take like an actual where you take like a actual battery and you can tap the battery on the circle and like it kind of acts like a double tap, so it kind of is rapid fire but it's not. But then there was a way too where you can actually use your thumb. I ain't gonna lie, if you nigga, you was an alien if you use your. I almost broke my hand trying to do this shit, but I had this one controller that was like glitchy. It was a jailbroken controller, but it was like glitchy and it was made for it. And I ain't gonna lie, I think one of the selling points of that controller was like it will pass the auto fire test on Metal Gear Solid. So I was cheating like shit with that controller. I had that joint, but I didn't like using it because it was shaped weird than the regular PlayStation controller, right, y'all? So I ain't gonna lie, I did auto fire. He never detected the auto fire. I never got the I never no actually I did one time with that first controller. But no, but I don't know what he said though. But like I don't remember the sequence when he realized that you're using auto fire. But anyway, whether you give up or whether you pass the torture, it doesn't matter. Unless you want to save Meryl or Otacon. So it's like, do you choose unlimited ammo or do you choose the stealth camo? It's up to you. So anyway, again, one of the most iconic moments in video game history. Mind you, this is all in one game, y'all. Right? So you end up getting knocked out again. And you end up getting put in this jail cell. And when you wake up, he he ends up smelling a rancid smell. Snake, right? So you're sitting in this jail cell and he smells like this rancid ass smell. And he looks to his right and it's the DARPA chief, the guy that had the heart attack. He has like a hole in his chest. He's bleeding. There's like maggots all over him and shit. Like, so he's been sitting there for like a good minute. There's like a hole in his chest, and he's like he's just sitting in the on the cell floor, just dead. So mind you, when you first met the DARPA chief, you were in a jail cell, and now you're in another jail cell that's literally around the corner from the first jail cell that you were in. So they kind of made it seem like they took his body from that jail cell and and put him in that jail cell, but that's not what happened. This is why I'm telling you, this is a rabbit hole. I don't know if y'all keeping up with the story, but this is where the game starts to get deep again. So there was a guy that was in Foxhound that you didn't fight, and I really wonder what the fight sequence with him would have been like because it was different. So there was another guy, because they tell you all of the people that's in the unit when they brief you on the story, and there was a guy named Decoy Octopus. I don't know where they get these names from, but they always use some type of thing and the animal that goes with it. It's an ongoing theme in the Metal Gear Solid series, right? So there's this guy named Decoy Octopus. So basically, you end up finding out later on in the game that the guy that you were talking to in the beginning, that was not the real DARPA chief. You know what I'm saying? I forgot what DARPA is called. What defense? Defense, arms, something. I forgot. But anyway, that was not the real DARPA chief. The dude that had the heart attack, that was not the real DARPA chief. That was Decoy Octopus. They couldn't get the passcode to launch the nuclear weapon from the DARPA chief because he ended up dying. That's why Liquid said, "Don't kill him this time," because Ocelot ended up killing the real DARPA chief, trying to torture him to get the passcode up out of him. So basically, um, they don't have the passcode. You know, they were bluffing the whole time. They don't have the passcode to launch the nuke. Or I guess oh no. So I guess they were trying to say when because basically you're in the cell, you don't got none of your shit. They took that disc that you had on you, that the old dude gave you, Kenneth Baker. So basically Kenneth Baker told you they couldn't get his passcode. Basically he had a heart attack also because Snake said that they got the DARPA chief's passcode. And that's when he started flipping out and was like, "Oh, then they could launch that shit right now." But basically, they didn't get the DARPA chief's passcode because guess what? He ended up killing him during the torture session. So what they did was they used Decoy Octopus and they planted him in the jail cell, basically, because you know when you're on the first mission, like the DARPA chief is like asking you all of these questions and shit. He's like, "Who sent you? The Pentagon? Um, are you what's your outfit? What unit do you claim?" And blah blah blah. And he's like asking you all these questions. And Snake is like, "Listen, nigga, I'm trying to rescue you. I got to get you up out of here. Stop asking me all these damn questions." So basically, he lied to Snake and said they got his passcode. So I guess everybody in the I was gonna say the Cobra unit, everybody in the I guess that was on Shadow Moses. They had that shot because basically when Snake gets around them, they have this the heart attack. Basically, Fox die ends up getting triggered and it ends up killing them. So I guess I don't know. I guess it's like a no snitch thing when it comes down to it. That's why I don't know. Whatever. So he ends up being in the jail cell, and the real DARPA chief is there, but he's dead, and he's like, he got like a hole in his chest and all this other shit going on. So now you got to get up out of this goddamn jail cell, and I don't know. There's like a billion ways to get up out of this jail cell. Now remember when Meryl took the security guard that guard's uniform. That guard, his name was Johnny. Okay, his name was Johnny. This ended up becoming a Metal Gear Solid joke. So basically, she left him butt naked and knocked out, and she took his uniform. Now this guy, while you're stuck in this cell, there's this one guard that's just walking around, and the only thing I think you have under the bed is like a ration or something like that. So there's multiple ways to get out this jail cell. One way is you can hide under the bed and he doesn't see you, so he like tries to like look into the cell and then he opens the door and then you're like supposed to pop up from under the bed and like beat his ass and shit and knock him out. Um Another way is if you can't find a way out and you're like calling everybody and they're like, "Oh, try to find a way out," or whatever. um Hal Emmerich, he sneaks in with that stealth uniform, and he like tries to bring you food or some shit, and like because he doesn't know how to get you out and stuff like that, and he gives you catch up, so like you can lay down, because like basically they're not, they want to keep you alive for some weird reason. Wink wink, nudge nudge, right? So basically you can lay down and like equip the catch up and make it look like you're bleeding or whatever, and then that's another way to get him to open the door. And then another, if you're just stuck in the cell and you can't get the hell out, the Gray Fox, the cyborg ninja dude, he comes in and just breaks the door. And then or something else happens where like this is the ongoing joke with Johnny, the security guard or whatever. Something happens where he has to use the bathroom, and or like right in the middle of trying to fight you, he has diarrhea, so he runs to the bathroom, and like he's like just stuck in the bathroom. So like basically it's like a shit joke. So but there's multiple ways to get him to run to the bathroom and stuff like that, because basically he was eating something. So basically you either knock him out or he runs to the bathroom halfway through a fight. You go into the room, you start getting you get there's like a red box, you pick that up and you get all of your stuff back, but there's like a couple of things, missing from your equipment, but you get all your guns back, you get everything back. And basically you're at the beginning of the game all over again. I'm not even gonna lie to you, you're at the beginning of the game all over again. So basically you have to go right back through the minefield, right back to the nuclear storage building. You got to go through all of that stuff, and then like I said, you done been through everything and you got kidnapped. When you get back in that hallway with like Meryl or whatever, he's like, whether you pass the torture or not, he has like this flashback of Meryl there getting shot in that little in that little in that little hallway or whatever. So you go back through the hallway, you go back through where you got knocked out, and you go through this like this door. And you said me and my nephew just played Fortnite for the first time, partied up. We came in first place 4 games in a row. That's what's up, man. I don't got to. If I play Fortnite, I'm gonna fuck around and have a seizure. Shit be moving too fast on Fortnite. I barely could keep up. I saw Minecraft. I used to. I never played Minecraft, but Minecraft looked cool. But anyway, you go through this door, and some shit happens. Like you go to this. You go to this communications tower, and when you go to the communications tower, like you try to go up this elevator, and like something happened and the elevator's broke, so you gotta take the steps, right? So you go up to the communication tower and you take the steps, and you have to cross over to another communications tower, and I think that's the building where Metal Gear Solid is, right? But anyway, so it's supposed to be a piece of cake. You're supposed to be like, hey, I'm just gonna go to this communications tower and go right across. Nigga, as soon as you get to the top of the fucking tower, guess who pops up out of nowhere? Liquid. And guess what he's in? He's in that fucking Hindy helicopter. This is what really made me look up the gun shit. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You know what's about to happen. So now you're on this tower and you're fighting Liquid, and he's in this helicopter, and you got to use I think you get this other rocket launcher, but it's like a stinger, this stinger grenade. You gonna need that motherfucker. I ain't gonna lie, that's my gun right there. So basically you're using stinger missiles. You got to go get this you go through this whole sequence where you got to go get this at that nuclear facility. You get another weapon, because you get like these key cards, and you get to access other rooms you couldn't access before. So you're shooting this nigga down. You end up shooting down this helicopter with the stinger missiles, right? I'm gonna show y'all. I'm gonna tell y'all about an Easter egg too. If y'all played this game and y'all haven't found this out. So and anyway, you end up taking on Liquid one on one, and he's like circling the building and trying to shoot you down. Um, and you end up shooting down the helicopter with the Stinger missiles. So you end up defeating Liquid. He goes down in the helicopter. You know what I'm saying? So like for sure, Snake believes that he's dead. You know what I'm saying? Because he basically crashes the helicopter and goes down. Like he hits the helicopter with the Stinger missile so much like that it ends up malfunctioning. And then like Liquid tries to shoot you with this like missile, and the missile like gets stuck inside the chamber, and then it like blows up the helicopter. So the helicopter goes down, right? So now that the helicopter goes down, Liquid is like, I ain't gonna lie, Snake was badass. When the helicopter went down, he looked over the railing and then turned around and he's like, that takes care of the cremation. This nigga says that takes care of the cremation. You know what I'm saying? Yo, Snake had some epic moments in that first Metal Gear Solid. Snake had some epic moments in that first Metal Gear Solid. He's like he talked about the killing. He's like he this is part in the game where he's like he thoroughly like cuz the look on his face like they're like they're calling him sick. Like it's like, bro, like have you seen the look on your face when you just killing people? And so anyway, helicopter goes down. This nigga just, on some die hard shit. I ain't gonna lie. I felt invincible like shit after I took down the helicopter. I'm like, man. So you would think the main guy in the story is gone right now. Nah, nah, it don't work like that. But anyway, you you go across the tower, and I think you end up fighting a whole bunch of niggas like in this elevator and shit like that. You go across this fucking tower, but you spent a good minute climbing up that tower. Like this ain't no bullshit tower. Like you going up stairwells for a good minute, getting chased by niggas and shit, and knocking out cameras and stuff. So you go up this stairwell, and then basically you get to the second tower. You can't get down from the tower. So what happens is like you got to use like he got to use like this rope and repel himself down from the tower. So basically, you get out of the tower and you're like in this field, this snow field, and you're hearing wolves and shit like that. So y'all know what's up. Y'all about to you about to fight sniper. Yes, you about to fight sniper wolf's ass all over again. So you're in this. You're and let me tell y'all something. Um, in this part of the game, when you're in this like in this arena right before you fight sniper wolf, if you go to like the corner of the map and like go into first person view mode and look, you're gonna see a parachute on a tree. So basically, Liquid's ass ejected out of the helicopter at some point and used the parachute. And most people miss this part, but anyway, you fight Sniper Wolf in this snow field. You're like it's basically a blizzard going on, so you're fighting a sniper in the middle of a blizzard. I ain't gonna lie, Snake is the Snake. I ain't gonna lie, this Snake is the ultimate Snake. But then again, keep in mind. Anyway, so you're using the sniper rifle and you're I ain't gonna lie, I took her out with the missile. I said I'm not about to shoot this bitch with this damn sniper rifle. She's about to get all these missiles. But anyway, you end up fighting Sniper Wolf in this snowfield, and when you fight her you end up killing her, obviously. And then like basically, I'm not gonna lie, Hal Emmerich, Otacon, he actually loved her. Like he argued with Snake to so it's weird. Okay, so remember when I told you if you pass the torture with Ocelot, you either save Meryl or you save Otacon. There's a point in the story where Snake and Otacon start beefing because Otacon has like this huge crush. Remember, he's a nerdy, geeky guy. He has this huge crush on Sniper Wolf. I keep telling y'all niggas like dating bitches with tattoos on their knuckles. Now, Sniper Wolf don't have a tattoo on their knuckle, but he's a nerd. Why the fuck do you like this sniper? I guess because she's a blonde-haired, sexy bitch with a gun. So he begs Snake not to kill her. Because he saw this nigga take down a helicopter. He saw Snake do all of this bullshit. I'm telling y'all, they go after the worst ones. When I intimately tell y'all, I know what the fuck I'm talking about. I know what the fuck I'm talking about, bro. And just it's funny recalling all of this. I can't believe I'm remembering all of this shit in order too. I'm actually kind of excited to tell this story because I'm actually remembering it in order. So basically, he begs Snake not to kill Sniper Wolf because he wants her, and she been nice to him too. Like she hasn't been fucked up to him. She ain't scratch him like she scratched Snake. She ain't did all that bullshit to him. So he's like, please don't kill her, and so basically, Snake disobeys him because Snake don't give a fuck. Gator don't play that shit, right? Snake ends up killing Sniper Wolf, but like she ends up being lung shot. You know what I'm saying? Because she's a sniper, so she knows how bullets work and stuff like that. And basically, she's like it's always like a cutscene after you take out somebody. So she's like laying down in the snow, and Snake walks over to her, and she's like, I need my gun. She's like, I wanna die with my gun. And basically, she just like starts talking, and she was like basically telling a story and stuff, and like the wolves were coming out of nowhere, kind of like mourning, her getting clapped. 'Cause I ain't gonna lie, I clapped the shit out of that bitch a couple of times. But anyway, made me go through all of that shit. But anyway, she was talking about this story, and she was like, she was just a little girl, like dirty on the side of a riverbank and stuff like that. And she was like, that's when I met him. And Snake was like, who are you talking about, him? And she was like, Saladin. And he was like, Saladin, you mean Big Boss, right? Because basically Big Boss was Snake's father, the guy that he killed with his bare hands. Actually, he killed this nigga twice, but we're gonna get into that. We haven't worked our way around to that. This is how complex this story is. So basically, she was talking about how she met Big Boss, and he taught her how to be a soldier and all this other stuff, and she was going off of his influence and stuff like that, and she was like looking Snake in the face, and she was like, "You look just like him," when she met him as a little girl, just dirty on the riverbank. All of these people had got like these fucked up ass stories. And it makes sense, once you get later on into the story. So she was talking about how she met him and all this other stuff, and then how she was drawn to Liquid because they that's his son. They look alike, right? So she's like, she's lung shot, and she's like talking and like coughing up blood and shit like that, and Otacon simp ass runs over. He's like, no. He's like, I told you not to do this and blah blah blah. He's like mad at Snake and shit, and she's like lung shot, and she's like, she knows Snake has to finish her off. That's just the honorable thing to do as a soldier. So basically, I keep forgetting where you get the handkerchief. But anyway, she asks for her gun, and Otacon, he runs over and he grabs her rifle and brings it over to her, and she was like, because I guess the gun has sentimental value to it, so she's like, I need my gun, I want it same way, Psycho Mantis asked for his mask or whatever. So she's like talking and shit like that, and he gives her her gun, and she's like, do what you have to do. So Snake basically, he gets up and he pulls out his gun and basically points it at her head. And like, I ain't gonna lie, at this point I kind of did feel bad for Otacon. I'm like, damn, bro, like your girl over here, lung shot. There's nothing you can do about it. And like, she literally just told Snake, train killer, put me out my misery. So Snake takes his gun, and Otacon turns around and like covers his ears. I ain't gonna lie, that kind of fucked me up. I ain't gonna lie. I'm like, damn, he about to finish off the baddie, right? Cause Sniper Wolf was bad as shit. I ain't gonna lie, she was bad as shit. So anyway, he basically shoots her in the face, and I don't know where the handkerchief came from, but there's a point in the game where you do get this handkerchief, and he takes the handkerchief and covers her face with it. Mind you, I'm a kid playing this fucking game. Okay, so I'm like, mm. So anyway, he shoots her in the face, puts her out her misery, put this handkerchief over her face. Did I lose? I know I lost a lot of y'all going down this timeline, but I'm not gonna lie. This is a story I can sit and tell for days, y'all. So he puts the handkerchief over her face, and he tells Otacon to get out of here. He's like, yo, he's like, yo, I'm about to go destroy this fucking walking tank and shit, so I can get the hell up out of here. And Otacon's like, oh, do you enjoy killing people and stuff like, he's like, because basically he just killed his bitch. And so Otacon is like, he not trying to hear it and shit like that. And he's like, Snake's like, if we make it out of this, I owe you and blah 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 and all this other shit. Now this is where the game gets crazy. Again, the most influential part of gaming history. That's why I'm happy to tell this story, because this is the most influential part of gaming history. This is where you get to the second disc. And oh yes, the second disc gets crazy. So you get this key card from, I think, either Sniper Wolf or Otacon, and you go into this place called the Blast Furnace. All right, it's really hot. There's a whole bunch of niggas in there with, melting all kinds of metals and shit like that. I guess, now that I'm talking about it, I think this is where they make the tanks and certain weapons and stuff like that. So you end up going into this weird sequence, and then you end up going into the Blast Furnace. And I don't know if you have the key card at this point. So you get this key card. They give you this like weird key card. It's like this it's called the PAL. Something it's called it's a PAL key. And it's like orange. It's just a regular key card. You're supposed to put the key card into this computer, and basically it's supposed to disable Metal Gear. So you get this PAL key, and you go into the Blast Furnace, and it's like this like really hot ass place. And then you go into this other room, and then you go down this long ass elevator, right? And you go into this long ass elevator, and it's going into like this ice, this little ice, this it's like it's cold. It's like a little ice place. It's like crows all over the place. So you're gonna run back into another enemy boss that you fought before in the tank, in that minefield, named Raven. That's the guy that you fought in the tank, right? Anyway, you get this. I ain't gonna lie, this is another one of the most influential parts in gaming history. So you end up getting lied to by the Colonel. And I don't know if this is going forward or going back. I'm gonna tell this part of the story going back. Okay. So you end up going down this elevator, and you end up going into like this snow place, and you go into like this room, and you end up getting into a fight with Raven, and you got to use like the missiles and stuff, and basically you take Raven out. Now, mind you, you're almost close to Metal Gear. When you're calling on your radio, all kinds of shit is happening back in the United States. So I think like the Colonel or Naomi goes missing or something like that, or somebody gets kidnapped or something like that. And basically like the Colonel or whatever, the guy that's been advising you this whole time, he either like goes missing or something happens. And it's just a lot of shit going on in the background. And like no, somebody goes missing, and the Colonel's like, look, we need you to I'll handle this here. We need you to take care of Metal Gear Solid. So I mean Metal Gear. So Metal Gear Rex. So you're going down this elevator. You end up fighting Raven. Um, Raven is like talking to you. You end up beating his ass, and his birds end up picking him apart. This nigga has a Tibetan sky funeral. Like he's coming after you with a machine gun. Like this nigga's coming after you with a Gatling gun. This nigga has a Gatling gun with a endless bullet backpack. If you can picture that, some big nigga with tattoos all over his head and shit, coming at you with a Gatling gun. So you end up beating him, and then you end up going into this room, and like you walk down this corridor, and I ain't gonna lie, one of the most influential moments in video game history. You walk down this corridor, and as you're walking down this corridor, the camera starts to pan upwards, and out of nowhere, y'all, I swear, you're in the room with Metal Gear Rex. And that thing, no homo, that thing is big as fuck. Like that nigga is huge as hell. Like there's like a whole bunch of like railways and shit. And you see like the huge rail gun. He got headlights as eyes and shit like that. It's just a big ass T-Rex tank. It's like a huge walking tank. So you got this PAL key, and you got to like climb up the ladder, and you got to do a whole bunch of different little sequences and stuff just to get to the room. So you get to a certain part where you're on this railway, and you can see Revolver Ocelot and Liquid in the room. And this is when Snake realizes that Liquid didn't die. He thought he took him out with the helicopter, and he realizes that Liquid didn't die. Liquid got his shirt off and everything. No homo. This nigga's just walking around with cargo pants, combat boots, and his shirt off and shit. You know what I'm saying? So he don't have on the trench coat anymore. Now, whole time while you're doing this, they're watching Snake on the camera. So something happens, and Liquid and Ocelot ends up leaving the room. No, 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 no. All right. So you go over there, and basically you get close to the room, and you like kind of crouch and press up against the wall and listen to their conversation. So they're talking about, okay, yeah, we're about to launch this thing and whoop de whoop and blah blah blah. And something happens, and they see you, and I think the door ends up closing or whatever, and something happens, and that PAL key that you had to basically stop the launch, um it ends up flying out of your hand, and then it ends up like twirling on the railway and falling all the way down to the bottom. So remember, you just climbed up all of these steps and ladders and shit like that just to get to the top and to stop the launch. And it falls down into the sewage railway, and the door locks, so you can't fight Ocelot or Liquid and stuff like that. So these niggas are blowing up your phone like, yo, you gotta get that PAL key, you gotta get that PAL key, you gotta stop the launch, you gotta stop the launch. They about to launch it right now. You gotta get that PAL key, you gotta get that PAL key. So you gotta take your goofy ass all the way down into the sewage railway, and you gotta use like the mine detector and all this other shit. And you end up getting the PAL key again. So then after you get the PAL key, then you climb back all the way up to go right back to the office where Ocelot and Liquid is, and they're not there no more, and the door's open. Sounds like a setup, right? So they're not there no more. The door is open, and there's cameras in there. So basically, all throughout the game, you have this thing called the chaff grenade. You do the same thing with Gray Fox and all of them. Basically, you just throw the grenade. It sends all these particles in the air, and the cameras don't see you. So you can literally walk in front of the cameras for a certain amount of time and just walk around, and they won't see you. So anyway, you throw the chaff grenade in there, and then you walk over to the console, and you put so there's three different modes. So when you put the PAL key into it, you gotta enter all three passcodes so that it disables the nuclear weapon on Metal Gear. So Snake goes in there, he puts the thing into the PAL key into the computer, and one of the things go down, and it was like first password confirmed. You know what I'm saying? And then he's like, okay, well, I put this PAL key in there. What's going on? He's like, what did I stop the launch? And they're like, no, you need the other two passcodes. And he's like, well, I only got one PAL key. They're like, they only gave me one. And he's like, yeah, they only gave me one. Like, what the fuck? I can't get this shit to work. Long story short, you end up finding out that PAL key, he ends up finding out that PAL key that he has is temperature, it can change. It can turn into three different keys. So he had the regular room temperature one. So basically, remember I told y'all when he went into that building, he went past that blast furnace, which is hot as hell. And then when he fought Raven, he was in that in that ice kind of freezing, ice cave kind of cold box thing. So basically, you got to take your goofy ass all the way back to where Raven was and kind of just walk around, crouch, do whatever you need to do with that key equipped. And you have to make sure that it gets cold so that it turns blue. But the thing is that on your way back, you got to make sure you go straight. Remember, you got to climb all up that shit and go. You got to, man. This shit used to irk me, man. So you got to make sure it doesn't go back room temperature by the time you get to that room. It's still got to be blue. Mind you, we're kids playing this fucking game on PlayStation. So anyway, you put in the blue PAL key. And all kinds of shit is like happening back at the Pentagon and shit like that, right? So you put in the blue PAL key, and then the other node goes down. So now you only have one more key to put in, which is the hot key. So this is fucked up. So you have to go through the ice place and the heat to get to the heat place. So mind you, on the way back, it can go back cold or body temperature because you're in the hot place, and then you got to go through the cold place and then the regular temperature place to put this fucking key in this damn node and stop the launch. So this is what happens when this nigga is like on the elevator. He gets a call from the colonel, and he's like, Snake, there's a lot going on. People are getting kidnapped. all kinds of all kinds of shit is going on. So Snake's like, y'all been lying to me. Um, I'm on this last mission. I'm tired of y'all niggas. You know what I'm saying? Y'all kidnapped me, got me going through all of this bullshit. I just want to go back to living a regular life. So he's on the elevator going up to the blast furnace, right? On the way back, on the way up to the blast furnace, he gets this call from the colonel. He's like, Snake, Naomi has just been arrested. She's been doing this and she's been doing that, and basically, you know what I'm saying? She's and she was there throughout. Like I'm talking about, she was there from the beginning of this mission all the way to where it is right now, right? So it's like, wait, what the hell is going on? She got arrested. Um, he was like, she's been lying to us the whole time. She's a spy and blah 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 and this, that, and the third. And Snake's like, wait, what? And he was like, that injection that she gave you has something in it called fox dye. And this nigga's just snitching and shit. He's just telling it all, right? So he's singing like a bird, and like he's like apologizing and all this other shit. So it's like Snake is like, what, he, because he doesn't know what the hell she injected him with. She told him that there were nano machines and stuff like that, and they were like doing all kinds of stuff. Like if Snake catches a cold, like I think there is cold medicine that you can take in the game because you can catch a cold in that game. But like and then you got like other medicines like diazepam. Like when you fight Sniper Wolf, you gotta take diazepam to hold the rifles straight and stuff. Like the game is really detailed. Like this game had no business being on the PlayStation 1. So he was just basically telling him that like she injected him with fox dye. So Snake is like, that thing that tells people to have a heart attack, and that's making people have a heart attack and all this other shit. So so Snake is like confused, and Colonel's like, listen, I'm gonna handle all of this stuff here. Basically, just complete the mission. You get that last PAL key, stop the launch, and the mission is complete. I'm not gonna fuck with you. You know what I'm saying? The mission is over. Blah blah blah. So Snake is going on the way up to the blast furnace. Basically, you go up to the blast furnace, you go through this damn sequence. The PAL key turns red. So now you gotta hurry up and get back to the thing to stop the launch. And you gotta go through the ice place and then, climb up all of that shit, right? So when Snake, because you're taking like this long elevator ride, so that's why they're having like this long ass conversation. So when Snake goes right back on that elevator and takes like this long elevator ride, there's other stuff that I left out too, because there was like a part in the when you get to like the ice place where you're on that same long ass elevator, and Otacon was like, hey, I wanted to bring you a stealth camo that I got, because Otacons use the stealth the little stealth thing, and he was like, I went to, I guess he had a change of heart after Snake killed his girlfriend or whatever. So he was like, I went back to my office before I left, and I wanted to bring you this stealth camo. And he was like, there was three left. He said, I made four. I had one, and there was three left. And he was like, so I guess somebody stole them. And you're like on the elevator, and he's like, oh wait, the soldiers that stole the stealth camo, they're on the elevator with you. And like out of nowhere, like you end up having to fight these dudes. But anyway, that's like some sidebar shit. But anyway, so Snake is going. He turned the PAL key red, and he's going back down to the blast furnace. Right, going right back down to the blast furnace so he can put in the last passcode and stop the launch. He gets a call from Naomi, the one that just got locked up. right? So they said, and she calls him, and I ain't gonna lie, the most influential part in video game history. If you know the soundtrack from the first Metal Gear Solid, I ain't gonna lie, that was the best soundtrack ever. I think the name of the song is called "The Best Is Yet to Come." Go look up that song when I get the hell up off of here. You gonna be like, dang, bro, dang. Like, I ain't gonna lie. While this conversation was taking place, that whole song was playing, and it's like the song in the beginning of the game, but it don't get that deep because like the cut scenes and all the other stuff cut the song off. But this shit start getting deep. They played at the end too. This shit is awesome. So anyway, Naomi calls Snake, and he's talking to her, and he's like, "Yo, the colonel said you're a spy, and you're locked up, and you injected me with fox dye and stuff like that." So he's like, I gotta put in this PAL code. He's like, why would you do this to me and stuff like that? And he's like, but he wasn't on no simping shit. He was like, how long do I have? Like, am I gonna, when do I die? And she's like, I don't know. You just gotta live and stuff like that. And she said, like, for a long time, she was mad at Snake, and he was like, and she wanted to kill him, and she didn't, she dedicated a good part of her life to like being in studies and in medical. She dedicated her life basically to get around a certain group of people to one day meet him so she could kill him, right? So she's getting into like all this whole backstory. Like, this shit is deep. I'm telling you, this shit is crazy. So she's like, when she met him and stuff like that and kind of really got to know him, she kind of felt bad, because she already injected him. So, he's like, well, I got to complete this mission. He's like, this nigga, he accepted death. He's like, well, when is it my time to go? She's like, I don't know. It decides whenever it wants to. And, so he's going down this long ass elevator, and she was like crying, and she was like, she wanted to kill him because he took the only person that loved her away from her, which was Gray Fox, which was that cyborg ninja that been following him around the whole time. Oh, I forgot to tell you. In the beginning, when he first met that cyborg ninja, when he got into the gunfight with Ocelot, um, the ninja ends up showing up in chopping off Ocelot's hand. That's a pivotal part in the story. So Ocelot ends up losing his hand and runs off in the beginning. So Ocelot does this nigga don't have a hand. Even when he's torturing him and all kinds of stuff, he has it cast up and wrapped up or whatever. So he basically took off Ocelot's hand. Now, what was I about to say? So anyway, she basically was like, she wanted revenge on Snake because when he killed Gray Fox, he took away the guy that he took away the her only family, because she was like, she was like a DGK. She was a dirty ghetto kid, So there's an ongoing, you know um there's an ongoing storyline here. You know what I'm saying? Kind of similar to Sniper Wolf, right? So anyway, she vowed to kill Snake after Snake took out Gray Fox, and she apologized to him and stuff like that. And then, like, I don't know, I guess the call cut, and then Snake ended up getting back to the mission. So you go through all of that shit. You go to the computer, and you keep the card hot. You have to keep the card hot. So you got to basically run through all of that shit. And basically, Snake puts the PAL key into the thing, and the third node goes down, and then it says PAL key confirmed, and then it says, nuclear warhead activated. And Snake's like, what? Like, like he did all of this to deactivate the warhead. But what they ended up doing was using him the whole time and going through that whole PAL key shit. They ended up using him the whole time to activate Metal Gear. So now the rails and all the shit that was surrounding Metal Gear that he was climbing up, all of that shit started moving and stuff like that. And he was like, "No, I deactivated it." And he's like, "Nope, you activated it." And he gets a call like as soon as the nuclear warhead gets activated, he gets a call from Master. Remember the Master guy that taught him everything, and he's like, "Call me whenever you need knowledge on how to infiltrate stuff and do stuff." So Master ends up calling him, right? And well, you done did it, right? And he's like, "What's going on?" And well, you played right into our hands and blah blah blah. And he's like, what? And Colonel the guy from the beginning, the Colonel, he pops up out of nowhere, and he's like, this is all on Kodak call, by the way. He was like, Snake, he was like, I just got the same guy that said that Naomi got arrested, and basically Meryl is his niece. Same guy. He was like, I just got information about something that happened. He was like, so Snake is confused at this point. He was like, what's going on? He was like, the whole time we've been doing this mission, and you've been talking to your Master Miller. That wasn't him. And he was like, then who is he? He was like, well, I just got news that Master Miller was found dead in his apartment, like and he's been dead for some time now. And he was like, so he was like, you've been speaking to the terrorists the whole time throughout this whole mission, so they knew everything what was going on since the beginning of the mission when he first got into the building, and before the DARPA chief and everything. So tell me why the Master guy comes back up on the fucking screen, and he was like, you don't even recognize me? And he's like, and Snake's like, what's going on? He's like, you've been talking to me the whole time. And then he says, dear brother, right? So Colonel pops back up, and he's like, Snake, the whole time you've been talking to, and then the Master pops back up. He's like, you've been talking to me the whole time. He's like, dear brother, right? This nigga takes off his glasses and lets his hair down the whole time. Whole time Snake was talking to Liquid the whole time. Whole time Snake was talking to Liquid. And the funny part was that because Liquid has this was it a Russian accent or some shit like that? Oh yeah, Kingdom Hearts music is top tier. That is top tier K-pop right there, man. But nah, he's like, you've been talking to me, and he was like, whole time Snake been talking to Liquid. The whole fucking time. And it's funny too once you find out these details, because like when you start bothering him and doing certain things throughout the game, it's like, bro, this is Liquid the whole time. So the whole time he been talking to Liquid, and Liquid is like literally outside on the railway about to jump into Metal Gear. So once he gets off the call with him, he runs down the railway, and he yells at him. He's like, Liquid. And he was like, didn't you like my outfit and stuff like that? And he was like, why would you disguise yourself as Master? He was like, because we had to get you to do what we wanted you to do. And whole time the Colonel and everybody and all these other people were in on it. This man snitching, right? So Liquid goes full gunner and starts, saying we needed you to put in the to put in the PAL key. and stuff like that, because they didn't know how it worked. You know what I'm saying? They found out later, and they used Snake as a pawn. So basically, long story short, Liquid jumps into Metal Gear, and all of the railways and everything starts moving. Snake gets thrown to the bottom of the thing of the arena, and literally this motherfucking walking tank starts moving. So Liquid is up there driving Metal Gear, and like he's attacking you and launching missiles and using lasers and all kinds of shit, and you're up here fighting Metal Gear the whole time. And while it has a nuclear weapon on it, mind you, attached to it, and you gotta use the chaff grenades and shoot certain parts of it. So in between you fighting Metal Gear, right? You have to shoot like this satellite that's on its like right side or something like that. You use the Stinger missiles, you shoot the satellite, you jam it's you jam certain parts of the Metal Gear so that it can't use certain weapons on you. And then you shoot like this satellite that's on the side of it, because like Liquid is basically a radar. So you want to you have to shoot, because so the nerdy guy Emmerich and Otacon, he designed Metal Gear, so he's like telling you, this is how we designed it. This is where you need to shoot. This is a weak point. So you shoot like this disc that's on the side of Metal Gear. Basically, what you're trying to do is you're trying to get the hatch open. So if you shoot that disc, um, it can't detect you, and it can't use certain weapons, and the person driving it has to use their naked eye to basically manually shoot and do stuff. So basically you're trying to get the hatch open so you can attack the person that's driving it. So Snake keeps shooting the disc to try to get the hatch open, basically, while dodging missiles and bullets and stuff like that. And out of nowhere, Gray Fox comes out of nowhere, and like I said, you're up here fighting Metal Gear. He did so the ninja comes out of nowhere, and basically destroys the he ends up getting his arm cut off, and some other shit happens. So he ends up taking a lot of damage, because like under Metal Gear, no homo, Metal Gear has a laser Johnson, so to say. So no homo, in between running between Metal Gear's legs, he ended up losing his arm while trying to do some ninja flip, some type of weird ninja flip and shit like that with his sword and stuff. And he ends up getting his arm laser removed and stuff like that. And he bleeds, so he's like a cryogenic cyborg ninja. So he's like bleeding and shit. So basically, he takes the sword and slices up the disc that Snake been shooting at, that already took a lot of damage, and basically gets Liquid to open up the hatch, basically. So Liquid has to use his naked eyes, and basically he ends up like going back down to the floor because he's injured, and like ends up hiding behind the barrel right beside Snake, basically like Zanzibar, long time ago. Anyway, so Snake talks to him, and the Snake's like, "You're Gray Fox," and he's like, "Yes." He's like, "Remember me?" And they're like catching up, and he was like, "What happened to you?" And blah blah blah, and he was like, "Oh, they found my body on a wasteland and stuff like that, and basically I wanted to die, but they kept me alive, and like basically a tortured soul. Like he's like, basically they kept me alive, and like I didn't want to I didn't want to stay alive. I wanted to go, and like they basically turned me into a weapon, kind of like you." And he's like, "What are you talking about?" He's like they wanted me to kind of be like you, basically the ultimate soldier. or and whatnot. They experimented on him, and I think something happened where and like the conversation got over to Naomi. Like it was no, so Gray Fox knew that Snake was in contact with Naomi, and he was talking about how he was telling Snake the story about how he ended up running into Naomi. So Naomi basically poisoned Snake because Gray Fox was like, I guess, her only family or whatever. And now this nigga is a tortured soul running around Shadow Moses, you know, fighting and doing all kinds of shit, slicing off Ocelot's arm and all kinds of stuff. And basically, he's helping Snake right now fight Metal Gear. But he goes over to Snake and he tells Snake to take care of Naomi. And Snake's like, well, it's too late for that. This bitch done poisoned me and all kinds of debaucherous shit because, she thinks that I killed you and you're not dead and all this other shit. And he's like telling this whole story about how he met Naomi. Because basically she was like basically even on the riverbank, she was a dirty ghetto kid. Like her family had been taken from her and he was the only family she knows. And he told Snake this story about how he ended up killing her family. And when he ran into her, he ended up taking her in because he was like his conscience, after he did such a horrible thing to her family, he was like his conscience wouldn't let him, he couldn't bring himself to kill her. So he ended up taking her in. She doesn't know that. And then she done poisoned this nigga. So he's like, can you take care of her for me, please? He's like, he shouldn't even have been here. He should have perished in Zanzibar. So I don't know what happened. I think Naomi ended up linking back up with the colonel or whatever. And I think she ended up, no, I don't think she heard it. I don't think she heard it at all. I don't even think Snake tells her, but I think she finds out. But anyway, he gives Snake that last wish. He's like, I need you to take care of her and blah blah blah. I'm about to crash out. So he gets up and like I don't know. I think something happened and like one of his arms is like a gun or some shit. And he basically destroys something else on Metal Gear, and then basically Liquid basically corners him and then catches him. And like he has this weird ass speech in the middle of it. He's like, we shouldn't be tools and puppets of the government. Like, and then let me tell y'all something about these Metal Gear games. They are talking real military shit. Like they are talking about tools and the government and the things that the government is doing, and being puppets and fighting proxy wars and all kinds of different stuff. And he's like this nigga's spitting, and like Liquid had enough of it. Like while he's talking, Liquid just basically like scrapes his ass off the side of this floor that he was on, because he jumped up on this floor and got like fucked up. And then basically he took like Metal Gear's foot and just stomped him out, crushed him, killed him. I'm like, damn, that's cold blooded. After that speech and shit. So then, and Snake ends up using the Stinger missiles and destroying Liquid in Metal Gear, right? So this is the part of the story where if you survived Ocelot's torture, this is where the story part changes. So if you survived Ocelot's torture, you will save Meryl. If you give up on Ocelot's torture, Meryl dies. So basically, you're you destroy Metal Gear, and the blast basically knocks you out, and then you wake up like on the ground, and you're like being dragged or whatever. Then you wake up tied up on top of Metal Gear, on the top of Metal Gear, and Liquid is up there, and he's like bloodied up and everything, and he's like, he was like, definitely, you do have the genes of our father, and blah blah blah, and like, he unties your wraps, and he like basically wants to fight you hand to hand combat. So whatever, you end up boxing the shit out of him and beating his ass and kicking him off the top of Metal Gear Solid. So he falls down off of Metal Gear Solid. You think he's dead again? He's not. Um, and if you survive the torture, basically you save Meryl, and basically you and her gotta escape because you get this call that So look, like after you knock out Liquid, you get this call from the colonel, and basically it's the president of the United States, right? Bro, this is all in one fucking game. This is why this is so much to explain. So you get this call from the colonel, and basically it's the president of the United States, and he's like, I am the president of the United States, and I'm taking over this operation, and blah blah blah. And then like I think like the colonel calls you from like another number or some shit, and he's like Snake, you whether you or Meryl or Otacon, whoever you save, he's like, you got to get out of there. They're gonna basically nuke the island, the whole island that you're on. So he's like, you got to get out of there. You know what I'm saying? Because he said the president's taking over the operation and stuff like that. So basically, you got this timer, and you if let's say if, let's say if you survive the torture, you end up getting into this Jeep or whatever with Meryl, and she ends up waking up, and like, y'all have this little sentimental moment right before you have to get the hell up out of this damn building before you get blasted to smithereens, right? So you get in this Jeep, it got a gun on the back of it and everything, and like a whole bunch of soldiers are like trying to chase you as you're like getting out of the building and shit like that. So you're driving she's Meryl is driving the Jeep, and then basically you're taking out soldiers trying to stop you from leaving. And halfway through you getting out this long ass tunnel, Liquid comes out of nowhere, and he's driving, but like he got a gun in the other hand, and he's shooting at you, and basically like in between pillars and all kinds of different like little obstacles and stuff, you're on the back manning the machine gun, so you got unlimited bullets at this point. So you basically keep shooting him, and then something happens when you see a light at the end of the tunnel, which indicates that it's outside. And then right before you get outside, he runs his Jeep into yours, and y'all get into this big ass car accident, right? So now the now y'all are laying outside in the snow, and the Jeep overturns on you, so you're stuck. Basically your like leg or something is stuck, and Liquid is like, he's laid out also, and Meryl is laid out, but like Liquid's Jeep is turned the other way, so he crashed, but you can't see him on the other side. And then he gets up, and he still got his gun in his hand, and it's a machine gun too, right? So he gets up, and you don't got no gun, you don't got nothing, and you're stuck, right? So he gets up, and he's walking over to you, about to finish you off, and he's like, it's not over yet, right? And then he looks at you, right? And right before he pulls the trigger, he said "fo," right? F-O. He was like "fo," and it echoed. It had like reverb. So he's like "fo, fo, 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 fo," right? And then he crouches down to his knees, and then he yells "Fox," and he's like reaching out to you, like as a brother, like save me. His hand is reaching out to you as a brother, like save me, right? And then Snake looks at him and says, "Die." I said, "Oh shit!" Right? He ends up having a heart attack, y'all. He ends up having a heart attack. The thing that did him in was Fox die. So Snake, he's injected with Fox die, but I guess he's like a carrier. And when Liquid got close to him, it triggered it, and Liquid ends up dying with his hand reached out to Snake. So that's the end. Like Liquid, that's the end of the game. Liquid is like laid out and machine gun in one hand, arm stretched out, the Snake in the other hand, gone. Right. So they end up like moving the truck. Meryl ends up getting them out, and like Otacon, if you the same thing kind of happens if you win the game with Otacon, but basically there was a snowmobile hidden on the side of the mountain where they were at, basically, and they basically leave, and then like he gets a call from the colonel and the White House, and they're like, oh, the colonel's like, oh, they called off the strike and everything. Soldiers are moving in to secure all the weapons and blah blah blah. And the genome soldiers or whatever, which were the soldiers that you were fighting the whole time. They were called genome soldiers. Um, they're seizing Shadow Moses and all this other stuff. So he's like congratulating you, and you ride off into the sunset with Meryl, and then the screen goes blank, y'all. Again, one of the most influential parts in gaming history. Just the screen goes blank, and you hear Ocelot on the phone talking to the president of the United States and stuff like that. And he's like, it's done and blah blah blah. And it's like such and such, Mr. President. And then it's like then in big bold letters it says Metal Gear Solid. And it's like, oh man, what the fuck, right? It's like you go through all of this shit in the first game. This is on the PlayStation, mind you. You go through all of this shit in the first game, and then you totally forget that Ocelot's bitch ass is still alive. Revolver Ocelot. The dude, and I ain't gonna lie, when I first ran into him in the boss fight, you don't think that he's gonna play this big ass influential character. You just think it's some old nigga with a gun. It's like, man, let me get this Dr. Gero nigga up out the way real quick. You think you about to get him out, man, this nigga Ocelot. So that's the first game. Mind you, you're playing this shit as a kid. A kid. So that's the first game. And that's not even the first game. That's like one of the middle stories. That's a middle story, bro. That's not even all of that shit happened, and that's a middle story. Cause then I think like the order they did right after it, there was another Metal Gear Solid game that came out called Sons of Liberty, and like you end up playing as Snake again, but you end up playing as another Snake. You end up playing as Raiden, and they call him I don't know, Naked Snake or whatever. But anyway, like Snake, like in the second game, ends up like masking himself as Iroquois Pliskin. Basically, Metal Gear was built off of what's the name of that movie? With Snake Plissken. I forgot the name of that movie. Basically, Hideo Kojima loved that movie. He kind of modeled some of the characters after it. Now, I'm not gonna tell y'all the whole story. I just love telling the story about Shadow Moses, which was a dope story. Now you have a whole unit that you got to fight here on this island called the Big Shell in this in the second game, and you spend the first part on the boat playing as Snake, and um and then you end up playing as Raiden, which is another character that was introduced. Now, every Metal Gear Solid game, there's always a unit or a team of people that you have to fight, or you end up fighting. And there was, I think that her name is Fortune or whatever, it was a black girl, and I think I don't know if that's her father or something like that, but I think somehow she ends up being related to the DARPA chief, the original DARPA chief from the first game. And this, I don't know, I think they meant for this to happen. So in the second game, there's like a lot of like for example, in the first game, you had Psycho Mantis, which kind of eludes that people can have powers, if that makes sense. Does that make sense? Like, it's like a realistic game, but like Psycho Mantis seemed like, because he was floating and all kinds of stuff, but it could have been a lot of different stuff. Basically, seemed like he had magical powers. So they kind of tiptoe in the realm of powers and stuff like that. The reason why I'm bringing this up is because on the second game, there's this guy that's weird as fuck named Vamp, and he's supposed to be a vampire. And then there's this black girl in there. I think her name is Fortune, if I'm not mistaken. And the gun that she uses is an electric rail gun. It looks like the same gun that was attached to Metal Gear. And I think she ends up dying, if I'm not mistaken, or her dad ends up dying. I know her dad ends up dying or whatever. But I think somehow they're related to the DARPA chief or some shit like that from the first game. So, mind you, remember we were talking about uh Liquid Snake, right? In the second game, they try to make it seem like Liquid came back, but it was all an act. So, and the ninja in this game ends up being Raiden, and you end up being Raiden, and then at some point in the game you end up getting a sword also. But anyway, remember in the first game when the ninja ended up coming back, because he makes a second appearance, but it ends up being Raiden. Ocelot, he's the main guy now. Now you got to take out Ocelot. So on the second game, they have another Metal Gear that they're planning on using. So it's kind of like the first game all over again. It's like, oh, okay, terrorists are trying to create another Metal Gear. So they have a Metal Gear. This one is called Metal Gear Ray. It's a more updated Metal Gear, and it's like weird because this is kind of like what's going on in the world now. I think it uses what's it called? I think they call it cryogenics, where it's like metal, but if it like the metal gets cut, it actually bleeds. It's weird. So they have another Metal Gear that they're trying to launch, right? And this one is like way more advanced, and I think it has a nuke or whatever. So they're kind of going through the same motions again, but this Metal Gear is on a submarine, and I think Liquid has control of it or whatever. Well, not Liquid, Ocelot. But in the game, how they get you is, remember in the first game I told you that that ninja appeared and he sliced off Ocelot's arm. So in this game, they're trying to say that they took Liquid from the first game. They took that same arm. Remember, I told you before he died, he reached out to Snake. They said that they when they were removing his body, they made sure they seized his body, and they said that they cut off his arm and they amputated his arm and put it on Ocelot's arm that he got sliced off, And basically, like if you like when you look at Ocelot, it's like he has this big veiny weird, because like the narrative that they're trying to push in this one is cryogenics. Okay, y'all. So like if you were to look at Metal Gear Rex, and I'm not sure that on the timeline how like further into the future this is, but if you were to look at Metal Gear Rex and Metal Gear Ray, Metal Gear Rex looks dated. You know what I'm saying? Because mechs are dated. Think about it. Like mechs are dated. Like a fucking Abrams or like a regular tank. It's dated. You know what I'm saying? It's like a nigga a fucking tank. Like it looks like an old tank because it's a mech. It's a mech essentially. So Metal Gear Ray is like this new crazy different type of metal that can bleed and it looks like a mantis. You know what I'm saying? But like basically this Metal Gear is like way more smart, is more advanced, and it can swim. That's the fucked up part. It can swim underwater. You know what I'm saying? So you're trying to take pictures of this Metal Gear in this tanker, and you're doing like all of these different missions. So basically, you jump off like the Brooklyn Bridge or some shit, and you're in this tanker, and like you're running into all these other people, and then you realize that Liquid's alive, and not well, Liquid is allegedly alive through Ocelot. You understand what I'm saying? So it's like, oh, well, when he put the arm on his body, the arm basically took over his body. So sometimes he's Liquid, sometimes he's Ocelot. They're kind of playing that type of role. But it's really Ocelot playing around because one of the most epic fights. Well, we'll talk about that later. So but then you spend the whole game playing as Raiden, okay? Now, I'm gonna put a pin in it right there because Sons of Liberty was a very good game, but it was completely different but similar. You know what I'm saying? It was completely different but similar. After Sons of Liberty came out, oh, so this is another thing too, and I wish Sean Connery didn't pass away because he would have been the perfect one. So in Sons of Liberty, remember I told you that Snake and Liquid are twins and they're clone, but they're not just twins. In Sons of Liberty, they find out that they're clones. They're twins, but they're also clones also. Um, in Sons of Liberty, the president is actually another clone of like Snake. Like literally, he looks like a very older version of Snake. Like he got the gray hair and he got all of that other stuff, but he looks like their father, Big Boss, because he has a eye patch, and he has a patch over like I think like the opposite eye or whatever. And he ends up being the president of the United States, and like he has like this like crazy suit on, and this nigga has like this Doctor Octopus suit on, so it's kind of like you're fighting Doctor Octopus and shit. So basically, but like it's like passable. You know what I'm saying? But you can tell he's another clone of Snake. So you end up beating him in the end. And I think he kind of dies similar the same way that Big Boss died, which is Snake's dad. Now, Big Boss, okay, this is this bro, but I assure you this shit is fire, bro. The whole storyline is fire. So after after Sons of Liberty, they come out with another Metal Gear Solid game, and it's like basically Snake in the woods, and you're like, nigga, what? Okay, they just making anything up now. Why is Snake in the woods? You know, and like before the game released and stuff like that, like there was like rumblings of like, oh, because you're thinking like, damn, okay, Fox died, didn't kill Snake. Um, on Metal Gear Solid 2, we were fighting a big ass cryogenic robot because some crazy shit happens on 2. And then but you didn't really play as Snake on 2 though. You play as Raiden, and then for the most part of the game, and then you go back to play Snake. Yeah, man, they got me talking about Metal Gear. I can go all day. So shout outs to Link in the building. Y'all hit the like button still, man. If you haven't, support the show. 7 hours. I did a marathon talking about Metal Gear Solid. But look, I'm almost done though. So it's like you're going from fighting this cryogenic Metal Gear to now he's in the woods. And then they tell, like, and then like what, like a month or a week or two before the game drops, they're telling you that no, this is a prequel. You're playing as Big Boss, but it's like Big Boss, but that's clearly Snake. So basically, you end up playing as Snake, the real Snake, Naked Snake, who ends up getting the title of Big Boss. So this is a prequel. So now you're playing as Snake's dad. Does this make sense? I know this is kind of where the whole series takes a crazy twist. So when you played the first Metal Gear, right? Let me know if I'm going in and out. Yeah, bro. I've never, like, this is a whole complete different storyline from anything I've ever experienced. That's why I sat here and explained this shit, because I'm like, somebody gonna catch on to what's being said. So look, you end up um you end up playing as Snake's dad, and Snake's quote unquote dad, y'all, is allegedly the ultimate soldier, which is why he got cloned. You know what I'm saying? He's like literally the ultimate soldier. He's basically a weapon. You know what I'm saying? He's basically a weapon. And the only way for the government to have control of the ultimate weapon is basically through him. But this is before all of that. So remember when I was telling you guys about the soldiers on Shadow Moses, when Snake was going through all of that shit with Meryl and all that other stuff? Whole time you were fighting soldiers there on Shadow Moses. And it gets explained to you like, all right, when you put in that last POW key on Metal Gear Solid, when you put in that last POW key, the fire POW key, and basically activate Metal Gear Solid, um yeah, I don't know how they tell this story. I don't know how they tell this story like this, but you said it's crazy you explaining this, and just last week I looked up the rundown of Metal Gear Solid. Yeah, and what I'm telling y'all is the truth, right? You know what I'm saying? But look, so basically that last POW key that you put in, when you're fighting, like, liquid like really tells you a whole bunch of different shit before he jumps into Metal Gear. He was like, Snake, we were watching you on the camera the whole time, killing all of these soldiers and doing all of this stuff, right? I kind of did a playthrough where I didn't kill no soldiers, but some soldiers you just gotta do it. But anyway, he was like, this whole time we were watching you on camera, enjoying and killing all of those soldiers and stuff like that. And he said, he's talking about how he's seen the jubilation and everything on his face, because Liquid really wanted to be their father. Like, he really admired their father. But I guess Snake was the clone that had like the dominant gene, right? So he was like, whole time when you was doing all of that killing, he said you were actually killing our brothers. Now, in the game, it gets bro, this shit is fucking this shit is fucking wild. Like, there's so many details that I can go into, bro. I geek out about this shit. This is why I stayed here the whole time and talked to y'all about this shit. You know what I'm saying? he was basically saying, so those soldiers, like those, like when you get briefed on the mission, they're showing you like labs and all kinds of stuff, and you kind of really like don't really, it's like nah, it's like well, why are they showing this shit? So they were talking about the genome soldiers, right? And they were like, oh, these genome soldiers, some of them have advanced hearing, some of them have advanced vision, some of them they actually know how to fight, some of them they know how to use a weapon, and yeah, and all kinds of different stuff. Like, these aren't regular soldiers, these are advanced soldiers. So this is the reason why they were sending Snake in, and they were saying that he needs to sneak. It is about espionage. He need to be able to sneak and stuff like that. So basically, those soldiers were soldiers, but they were genetically created. Basically, they all had different aspects and traits of Big Boss. Does that make sense? They all had different aspects and traits of Snake's dad, you know planted in them. So Liquid technically was right. He was like, the whole time you've been here doing all of this stuff, you've been killing our brothers and stuff like that. And also too, I think, like, when you think about it, that's why Fox die was triggering in a lot of other people, around Snake. You said, what's Ocelot's part? Because he was a young man when Big Boss was starting out. Yeah. So yeah, I'm gonna get to that. Cause they ended up writing Ocelot in the story. So I'm gonna get to that, Link. I'm gonna get to that. So now, you're playing this prequel, but now you're playing as Big Boss. Now you're like, oh shit. So all I knew, even as a kid growing up and stuff, like, I'm like, damn, Snake then killed his daddy with his bare hands. What the fuck did his daddy do? And they basically showed like a picture of Big Boss. And it just looked like an old nigga with some glasses on and shit like that. Just looked like an evil old ass nigga with some glasses on. So anyway, so Metal Gear Solid 3 comes out, and basically it's a prequel, and it's talking about like it basically goes over Big Boss's story in like the 70s and stuff like that. So everything looks dated, and he was in the jungle. So basically some shit happened with the US once again, and it was his mentor. It was a lady that trained him, and like, it's just a long story. It was just his mentor called the Boss, and it was a lady, and she, had a white horse, rode around, did her thing. And something happened where she looked like the public enemy to the United States, when she really wasn't. Like her story ended up getting fucked up. Like, she ended up being the fall woman of she ended up being the fall guy, or the fall lady of the states, like, so everybody kind of wanted her gone. So it's like Snake had to take her out. So like, his mission was to take out his mentor, the woman that taught him. So this nigga is running around in the jungle and getting his ass whipped. Like this bitch, I'm not gonna lie, you'll be getting like all kinds of like dope weapons and shit like that, and she'll break your gun. Like, literally, he'll be trying to fight her, and she will like disarm him and destroy his gun while she's disarming him, and like, he's like literally pointing like the handle at her and shit with no fucking gun. And she just be terrorizing this nigga, you know what I'm saying? So she taught him this fighting style called CQC, which is, short for close quarters combat. Everybody kind of knows all this shit already. And basically it looked like she was working with the terrorists, which was the head evil guy in the space called Volgan. And Volgan knew that she wasn't on his side. Volgan knew, she was, kind of, playing double agent or whatever, because she would help Snake or leave little clues and stuff, and she would tell him to run and all kinds of different stuff. Now, um, the boss was a soldier. Obviously, she was a soldier, and she had a little bit of war crimes and stuff like that. Eva was another person that Snake ends up meeting. Eva ended up being like a like kind of like a Chinese spy or whatever. So like Snake had to go into this place, I think it's called Grozny Grad, and save like this other dude. So basically started off like the other Metal Gear Solid. You got to go to this place, and your mission is to save this the guy. I forgot the guy's name. But then he ends up some shit ends up happening, and he ends up getting his ass whipped, and then he ends up seeing the boss on a bridge, and she breaks his arm and literally throws him off the bridge in front of Vulcan, basically showing her allegiance to him. You know what I'm saying? And she basically gave him these two nuclear weapons and stuff like that. So basically he was gonna basically nuke some shit. So he had this other, like I said, it's Metal Gear. So it's an ongoing story, right? He has this big piece of machinery called the damn, I just had the name. The damn. It's basically this tank with these two big drills on it. The Shagohod, that's what it's called. It's called the Shagohod. So basically, he was taunting America, saying that he was gonna nuke him, and basically the boss had to be the fall person and basically make it look like she gave him the nuclear weapons and stuff like that. So basically, she breaks Snake's arm and like literally throws him off of a bridge. He washes up, and it's a big ass bridge too, y'all, and it's a long ass fall too. And while he's fighting her, this is where the bandana comes from, by the way. While he's fighting the boss, he grabs, I don't know if either it's her coat or if it was a bandana, but he grabs like her bandana or rips her coat or whatever, and basically held on to it while he's like falling off this long ass bridge. And basically like he washes up on the side of a riverbank. Now, the ongoing theme with these Metal Gear Solid games is that it's always a group of like degenerates that you have to fight. So it's Vulcan, the boss, and a group of degenerates, they're called the Cobra Unit. They're called the Cobra Unit. There's some nigga that shoots bees. There's some astronaut arson nigga, and like there's like some weird spider dude, and like just a couple of dudes like just kind of hanging around. And then there's a sniper also called the End. That's another. We're gonna get to him. That's a funny story right there, because there's different ways you can beat him. As I said, and this game is on the PS2, y'all. Okay, so is Sons of Liberty. Both of these games are on the PS2. Now, the End is funny as hell. Now, and then there was another guy. There's a weird guy. I forgot his name. I think his name is called the I don't know, but it's like a weird looking dude with glasses, and he's a ghost. Okay. Now if you haven't played that game, these are spoilers. Now, when Snake washed up on the side of that riverbank, there was actually a skeleton that had a hood on that was right beside him on that riverbank. I forgot his name, but the dude was a ghost. Okay, the dude was a ghost. So Snake washes up on the riverbank and stuff like that, arm broken. He's fucked up in the game, and like he ends up healing himself, and then like he puts like the stick in his mouth, and then like he like cracks his arm back into place and then places the stick there, basically. And I think he takes that bandana and wraps it around his arm and stuff like that, but he keeps that bandana and he wears it on the next mission. So once he got rescued and shit like that, he ended up having to go all the way back because he's the only person that can take out the boss. So anyway, long story short, ends up going all the way back. He ends up meeting up with Eva. Eva gives him like a crazy tricked out 1911 A1. He just becomes a menace. He runs into Ocelot. Ocelot tries to shoot him with like this gold this like weird plated revolver, and he's like educating Ocelot on the guns and stuff like that. And because he basically, what the boss was to Snake, that's basically what Snake did to Ocelot. Like, he disarmed him. He told him that his pistol was trash. There's no tactical advantage because it had all of that engravement and all that other stuff on it. So basically, he basically was just giving Ocelot the business and stuff like that. Whipped his ass and whipped all his homeboys ass, and just left them dudes there, and all kinds of just goofball shit that was going on. Long story short, I'm just gonna just give y'all the spoilers. Revolver Ocelot. Now, like, okay, let's do this. If you look at Eva in the game, you'll notice that because she has like a Ruger, and she does like Chinese shooting, like, because she got the motorbike and everything. So Eva was kind of really just sent there to like be a double spy, but she's kind of more on Snake's side, even though a whole bunch of goofball shit happens with her, right? But I want y'all to remember Eva. She kind of zips down her jacket, basically exposing her titties and shit like that. Kind of like, she kind of zips down her little coat and stuff, and be seducing everybody and shit like that. The boss is kind of more older, and she kind of does the same thing, sort of. But when you look at her, like, around her stomach area, because she like kind of like puts her hands around her stomach area. When you look at her stomach area, there's like a big ass stitching that looks like a snake on her stomach area. And legend has it that she was pregnant, and her baby, because she's a soldier, y'all. So her baby was like ripped out of her stomach, and they did like just horrible shit to her, and she didn't know where her baby went. The boss ends up being Ocelot's mother. Bro, this shit is crazy, friend. Like, this shit is for real. This shit is crazy, bro. The the boss ends up being Ocelot's mother, and the father was the guy that's the ghost. Like, there's certain parts in the game where he pops up out of nowhere and gives you clues and stuff like that. And then there's a certain part in the game, like the other game, like, if you kill a certain amount of soldiers, you got to walk down this little valley and stuff like that. When you fight him, you don't even really fight him for real, for real. You like just walk down this valley because he's like dead, but he's like a ghost. And remember, I told you when Snake gets thrown off of that bridge, there was a skeleton, right? That was his skeleton. That was his skeleton. I forgot his name, but he's a part of the Cobra unit. So she ended up getting pregnant by him and having a baby, but the baby ended up getting ripped from her womb. And that's Ocelot. This is why Ocelot is like kind of running around. You don't see or hear about his parents and stuff like that. But whole time, the boss was around him, watching him, mentoring him. She kind of, and that was his mother. Bro, that shit fucked my head up too. I said, oh, fuck. Like, it was like, it messed me up. It's like, damn it, Kojima done did it again. So now you got to play the game all over, and then now it makes more sense. And it's like, damn. So Ocelot is the boss's son, and like all of that shit is going on. And then like you know, she was a patriot, you know, she really cared about the America and stuff like that, but she had to, they had to make her seem like she was the bad guy, and they wanted her to go with honor, so they had Snake, you know, kill her. um and the crazy part is, you know, because I'm like, y'all don't know half the story, y'all. When I was telling y'all the story about how Snake stood over Sniper Wolf and killed her, I'm like, in the back of my head when I was telling y'all that story, I was like, man, y'all don't even know the fucking half of it. Yeah, this was fucked up, and yeah, Ocelot was simping when Snake took out Sniper Wolf, but the real death, nigga, the real death was when the same shit happened when Big Boss killed the boss. It was, bro, most epic moment in gaming history, bro. When Snake took on the boss and killed her with her own gun to become Big Boss, he took the Patriot and put her out of her memory. Listen, bro, the shit is beautiful. You fight her in like this white, with like these white flowers just all over the place, and she's like disarming you, hiding in the flowers and shit like that, and it's just mentor versus, you know, it's just this big glorious fight. And then like she ends up getting killed. Well, she ends up getting hit, and then she you know, she talks about it, and like that snake scar on her stomach kind of slithers away. It, man, that shit is crazy. And then when I ain't gonna lie, they make you pull the trigger. They make you pull the trigger at the end of the game. So when you take her out, you pull the trigger at the end of the game. They make sure the game doesn't end until you pull the trigger when you take her out. So he's standing over her after this just crazy scene, and it's like he kills her with honor, and like the snake that's like kind of on her stomach slithers off, but like when he shoots her, like her blood turns all of those white flowers red, and then like the petals just start, man. Man, Kojima knows how to tell a fucking story, y'all. Kojima knows how to tell a story, man. You know. So then it's like, damn, when you go through all of that, because I'm skipping a lot of crazy parts in the story. When you go through all of that, and then it's like, damn, this is how he became Big Boss. It's like, damn. You know, it's like he didn't kill no regular chick. He killed that bitch. Like he killed that girl, you know? And then I think that's why he kept Ocelot around him. You know what I'm saying? Like basically, I wouldn't say Ocelot became his kid, but like I think, and I think Ocelot knew what had to. So Ocelot's character is crazy because it's like I didn't expect his character to get that deep. You know what I'm saying? So he's like a government raised kid, sort of, if you think about it, and they kept Snake around him, and then what you call it? If you when I get into this part of the story, it's similar with Liquid. Liquid kind of was the same way. You know, Liquid kind of was the same way, like a military kid. But then the crazy thing though, Snake was the same way also, but they separated them. That's the part that gets a lot of people. They separated them. So anyway, um, Snake ends up and it comes back in Sons of Liberty, which is called the Philosopher's Legacy. and Big Boss and all them other people, Pliskin, not Pliskin, the Sigint, and the guy that helped them out with the weapons and all that other stuff. They end up becoming the philosophers, the real philosophers legacy and stuff like that. You kind of figure it out on Metal Gear Solid 2. Now, they go further back into no, not no, this is not Cuba. So okay, so what happened was Eva, they took Big Boss's they stole his genes at some point. He's a little bit older now. This is after all of that stuff. They stole Big Boss's genes and they took Eva's egg, and they basically, Eva is basically Snake's and Liquid's mother, and Solidus and all of them. She's basically their mother. They basically um artificially inseminated Eva with Big Boss's genes, because they wanted Big Boss to do something and he didn't want to do it, and somehow they ended up getting his DNA and semen or whatever, and they ended up artificially inseminating Eva. So Eva is Snake's mother, and because I want to go forward, but I gotta go back. So what ended up happening, there was a lot of shit that was going on at the time after Naked Snake became Big Boss. Um, if I'm not mistaken, so some other shit happened where he was on a mission and they were in a helicopter and there was a medic. Basically Big Boss became like this big war leader, this big war commander, and he's the perfect soldier. Basically, just beating, when he beat the Shagohod and beat like other forms of Metal Gear and stuff like that. They basically deemed him like the perfect soldier. He had the perfect genes. He had what I'm saying. So they basically wanted to replicate that, because if they're looking for the perfect weapon, sometimes the perfect weapon isn't Metal Gear. It's a human being. So basically, he didn't want them to do certain projects and stuff like that. So they did the project. I think it's called Le Fond Terribles. Le Fond Terribles. It was basically French for the Terrible Two or the Terrible Twins, which ended up being Solid Snake and Liquid Snake. Okay, I know this. There's like five snakes. I know this is confusing, but it's all gonna make sense. So something happened where he was on a helicopter going on to a mission, and something happened when the helicopter ended up going down, and you start to see a young Psycho Mantis. You start to see all kinds of different stuff in these stories. Y'all can go look this up, but a helicopter went down, and basically Big Boss was allegedly supposed to be unalived in a helicopter crash, but that wasn't the case. What ended up happening was when the helicopter went down, there was a medic on there with him. It was and I think it was him, the medic, and maybe another guy, and the pilot. And when the helicopter went down, um, the medic ended up being like had to get facial reconstructive surgery and stuff like that. So basically they were kind of making it seem like Big Boss like framed his death, like he framed himself getting killed, but he didn't. Basically he survived, and they basically facially reconstructed the medic to look like Big Boss. This is where the story gets weird, but this is where Hideo Kojima is a genius also. So they basically reconstruct the man's face for him to look like Big Boss. So when the medic comes to, mind y'all, his arm is gone. So he lost his arm. He has this hook. He's like looking in the mirror, and like he got like a horn coming out the side of his head. His eye is fucked up, so he got the patch. He looks just like Big Boss. They basically facially reconstructed him to look just like Big Boss. So in his head, he believes that he's Big Boss. This is crazy, but he believes that he's Big Boss. And he gets this prosthetic arm. He learns how to fight, man, bruh. That I'm not even gonna lie. I'm gonna tell you the truth. Aside from Solid Snake, I think I did because he ended up having a code name Acid Snake. The Acid Snake is the real snake. To tell you the truth, Acid Snake. I'm not gonna lie. That with that little prosthetic arm and shit like that, y'all need to go look him up and watch this man fight. He's better than the real Snake. I think he's better than Big Boss. He definitely can whip Big Boss's ass. I don't know about the current Snake, but he can definitely whip Big Boss's ass. I'm 110% sure. But anyway, long story short, um, Big Boss. Now there's two snakes running around. You got Acid Snake, but he doesn't know about the other snake until later. But you got Acid Snake basically running a militia, basically, and that story right there is crazy in and of itself. And you have Ocelot hanging around him. So Ocelot basically, and it's funny because he lost his arm. Ocelot loses his arm too, but Ocelot basically really rehabilitates and basically mentors and kind of become his homeboy. Ocelot ends up hanging around uh Acid Snake and stuff like that. And then the other snake, the real snake, Big Boss. I mean, I said Big Boss. The real Big Boss. He ends up going to I don't think it's Zanzibar or Zanzibar land. I don't know. He ends up going on to he ends up going to Africa basically to fight a different war over there. So he's over there handling business, and this snake, Acid Snake, he's like running the militia, and basically he just running shit and fighting. He you know what I'm saying. He's running into Liquid, and Liquid, I think his name as a kid was Eli. So Eli is basically Liquid. And Liquid's friend ended up being Psycho Mantis. You're gonna see a kid in the series that's like that got like on a long sleeve shirt, red hair, and I think he has a gas mask on, and he's kind of floating around. That ends up being Psycho Mantis. Now, kind of fast forward, right? To what's kind of going on today, and I think Acid Snake was the one that's in Cuba and stuff like that. That's a whole different story. The prequel, what happened with Acid Snake and Big, the first Big Boss, right? So now let's fast forward to the modern day Metal Gear. What's exactly going on? So when Eva injected Snake with the Fox dye, um, it rapidly aged him. So not only is Snake can have a heart attack at any moment, he's rapidly aging and he can't stop it. So again, people are trying to get the most out of him because like modern day Snake is the ultimate soldier. He's the ultimate weapon. Like he has all of the genes from Big Boss and everything. And they claim to have Big Boss. You know, what's going on in Metal Gear Solid 4. They're like, oh, we got Big Boss's remains and stuff like that. So they don't have it. They're trying to get it. And he has to, like, you know, go through all of this shit, and it's like modern day, and he has like the octopus sneaking suit. It's just a lot of crazy shit. I'm kind of patchy with the story with Metal Gear Solid 4, but bro, like, man, Snake is like rapidly aging, and they want them to hand over the remains of Big Boss, so they can use the DNA and stuff like that. So it's a lot of shit that go on in Metal Gear Solid 4. Meryl ends up marrying Johnny and ends up running her own unit, and like a bunch of other stuff going on. Like they got like mini Metal Gears that sound like cows and shit. I forgot. I'm kind of vague with 4, but anyway, Snake ends up going into this place to go find this woman called Big Mama. Can y'all guess who Big Mama is? Big Mama ends up being Eva. And she was talking about, yes, I you know, he was like distraught. She was like, yes, I birthed you, and I birthed Eli, which ended up being Liquid, because they split. Like, I, I guess they stuck with the story. Snake ends up going off and like getting trained by Master Miller and like a couple of other people. And Eli, I'm not gonna lie, Big Boss really kind of, you know, this is why, like, it made so much sense in the first Metal Gear why he had you know, why he loved his father. You know what I'm saying? But like, you know, those were the twins. Um, Snake ends up finding Big Mama, and they were saying that they already had the remains of Big Boss, but in the story, when you saw the remains of what's going on in Same One in the story, when you saw the remains of Big Boss, it was really like a skeleton with like no skin, like you just like barely kept alive. Um, in on this like plat, and it was like it was kind of like the Gray Fox thing again. It was like a tortured soul, like it was alive, but basically he was dead. You know. Um, and Colonel Campbell I think he was still alive. Like he's like an old dude. I forgot. Damn, I gotta get rejogged back on Metal Gear Solid. The last one. That shit was emotional, bro. That game, it was just a beautiful. It's a beautiful story. I pray they don't mess up that series. It was a beautiful story. So yeah, I think it was Campbell, Roy Campbell. He was still alive, and he's a part of the Philosopher's Legacy also. Or Sigint. No, that wasn't Sigint. No, it was the original guy. I don't know. I gotta go back to it. I'm gonna share it on my timeline, y'all. And y'all can get to everything I'm telling y'all will get to see it, because there is an actual Metal Gear timeline, and it does and it shows everything. But anyway, they were talking about how they have Big Boss in his DNA and stuff like that, but that wasn't Big Boss. Guess who it was? It was Liquid. It was Liquid that they had. And they didn't kind of show it, but they were like, the reason how they knew it was Liquid was because he didn't have his arm. And then Ocelot was playing around. You get to fight Ocelot again on top of Metal Gear. Shit is epic. And you end up beating Ocelot. But then there was this, you know, Snake is going through it because he's getting old. he doesn't know what's gonna happen. So it's like this emotional cutscene where yeah, it was the guy from the 70s. It wasn't Campbell. Um there's this emotional cutscene where Snake is like in the grave. He's walking to the graveyard, and he goes to the grave of Big Boss, and he pulls out a gun. He has a trench coat on, and he pulls out a gun, and he puts the gun in his mouth, and he's ready to, pull the trigger right in front of Big Boss's grave, because he's like, well, I got to get rid of myself if I'm, the ultimate weapon, or wait, for Fox Die to do it or whatever. Man, look, he pulls out the gun, and out of nowhere, Big Boss, the real Big Boss, not Acid Snake, because like basically they were saying that he killed his dad, but he did. But he did I think he did the first. I don't know which one was his dad. I think the first one he killed was the original, but he didn't kill him. He survived. I think the first one he took out was the original Big Boss, and the last one he took out because one of the snakes that Solid Snake took out, he burnt them up, so he got burnt the hell up. So that's why they were saying that snake that was on that plat. That's why they were saying that was Big Boss, because he was supposed to be burnt up like by some acid or some yeah, I guess acid snake. I guess that's where it came from. So he was supposed to be burnt up, but that wasn't him. Because remember, acid snake wouldn't have the DNA. So the person that was burnt up on that plot was Liquid. So that's why the DNA kind of matched. And they thought it was Big Boss when it really wasn't. You know what I'm saying? But and the thing is that Big Mama, she had Big Boss, well, the body the whole time, but it wasn't Big Boss. She was basically kind of rolling around with Liquid's body. But she had to be in possession of the DNA. So that's kind of how that shit worked. But anyway, Big Boss shows up, and he has I think it's Miller. I think it was Miller. I don't know who it was. The guy from number 3. He has him in a wheelchair, and he's like super old. And what he does is he's like wheeling him out, and he pulls the plug on him. You know what I'm saying? He pulls the plug on him. I guess ending the war or the game. He pulls the plug on him, and basically he approaches Solid Snake, and Solid Snake goes to fight him, and I guess he disarms Solid Snake. He takes the gun in the graveyard out of Solid Snake's hand, like kind of spins him around, and then like hugs him. The shit is crazy. He spins him around and like hugs him, and then basically uh you know um tells him, it's over. He's like, you know he kind of make amends. He made peace with him. And then I think Big Boss passes away. Like he sits down, and like I think to smoke a cigarette, and just like I think he dies right there. And Snake lives. Like Snake ended up going on to live. It's a crazy story, man, but it's a beautiful story. I advise y'all to go look it up. Very beautiful story. I didn't expect all of that shit. I was like, bruh, I just wanted to go up this elevator and see what was going on. I just wanted to go up this elevator and see what was going on. I didn't expect this, man. But listen, y'all, I'm gonna share it on my timeline. I could talk about Metal Gear Solid all fucking day, as you can see. But it's Player Talk Radio. I am your gracious host, DJ Kuda. right back at the helm of today's show. I want y'all to go check out what I just told y'all on my timeline. Very fucking interesting story. The best video game ever created. Now, don't get me started on Final Fantasy. That's a whole different ball game. Final Fantasy 7 is a whole different ball game. Okay? But the greatest story ever told. The greatest story ever told. And I will tell it every single time. All right? I'm going to share it on my timeline. If you fucks with it, hey, man, hit the like button. Share this show. Support the show off air if you care. And yeah, man, it's Player Talk Radio. And look, play it for yourself. It the video does you a disservice. You have to play the game. You have to play that game. You know what I'm saying? And that is a must. Because there's so much stuff that I told y'all I was gonna tell y'all about the end, which is a sniper in that game. Because they always got like a sniper. They always got like there's an ongoing theme. If you wanted to beat the end, you can sit there and use your camouflage, and because it's like a huge area where you have to hunt this dude down, and a lot of shit going on. But if you wanted to beat the end, one thing you can do, remember it was the PS2, you can speed up the clock on your PS2 while you're going to fight him, and he'll get tired, and because he's an old nigga. But the funny part is the irony of it is you can speed up the clock on your PS2, and he'll get tired and die of old age, and you can win. And then there's this one part where, because he's in a wheelchair until he fights you, he gets up and walk around, and he's fast as hell too. There's this, and he has a parrot too that spies on you. So the parrot, you know how like snipers have a spotter and stuff like that. The parrot is basically his spotter, which is fucking genius. But he has a and his camo is awesome. He got one of the best camos in the game. You get his camo, but the what was I about to say? You can kill his bird and he gets mad. You can eat his bird too. Look, y'all got to play the game. What was I about to say? You can you can kill him when he gets wheeled out in one of the cutscenes, because like the woman takes her time to wheel him back. The soldier takes their time to wheel him back, and you can like quickly pull out like a rifle and like and like shoot him in the head a couple of times. And when he passes, like when you shoot him, the wheelchair explodes. He explodes, and the wheelchair wheel flips up in the air, and it comes and hits you. It's the craziest shit ever. And then like the cut scene where you usually fight him, when you get to that part of the game, is going to be nothing but Ocelot's goons. So Ocelot's goons are going to be there. They're going to kind of take up the slack. So it's just very interesting, man. One of the best games I've ever played. What's going on, Tech Rail? One of the best games I've ever played. I love that game. I can talk about that game 24 fucking 7. I didn't even get into all of the details and stuff like that, but I gave y'all a good story time. Pretty long, but pretty interesting. You know, like I said, I'm gonna share it on my timeline as soon as I get off. Y'all head over to that timeline and be prepared to be amazed. And everything I told y'all happened. Everything I told y'all happened, and he probably got a little bit more details, because I'm gonna sit my black ass down and watch it too before I fall asleep a little bit and get up and get back to work. All right, but it's Player Talk Radio. I am your gracious host, and shit, we had a marathon show. Got me talking about video games. It is what it is. I just got done telling them that. I just got done telling them that. The best gaming era too was that nice little sweet spot right between the tail end of the PlayStation and PlayStation 2. PlayStation 2 had the best games, bar none, on it. But PlayStation man, shit. Listen, y'all. I'm gonna be here again, man. It's Player Talk Radio. I'm your gracious host, DJ Kuda, and we out. Peace. Thank you again, Lolita. I don't know. Lolita probably fell asleep. She's like, I'm not listening to this shit. Y'all be safe, y'all. Peace.